What up, YouTube? It's your girl Dee Dee. Welcome back to another live stream. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are doing well. Thank y'all so much for being here once again. Listen, as you come into the building, make sure you are hitting the like button. Make sure you're hitting the like button as you come into the building. Also, if you are new to the channel and you like the content, make sure you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It is free to subscribe, so make sure you are subscribing to support the channel. Also, make sure you are hitting the like button as you come in, and feel free to turn on your notification bell so that you'll be notified when I upload new content or go live. So listen, as you come into the building, hit the like button. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to you guys. I hope y'all are doing well. Thank y'all once again for being here. Make sure you are continuously supporting the channel. All right. So we're going to hop into this live stream. I want to talk about the recent event of this woman who was beat up by these children, these school kids who was attacked. They attacked this woman and her two kids. I want to talk about that a little bit and kind of delve into or dive into the degeneracy in our community. And this is what we talk about all the time. We talk about relationships, but we also talk about where all of this stems from. Where does it start? And in my humble opinion, I think it starts from the home. This is why we need stable two-parent households, because a lot of these young kids are just lost in the sauce. And, you know, this kind of shows you how lost they are and how a lot of these single mother-led households are ruining these kids, and they don't even realize it, nor do they really care. So we're going to dive into it, you guys. I want to get your thoughts. Make sure you chime in the chat. I want to hear what you have to say. But let's get into this first clip about this whole situation. And I don't know if you guys have heard about it or not, but if you haven't, I'm going to bring it to your attention today. So chime in the chat. I want to hear your thoughts. Also, make sure you are supporting the channel via Super Chat or Cash App. That definitely helps the channel to grow, you guys. And I would definitely appreciate your support. All right. So make sure you're doing that as well. So let's get into it, y'all. I want to play a little bit from this whole situation. Let me know what you think in the chat. Here we go.
Responsible for the assault have been arrested. The incident occurred as the pregnant woman was walking home. After a group of minors knocked her down, they took turns jumping over her as if playing a vaulting horse game. Her young son rushed into the crowd, shielding his mother's abdomen with his frail body. Despite his tears, a cell phone camera captured this heart-wrenching scene, while the children laughed and completed each shove. Most alarming is that the pregnant woman suffers from sickle cell disease, where any injury could trigger life-threatening complications. What appeared as a child childish prank instantly escalated into a life-threatening assault. The judicial system has taken the rare step of holding multiple parties accountable. Not only will the juvenile perpetrators face trial, but their parents will also be prosecuted for parental neglect. The judge explicitly noted in the case file that behind juvenile violence often lies absent family education, police presence has now been increased around the school, and formal charges have been filed against both the children and their parents to
So this is some of the people in the community. This is in Chicago. They kind of rallied at the school for something to be done, which was shocking because, you know, normally, I mean, I wasn't expecting to see this, but it was good to see that these people actually got out to, you know, to champion something be done about this because this was insane. Let's continue. Now, this is the,
you know what? I think we need.
That was, let me go back before we get to Carmen, and shout out to Carmen JC. So this is the mother. She spoke out after her children were jumped. She says the kids slammed her son's head to the concrete and pulled her daughter's hair and says she was stomped while trying to protect her babies. These were little kids. I think the kid like 7 and 9. This was ridiculous to see. I couldn't stomach to watch it because these are little kids. And baby, this lady. Well, we're gonna get into my thoughts. Let's just hear what Carmen. Shout out to Carmen JC. Hear what she had to say about this. This was insane.
You know what? I think we need to acknowledge that the real deadbeats in the Black community is Black women. You wonder why the community is in shambles, why your children are always going to jail, and why they're building more prisons. They're building more prisons because you guys are raising more criminals. Do you not understand how this works? The reason why your children don't have discipline is because you don't have discipline. You can't be corrected. And look at them. They are a reflection of you. And what we see is not just dysfunctional, it is demonic. This is no longer just a physical battle. This is a spiritual battle. And I can guarantee you, a lot of y'all are going straight to hell. And until you guys bow out and let Black men back at the head of these households and actually sit down and let someone tell you about yourself and listen, the community will forever be in shambles. Good luck.
Listen, no lies to Texas. She's absolutely right. This is why I say it has to go back to the home. It starts at home. It starts at home. And the fact that we have so many single mother-led, chaotic, toxic households, I'm not surprised that this is the outcome that we're getting and what we're seeing. And we talk about it all the time. And it's this type of mentality is being passed down to these kids. They have no home training. They have no real guidance. They have no fathers. That's the real gag. There's no fathers. These women are so educated and so smart and know what they're doing so much, and they're ruining these kids. And these kids are our future. So the children that they're raising is going to be the adults one day. And these are going to be the degenerate children that are out here running wild in the world, just with no home training, no lack of judgment, no type of accountability, no type of guidance, no structure, no anything. So she's right. I mean, and if they're looking, the powers that be are looking at this, and this was a concerted effort to destroy the Black community, why wouldn't they go and build more jails? Because they know what these kids are going to turn into. They're going to turn it. If you're out here doing this type of stuff that young, what do you think you're going to be doing when you get older? So it's like they're already preparing for that. So yeah, and once again, I do think that it's the degenerate mothers in the community who are raising these kids. And they always talk about, oh, it's all on the fathers, the deadbeat dads. No, a lot of these women are deadbeat mothers because they're not raising these kids properly. And this is what happens when you see that. Manny E, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Said this happened in Chicago, right? Where's Brandon Johnson? Where is he? I don't think Brandon Johnson is concerned about what's happening in the Black community of Chicago. You would think he should, right? But I don't think they care. Those people only care about money. They're not caring about what's really happening because they're not trying to fix it. And you would think that that society would care about communities in general if we're all equal, but they don't. When it comes to the Black community, if this was a concerted effort to destroy the Black home, remove the fathers out the home so that we can have exactly what we're seeing now. You think these people don't care? These Black ones, you know, they just because you Black don't mean that you're for the Black community, as we know, right? But baby, it's just crazy. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Let's move on. I want to move on to another clip that I have here. Here we go.
My son is he's very devastated. He'll wake up out of in the middle of his sleep screaming. He'll scream, "Mommy, are you there?"
Hatter says her 9-year-old son and 6-year-old daughter are traumatized after watching their mom get attacked by a group of kids. In this video, we've blurred the faces of those involved because they're all minors. We've stopped it after she was dragged to the ground because of how brutal it is. Her son was beaten, and she says one of the kids pulled her daughter's hair. Her daughter stood off to the side crying, watching her brother and mother get attacked.
I felt helpless because I was down on the ground and he was down on the ground and he's looking at me screaming like, "Mommy, please help me, help me." I couldn't get up myself. I couldn't do nothing.
She's sick. She has sickle cell. So I guess they seen a little weakness on her because she's, kind of walking a little slow. And they have no right to put their hands on an adult.
But I just saw her live right here. That's her partner, Devon Lee, who was at work when the attack happened. Hatter went on to tell me that her son has been bullied for the past 2 years at Orville T. Bright Elementary School because of the way she walks and talks. All of the results of her sickle cell disease. Hatter tried to talk to the school about the bullying, but she says they didn't do anything about it. Hatter says she's pressing charges against the parents of the kids who attacked her. As for her children, they'll be transferred to a different school. She's looking to get therapy for them.
This is so sad. Now, she has sickle cell disease, and so they took advantage of that. And if you saw the real full video, which I don't want to play on YouTube because it could be against YouTube guidelines, but those kids were hitting that lady, child hitting her little kids, knocked her little boy on the ground. That boy did hit his head. The other little girl was crying. These are little kids. My son is 8. That little boy was, I think, 9 and a 7 and 9 or something like that. And these big ass kids was hitting those kids. I'm just like, baby, I think I would have just had to go to jail because I would have started swinging on them little kids. I'm just sorry. I'm not for violence, but baby, I'm not going to let you sit up here. I would have knocked the shit out of them little children. Them children just was, but they took advantage of somebody who couldn't really defend themselves. She, could barely walk and they making fun. I'm like, what in the world? Baby, it would have been a whirlwind of slinging them their asses around. Like, there's no way. But once again, they took advantage of somebody who had a weakness and they ran with it. But, this is unfortunate. But this all reflects the parenting. Where are the fathers? Because so far, we have not seen no father come to the scene. We have not seen where the father's at. All we seen was the ratchets come out of the woodwork because this is ratchet behavior. All we saw was, there was one mother of the child who made a statement trying to defend her daughter's poor behavior. And then I think this was the aunt. I want to pull up the aunt of one of the kids, and this is what she had to say. Look.
Yeah, that's Miss Ugly Jacket, bitch. That's my niece, bitch. What are you talking about? Sad. No, you sad, bitch. You sad.
This is the aunt.
I want to go outside now. I'm ready to go outside. The ugly green light. I'm going outside. I'm going outside, bro. Samaya, what's funny? Girl came out and I was like pink and brown. Don't worry about what she came on. Came out the house with. Fuck. Niggas got crunched out there. You worried about the wrong shit. Your mama, bitch. They couldn't wait. They couldn't wait. Couldn't wait. Like, y'all found me all the way on TikTok. Try your niece. You want the dead shit, bitch. You want the dead shit. You want the dead shit. You want the dead shit. Where's Miss Little Flamingo? She's not too far. Go outside. I'm ready for outside. I don't give a fuck who after me. Y'all don't even know. Y'all wasn't even here. Shut up. I don't think nothing cute.
Yo, niggas finna be looking for that flamingo.
Don't worry about it, flamingo ass. I'm whoop-de-doo. Shut up.
And you know what? I can't play too much of that. Whoop-de-doo and just talking stupid and sounding ignorant. And she's young. She looked young too. So this is the degeneracy in our communities. You know what I mean? This is what we're referring to. A lot of these young people who are raised, I'm sure, by single mothers who act just the way they do. This is what we're talking about when we talk about the degenerate behavior in our communities and why something needs to change and why it has to start at home and why it's important for women to understand the importance of a stable two-parent household, the importance of learning to do better versus what we're seeing now, because what the mothers, this reflects on the mother, and they're saying that they're pressing charges on the parents and the children. So they're both being charged, and they should be, because the parents, you're responsible for the actions of your children. So yeah, I think they all need to be charged. These kids need to be taught a lesson, and these parents need to understand and learn how to parent. And go find the damn daddies, and all y'all go get some parenting classes or something to learn how to raise your kids properly and teach them right from wrong and what they should and should not be doing. But this is when Sexy Red is at the forefront of your household, when that's all you care about is rap music and hanging on the corners and smoking weed and eating crawfish balls. This is the outcome of that behavior. When you don't have strong, stable families and strong fathers in these kids' lives, this is the outcome of just having kids just because. But you got a lot of people who are championing single mother-led households as if that's not going to yield the majority of these results. You can't tell them nothing. They don't want to learn nothing. They're just ghetto as hell. They think ghetto is a part of being black. They think that's just comes with being black. You're supposed to be ghetto, which is hilarious to me. And they think that this is cute, and they think it's funny, but it's not. It's really not. It looks horrible, but this is the way they characterize the entirety of the black community. They think every black child is going to be like this and just do crazy stuff. They're going to think that every black mother is just degenerate and don't teach her kids anything and just acts this way. And that's just not the case. And this is why I say this looks bad on all of us, because we are all being judged by this type of behavior. And trust me, we are. And it's unfortunate. This is why, I always say, listen, we got to speak up on this type of stuff, because this is not a good reflection. It's not, or good depiction of the black community as a whole. Hannibal, thank you for the super chat, says they down bad in Chicago. Ghetto. Yeah, it's not looking good, Hannibal. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. And so, yeah, they all need to be taught a lesson, and they just act ridiculous and think that is okay. And it's just not. But I just think it's unfortunate that this happened to that woman. It just shows you how now the kids are just acting out and doing stupid things, and the parents are just probably just as bad. We see the aunt here; she's just as ghetto. All she's doing is sitting there cussing and don't know how to communicate and talking stupid, and just ghetto. And this is the type of children that you're raising. And it's unfortunate, because those kids, they only learn what they see. They only learn based on what they're presented with. And if this is the type of household and environment that you're raised in, this is how you're going to act for the most part. Now, some may, get between, may escape in the cracks and do something different because they just realize the foolishness. But the majority of it is this is what we'll see. And they don't care. It's like you don't care how you're raising your children. You don't care about their future. You're just out here just making babies, and that's it. And thinking that this is okay. It just doesn't make any sense. Please hit the like button, y'all. Definitely hit the like button. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. Let's move on. I want to move on to this clip right here and listen to what she's saying. This is why I say a lot of these women are cooked, and a lot of their children will be cooked as well, because you can't, there's no logical reasoning with a lot of these people. And then they get mad when you say something, but they know what they're doing is a mess, but they just don't want to change. And I always say, listen, you can lead them to the water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make them drink. If they don't want to get the information, then they won't. Maybe somebody will, but everybody ain't gonna get it. But listen to this. Here we go.
I don't give a fuck if they label me as ghetto, because ghetto to me is just black. We just black, we culture, we us, we unapologetically us. Like, we don't give a fuck. So you can call me ghetto, I don't care, because I be thinking, you know, like, people be so offended when people be like, oh, you ghetto. People feelings really be hurt. And like, respectfully, if you don't want to be called ghetto, I respect people for who they are and for what they want to be recognized as. So respectfully, if you don't like that, I won't call you ghetto. But a bitch like me, you call me ghetto, baby, big ghetto, big whatever the fuck you want me to be. If you want me to be ghetto, I don't care. I don't care, because we big degreed up in this bitch. Very much experienced, very much saving lives, very much get to the bag. You feel me? Like, we doing.
What's the point of getting to the bag if you're going to act like this? You know, getting to the bag ain't everything if you just downright dumb and stupid and ignorant and ghetto. We'll get into this is the problem. Everybody's so focused on money. The Bonnet Crew Society, oh, we get into the bag. Yeah, we get into the bag. We making money. We're degreed up, but you're still dumb.
Oh my God.
What's having a degree worth if you're ignorant and you don't have any life skills or lessons, if you don't know how to communicate and carry yourself? What's the point of embracing being ghetto and then combining that with being, so you want to be ghetto with a ghetto person labeled as ghetto with a degree? How is that treating you? This is why I say this is crazy. This type of mentality is being embraced, and it's time for it to stop. It's been going on for too long. The Bonnet Crew Society of the Sisterhood Traveling Pants has got to stop. They have to be stopped. This is not it. What does your degree got to do with your mentality and how smart you are or dumb you are? Like, because running around claiming you happen to be ghetto doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Why would you want to embrace that? That's not a good thing. But these are we degreed up. But we stupid as hell, but we got a degree. Yeah. You know, it's like, it just doesn't make any sense, y'all. But this is what, and they always have a bonnet or a turban or scarf. Look, night clothes, sleep clothes, just walking around. We got degrees, but we stupid as hell, you know? Like, come on now. We really dumb. We real ghetto, but we degreed up. Get to the bag. Where? This is not it, y'all. Let's continue.
All of that in the midst of being ghetto. Like, so you could call me ghetto, because I don't give a fuck. And when I go back to school, I'm going to go back and I'm going to get the highest fucking degree that there is to get. Across that motherfucking stage. And I'm going to be probably one of not many of the many black people in my program, because I'm going to claim it and it's going to be mass. Okay? But we're very rare to come by. So I'm going to be a rare commodity. Okay?
Yeah, and ain't nothing rare about you. We see you every single day, all day. There's nothing rare about you. And I don't know where women get this idea that they're rare. There's nothing rare. We see 1,000 Bonnet Crew Society members, Sisters of the Traveling Pants, every goddamn day. There is nothing rare about you. There's nothing rare. We see you all day, every day. There's nothing rare about you at all. I'm just saying, trying to be nice. There's nothing rare. You're just in debt, ghetto, and foolish.
Oh my God.
Let's continue.
I don't care, because I'm going to walk across that stage, get my diploma. I'm going to go in a parking lot and say, babe, play Let's Go by Key Glock. It's going to be me in the parking lot.
I don't know what she playing, but I'm not playing that. Yeah. That's it. It's just a hot mess. So wearing a bonnet, getting a degree, wearing a bonnet, getting a degree, and happy to be called ghetto is where is that now? That's the flex. Is that what we should be doing as Black women? We should go get all the highest degrees and call ourselves rare and wear bonnets and walk around and think that we're rare and we're so great and we're the best thing since sliced bread. And this is what you're gonna teach your children, to wear bonnets and think they rare. Go get all the degrees and then turn around and say, I'm ghetto. And start acting accordingly. That just doesn't make any sense. This is the most educated women in our society who are talking like this. Successful MD, thank you for the super chat. Says wearing bonnets in airport and public is terrible, right? And they wear night clothes and all of that. It's just crazy. Thank you, Successful MD. I appreciate you. Successful MD also says ghetto and stupidity is out here in abundance, right? Right. But they think it's a good thing though. Successful MD. It's a good thing, according to them. It equates to being Black. So this is where other people are watching this, and this is why they think that. This is why they consider all Black people ghetto for the most part. They lump a lot of people, these stereotypes, they lump everybody in this one category that they're ghetto and they're loud because they're running around here talking about we should embrace it. Ghetto comes with being Black. Are you serious? Why is it always the horrible stereotypes that some Black people embrace? It's not everybody, but it's like this is what we always see. We don't see the positive images of Black people. It's like it's hidden. And then when you do start to see it, it's like they got something negative to say about that. You can't be married and be happy to be married because they look at it talking about, oh, well, if you're married and if you got a boyfriend, you remember that article that I posted about? Oh, if you got a man, now people suddenly don't like you. They don't gravitate towards you. They want to gravitate. They don't think that they have fun around you because you have a man. Like, it's so stupid. But it's just a narrative they're pushing to keep Black women single and making them feel empowered about doing so, and keeping you ignorant and ghetto and thinking all these degrees make you rare and special. You're not rare at all. How are you rare when all we see is the bonnet crew society of the sisterhood traveling pants with all these degrees, thinking that they're better than everybody? Like, come on, that ain't rare. We see that on a dime a dozen. We see that every day, all day. Ain't nothing rare about being ghetto and stupid. Thank you, Successful MD. Like, come on, this doesn't make any sense. Bet her name is Sharkeisha. Not Sharkeisha. It just doesn't make any sense. The word ghetto comes from Europe. I think Italy or something. Really? Well, and what is the meaning of it? Because it sure doesn't have a positive connotation. It's not associated with something that's good. And in the Black community, with a lot of these ghetto women are just embracing it. Oh, I don't care if you call me ghetto because I'm going to have the highest degree, but I'm going to still wear my bonnet and act a fool because I don't care what nobody think. And you don't care about your image and how you look for yourself and for, you know what I'm saying? Like, for yourself. You don't have any kind of values and how you present yourself. Even if it's not for everybody else, you should have some type of standards of how you want to be presented out here in these streets. You know what I mean? It sort of like goes with the idea of, oh, I could, I'm not a 304, but I can wear what I want. If I want to wear a little ass cheek out, if I want to wear a little TNA out, and if I just want to look like a 304, I should be able to do that. Nobody should tell me nothing. I could dress how I want. You want to present yourself as one way and you want to be treated a different way. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't go that way. How you present yourself is how you get treated. And that's the assumption of what people are going to think about you. And if you don't care about that, well, we see a lot of them don't care, but then be the first ones hollering and screaming racism and all of these things when people treat you based on the way you present yourself. And you should want to have some type of, standards and morals about yourself. Like, it just everybody want to be considered these high value this and high value that. But you don't want to act accordingly, and you don't want to present yourself in that high value way. You want to act a fool and do whatever, but then you still want people to hold you in the highest regard of the upper echelon of people, and treat you that way, treat you like queens, when you act in ghetto and ratchet and a hot mess. Like, come on, it just doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. And I just don't, I don't understand it, but it is what it is. So I just thought that was stupid. And that the idea that as black people, we're supposed to identify as ghetto just because we're black it's a stereotype that I don't want to fit under. And I don't want to be looked at as ghetto just because I'm black. You know what I'm saying? When I don't carry myself in a ghetto mentality. I do care about being looked at as ghetto. I do. And I think, as black people who are already looked at in a certain way by others, you should want to be able to carry yourself in the most, in a better fashion. I'm not saying, y'all, and they always want to be called queens. And that's the thing, black queens, but you act nowhere near a queen. You act like the peasants and worse, but you want to always be called queens. And I don't understand it. Successful MD, thank you for the super chat. Says, without moral compass, you have no value. Thank you, Successful MD. But they want to be looked at in the highest regard. A lot of these black women, once I said once before, they're all superior. They all have this superiority complex. They all, not all, but a lot of them act like they're better than men. They're better than the next person if they have a degree, if they, wear a certain clothing. Or thank you once again to Successful MD. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. They want to act like they're better than other people, but then your attitude and the way you move, it doesn't reflect that. And so I just think, if you want to be called queens and all these things, well, act accordingly. Why, walk around like you have some dignity and some pride and respect for yourself. Just go out here any old kind of way. And then you want people to just not assume that you are the way you look based on how you dress and how you act. You act all loud and ghetto and then get mad when you're looked at as loud and ghetto. When people assume that you're loud and ghetto because you're black, but you're the same ones who embrace being ghetto. How can you embrace ghetto and then get mad when somebody call you with the very thing that you embrace? It doesn't make any sense. And this is why I say the change has to start with women. And I know a lot of people have different opinions about that, and I respect everybody's opinion. But it starts with the women, because if the women are the ones who are left holding the bag, right? They're the ones raising these kids. They're the one leading in the house, leading the household. Then it would make sense for them to start to make some changes to better the outcomes, so that the kids that are coming up, the children coming up, would have a different perspective, that they don't keep perpetuating the same mindset, the same mentality that is causing our communities to suffer and just go down. And so some would even argue that we don't have a black community, that is just in shambles and it doesn't even exist. But if the women are running the households and leading the households, you can't just be focused on money, getting to the bag and your degrees, but you need to be focused on the main values that would help to create a different outcome for your children, so that they will have a different perspective, so they won't be perpetuating this ghetto mentality, that they'll learn something differently. But we don't see that. We see the worst of the worst being pushed forward, and they have an agenda and they're pushing it, and it's making it look bad for the people who are raising their kids in a better way, who are adopting better mentalities for themselves and their kids, so they can raise decent human beings in society, so that we won't continue to, as a whole, to be looked at as the worst of the worst. So, that's my thing. This is why I say it starts at home. It definitely does. This is why fathers are necessary. 2-parent stable households are necessary, because we know that rears better results. As much as you can say, okay, well, some slip through the cracks, some have 2-parent households and they still are certain ways. That's true. But if we look at the majority of households that are raised by 2 stable parents, they fare better. So we need to at least take that route because we know there's a better chance of them coming out better as opposed to what we're seeing now. So that's why I think that's very important. Manny E, thank you for the super chat. Says just because you can open up your legs, it don't mean you should be having kids. Exactly. When did it become okay just to pop out kids without having any plans? Thank you, Manny. I appreciate you once again for the support. Yeah, but once again, Manny, a lot of people, like I said, people just doing what they can. And what the easiest thing for a lot of people to do is go out and have sex. That's one of the easy things for women to go out and do. If you don't have, usually most people don't have a plan. Most of the pregnancies are not planned. Most of the times they're not married. They don't plan out a family for the most part and all of this. They're just out having fun. It's all in the name of fun. You're having fun, you're getting to the D, and boom, a baby comes out of it. And that's how it happens. And they do it over and over and over without ever having a plan. And then when they're in the situations where it's difficult, then they're complaining and they're looking for somebody to help them. So, I think people should have a plan. I think you should have a plan if you want to build a family and all of those things. You should have something in place. And you understand that it's important to not just create children in these broken homes, but to create a family with structure. Like, stop going out here for a man that's fine and just cute and you just want to sleep. He just want to sleep with you and you want to sleep with him and that's it. And then producing children out of it. And then you're not even prepared mentally because I think most of us, when we decide we want kids, most of us aren't prepared. You could think you're prepared. Even if you prepare and think you're prepared, you're still not fully prepared. But at least if you go about it the right way, you go about knowing and understanding how important it is to have the father that you created these children with in the child's life, that you have a stable relationship, marriage, a stable home to place these kids in with morals and values and teaching them the things that they need to know so that they can grow up and thrive in life and not just having them and not really raising them. That is a difference. But even with that, you're not fully prepared. Most of us aren't fully prepared for motherhood and the obstacles and the ups and downs of it, or just parenting. But we stick through it and we figure it out. So even if us who kind of have somewhat of a plan, we still know that it's still, once you're actually in it, it's sometimes you don't know fully what you're doing. We have a little difficulty sometimes. What about those who just don't have no plan at all? You just out here opening them legs up, just busting it open for this one and that one and making these babies with no thought or no idea of no concept of what it takes to raise a child. Don't understand how much money it takes to raise nothing. So these kids are the ones who are suffering. And a lot of times when I see situations like this one with these kids out here, I don't always blame the kids. I blame the parents because I know that they're not taught and they only know what they know, and it comes from the parenting. So the parents are the main responsibility in my mind. The parents are the ones who are to blame for all of this because you brought these kids here. They didn't know what they were coming into and they only emulating what they see. The behavior that they see, that's all they know. So I don't really blame the kids. I blame the parents in a lot of these situations. So it's just, it's just bad. But also, this type of parenting translates into relationships because if you are having these kids out of wedlock, just random, and you're not really prepared for it, and you're not teaching your kids the right things, they don't have fathers in their lives to teach them anything, and they're just out here. Why would any man in his right mind want to be in a relationship with that type of woman? Because if she's not even stable enough to raise her kids properly, how is she going to be stable enough to be in a relationship with you? A person who has his stuff together, who has his head on straight, who is emotionally intelligent, you know what I mean? Who's worked on himself. How is that going to work for a relationship other than sex? Because see, a relationship, people are like, oh, well, I want a woman, for sex. So I want a man to have that. But outside of that, once that gets old, and that's not, at the forefront, what else can she offer? This is why I think when I hear the question being asked, what do you bring to the table? I understand it and I don't get offended by it because I understand that, a woman any person should be more than just a physical. Men and women, you should be more than just physical. If your relationship is only based on physical and nothing else, then usually those relationships fall apart because without the physical aspect of it, the intimacy part of it, then you have nothing else. There's no solid foundation for the relationship to thrive. So if it's just a wham bam, thank you, ma'am, that's it, and there's nothing else that is holding y'all together, then it's not gonna work. So a lot of these women who have only been out here in these situationships and just, having sex with who they thought was so fine and cute, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, Mike, and Pookie and Ray Ray, Polo to Don, they don't know, they don't understand, and they don't learn relationship skills. So you don't learn relationship skills. You weren't taught them. You don't know them. You're just out here having sex. So when you try to get in a relationship with a person who has their head on straight, it's never going to work, because y'all are not equal. Y'all are not. First off, men and women aren't equal, but you know what I mean. Like y'all don't have nothing in common. Your goals are mismatched. You know what I mean? Y'all not on the same page. It's not going to work. So this is why I think a lot of men just end up, if they can, end up sleeping with these women and ghosting them, because it's like, you can't be with her. She's not relationship material. She's not wifey material. She's not none of that. So you're not going to even waste your time. You know what I mean? JSU Tiger 07, thank you for the super chat, says you can't be a queen unless a king appoints you as one. Facts. Oh my God. Facts. JSU Tiger 07. Absolutely facts. Exactly. Right. And that's the part they miss. I'm a queen, baby. You can't touch me. I'm a queen, baby. And all this, and they hyping themselves up. And when I hear women who say that, I just look. I'm just looking. Okay. Are you married? You got a king? My king on his way. Well, then you're not a queen, boo-boo. So you got a king. How you gonna call yourself a queen and you don't have a king, and you never had one, and you got kids? You got children from Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, Mike, Pookie, Ray Ray, Tommy, Lee, Jones, baby. Oh my God! It's just a way to make them feel good. People tired of trying to make these queens feel good with a bunch of lies. Thank you for the super chat. So yeah, it's just a mess. And I wish in this lifetime, I could see, the majority of these people get it together, and we could see a better community and come together and really understand each other. But I don't know if we're gonna see it in this lifetime. I'm just saying. Successful MD, thank you once again for the super chat. Says, is spoiled juice worth the squeeze? No way. Oh my God. Right. Successful MD, thank you for the super chat. Ain't no queen ever had 3 baby daddies. Exactly. I'm satisfied. My Dairy Queen on. What's going on? Y'all crazy. All right, y'all. Let's move on. I want to move on to this next clip. I thought this was interesting, and I want to share. Now, it comes from Fresh and Fit. I don't know how you guys feel about Fresh and Fit, but Tommy Sotomayor was on there. Shout out to Tommy. Tommy be speaking facts, and I'm all about what's the truth. I don't really care who the truth comes from, but if I think it's the truth, I'll share it, because I think sometimes you get information from unsuspecting people that you wouldn't think it would come from, but I'm not hung up on who's giving a message. I just like the message. So I want to play this clip from Fresh and Fit, and Tommy is on there. I want y'all to listen to what these ladies are saying in here. This was very interesting, and I want to get y'all thoughts on it. Make sure you are hitting the like button, you guys. As you come into the building, make sure you hit the like button. Also, if you want to support the channel, make sure you are supporting via Super Chat or Cash App. That definitely helps the channel out. So make sure you are supporting in that way. And please hit the like button, y'all. As many people we have watching and as many people are in the building, I want to make sure we have equal likes. So make sure you are hitting the like button. All right. Make sure y'all hit the like button. It definitely helps the channel out. All right. Let's get into this next clip. Here we go.
This is why relationships is weird. If a dude get in a relationship, he's an idiot.
Yeah. My bills are all paid.
What's
I feel
your
like
favorite?
that with a female too. If you get in a relationship nowadays, you done with. These men out here, they don't care about nothing. Like y'all saying, y'all admitting it in our face, and a lot of females don't take it.
We're saying men are created. The men that exist right now are created thanks to bad women. There is no bad man born. He either has a horrible mother or a horrible bitch that made him that way.
Can I say something?
9 times out of 10, the nigga will be nice. He will be strong. He'll be everything they ask for. He find out a fucked up nigga fuck his bitch. He will never be that man again. Yes. It only happens once. That nigga only exists once. So the man you looking for, he was here. Every man you see in the streets, he was that man once. But you only get one chance of being a bitch until you find out you got to do the fucking or someone's going to fuck yours. There's no in between.
Y'all have created us. We didn't want to be this.
Okay,
yeah,
look,
you destroyed the man.
Honestly, I blame it on the women too, because the men think that they're the bad bitches. And I lived in Atlanta, Georgia. No, I lived in Atlanta, Georgia for 3 years. I swear, a man woke up and said he a bad bitch.
I mean, they're
nigga in Atlanta.
I'm about to say, he had on the same.
Wait, she said a man woke up and said he was a bad bee. I don't know what she's saying, but I do agree with what the other guy was saying, how a lot of women created the men that we have today. And I agree in some way, shape, or form. You know, I do think there's some truth to that. I think, but women like to throw rocks and hide their hands, right? They like to put stuff out and then act like, well, act like they had nothing to do with it. And I see this all the time. Like you put it out there, you say all men ain't this and that, but then you complain about what a good men at. Like you don't realize you throw your dirt and hide your hands and act as if you have no contribution to what's happening. Like you have no clue why they acting this way. And they do that a lot. But I do believe and agree that there are women who have created, just like the MAGTOW guys, a lot of them seem like they hate women, but they've been through hard. Some of them been married and their wives cheated on them and messed over them and took all their money, and they're like, hell no, I'm not gonna let her be. And I mean, they be going in, they be acting like they can't stand women, but it wasn't one day they woke up and said, oh, I hate women. No, they have an experience behind it, and they be real pissed about it, as they should. Nobody wants to be taken advantage of. And then on top of that, when you've given your all to a relationship and to a person, and they turn around and do you dirty, I would be pissed too. And so, I mean, it might create this disdain or somewhat of a hatred toward women because you've been done real dirty. And so now you just like, F it, I don't really care. I'm calling these out and I don't care. That's the vibe they're giving. But it's not just that they woke up like that. It was from their actual experiences. You know, and I remember I'm not quoting it word for word. I remember Tommy Sotomayor saying this on a panel to a woman, saying, you come on here talking about black women. He was like, well, I could talk about black women because I've had experiences with black women and I know how they act. So it's just, he's not pulling it out the crack of his, you know what? He actually had experiences and he's speaking on that. So yeah, you have every right to speak on your experiences for sure. And if that's what you've dealt with your whole life, why can't you speak on it? You see, but what happens is why a lot of women don't want men to talk is because it exposed the nature of women, and they don't want that. That's why they want to do all the talking, you know, to take over the narrative, and they want y'all to be quiet and let everybody else just assume, you know, what they want based off what she's saying. So she can make assumptions and insinuations and tell her side and make him look bad. And he never says anything. So it just becomes the truth by omission, by you not saying anything, because men just move on. Most men ain't coming on social media chatting and chit-chatting about their problems. No, they're going to make some moves. They don't have time to do that. But sometimes I think it's necessary for them to speak out and just say their part and then move on. That way we have two perspectives. We have both sides. And that way it's not just her leading the narrative, because that's what they've been used to. That's why they don't like podcasters. That's why they don't like men talking, because it takes away from their narrative, and it shows that, oh my God, you weren't this perfect angel. You did a lot of dirt in here, but you trying to make it seem like you're perfect and he's not. That's the problem with y'all being quiet, in my opinion. Let's continue.
Wait. Let me
Y'all had the same hairline. Y'all had the same edges.
A lot of females, they want a man so bad. Excuse me. A lot of females, they want a man so bad that they're willing to act like the man in a relationship. And men nowadays, they so sassy because they either by a single mother done raised them, or they around a lot of females all the time, just acting like a female. And these women can't understand why are men not doing romantic things anymore. I'm not speaking for all men, just a large percentage. It's like the roles are reversed now.
Because y'all don't care. Y'all was doing dick.
It's like
it's your fault.
These females, they just, I'm gonna cook and clean, I'm gonna go to work, I'm gonna pay for this man, I'll do this just to keep a man. And then when he acting like a girl, now you salty, don't know what to do. Now he out cheated with men and women, you don't know what to do now. Now you losing your mind.
Nah, man.
I feel like
off of one heartbreak.
I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying all men. Just a lot of men nowadays. They so sassy. It's like,
I feel like 'cause they getting pussy.
First virginity.
No, I don't think that's
like we lose a lot of shit that we could hold on to.
It's the women, to be honest with you.
It is. It's the women's
Let me explain to you why. Because women are raised. I was raised in the 90s, obviously, and my mom taught me to be a strong black woman. Right? Mm-hmm. So we got to do everything by ourselves. We got to cook, clean, take care of the kids, get a job, 3-4 jobs if you have to. And you don't need a man for nothing. And you're not giving the man the opportunity to be an actual man for you. So we become masculine. And then the men become feminine, because what other role is there?
Right, because the women is doing everything. But that's the thing.
It's an era of being in your soft.
But is it the men becoming feminine, or the men just realize your nature? And they're deciding that, hey, if I'm going to be around you, I want something too. Is it that they're feminine, or they just realize I'm not going to let you finesse me? And hey, if you want something out of me, I want something out of you. I don't know if it's necessarily feminine. I think a lot, because men weren't taught to be feminine, right? Am I lying? Men weren't told, oh, go out and be feminine and live your best life. No, women were taught that you don't need a man. Women were taught to be masculine. That's the real difference. Women were taught you don't need a man. Go out and handle it by yourself. That's a masculine trait. Go out and go get your education. Don't depend on a man. You go and take care of yourself, essentially, which makes you, puts you more in your masculine energy, because you got to go out, go to college, pay all the bills. Go, if you have kids, that means like, oh, go out and have a kid by yourself, raise the child. You don't need a man, and you end up doing all these things, and it burns you out. So women were taught to be masculine, but men were never taught to be feminine. So I think women have adopted this masculine trait because that's what they were taught, and they held on to it. And now they're burned out. They're tired. What's his name? He called them burnouts. Yeah, they're getting tired. They're tired of doing it all by themselves because it's wearing them out. So now they realize they don't want to be masculine anymore. They want to be feminine, but it's ingrained in you. It's going to be very difficult for you you can't just turn it on and off. That's a bunch of bullshit. You can't just turn that off. That's something that's ingrained in you now. It's been a part of your life for so long. You don't just turn that off. That's a whole mentality shift. And that takes years for you to actually learn how to get rid of that aggressive, manly trait, because that's what you were taught to be. And you've done it for so long. It's not that you had to do it. It's what you were taught to do. So you've been doing that, thinking that was the way to go. And now you realize, oh, snap, this is not what men want. Men don't want these overly aggressive, rough, manly women. And now you're left holding the bag by yourself, and you're tired, and you don't have nobody to help you with the load that you were told that you're supposed to be able to handle and do. I don't know what they thought. Maybe they thought, at some point, I don't know, they could turn it. I don't know, but they're stuck with that. They're stuck with that now. That's a part of them now. I'm sorry, y'all. You ever be talking and your throat just get dry and no word come out? That's what just happened to me. That was just happened. I couldn't talk. My throat I couldn't talk. It was dry. I had to drink. Talking too much, baby. But yeah, it's like now y'all are stuck with that. They didn't give y'all the full story. They didn't tell you how this was going to end up. You just told you, oh, don't depend on the man. Go out, get your degree, and do everything by yourself. You don't need a man. You don't even need a man to help you raise these kids. And now they out here doing it, and now they're feeling the consequences of this. And now they're mad at men. Don't be mad at men. I said this before. Be mad at your mothers and your aunts and your grandmothers, the Sisterhood Bonnet Crew team leaders who told y'all that that's what y'all were supposed to do. To not depend on a man for you to turn around now. And now you want a man to depend on because you're tired of doing it yourself. So instead of doing what's necessary to get you the man to help you in this life, you're trying to finesse them out of it and still claim your independent boss chick status so that the Bonnet Crew team leaders, the team leaders, the managers in charge who told you this, you don't make them look bad. So you can still please them and let them know I'm still independent. I still have I did what you said, but you can, secretly have a man over here helping you because you're having a hard time doing it yourself. That's crazy to me. Manny E, thank you for the super chat, says, who sang that single lady song, Shaking My Head? This is a mess. You mean like Beyonce, all my single ladies? Thank you, Manny E. It's crazy. It really is. But let's continue.
Girl era right now, and everybody got to be strong. Every woman has to be so strong, but we need to let men be a man.
Right.
Yes.
Agree.
That way we can be feminine.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
That part. I do. If you listen to yourself, no offense, sometimes you can listen to a nigga without a job and then know why he don't have no job. You were talking, you said, these men be sassy, using this ghetto word to describe a man. But while this man is sassy, you're not realizing how masculine you are. You're thinking that your masculinity is acceptable as a woman. But if you're a man and you see this and you're worth a fuck, he would avoid you. So all you got left is niggas that need a place to stay.
Yeah,
that's why I came up with a term that niggas bit from me called a hobosexual. You got a nigga that will fuck you because he need a place to stay. So when you say these niggas is out here and they living off women and these women, no, that's all you can get. That would be the equivalent of me saying all these bitches in Atlanta is fat. No, nigga, you so lame. That's all you can get.
But a man never lived in I always lived in my house.
So then why would you preach
myself.
about this thing you never experienced?
But look, I never lived with a man. A man never lived with me.
Why are you discussing this thing you never experienced?
Because I'm saying I have a lot of female friends. I hear a lot of ladies.
Oh, so you hang around a lot of ain't shit bitches?
No. What I'm saying is like this is the reality.
No,
of
it
things.
isn't.
It is.
That is your friend's reality.
No, this is a lot of people. I'm telling you, I could say right here on this table, I'm not trying to force nobody or manipulate anyone to agree with me. But I'm saying a lot of women feel what I'm saying right now because these men, they just feel like I'm the baddest bitch. Like
that's crazy.
She's saying things, but she's not understanding
they're not saying
something.
it with their little mouth, but they're acting like females, like having tantrums, having attitude.
He's telling you the cause of that,
doing
though.
anything.
He's telling you the origin of it.
If you run into the same problem, sometimes there's a causality.
Because of you.
Yes, if I am constantly around gay men, how I'm gonna say I ain't gay,
No,
but all these niggas I'm with are?
No, hey, y'all. I never said I was constantly with gay men, first of all. Second of all,
oh my God, do you not understand the analogy?
It's an example.
Okay, and then it's another thing I want to say too. If you shift your mindset and you shift your environment, you attract a different type of man. I'm talking about past things. I'm a grown woman. I don't deal with sassy men at all. I don't tolerate that at all. Once I see one little sassiness, attitude, anything like that, I'm out of there.
So why are you discussing this as if it's this thing that can't be avoided?
You brought it up.
But I am saying it because we deal with it's not easy. It's not hard to come across this type of men.
The new generation.
The new generation.
Hold on, but and when y'all say this, there's a new generation of women who are listening to y'all right now and saying, I don't have that problem.
Exactly. And I resonate with that because too, I say the same thing that's why I speak the way I speak and believe the way I believe, because I hear a bunch of women saying, oh, all black men are just this and that. And that's not my experience. So I can't just go with that, logically thinking and just being honest. I can't go with the narrative. Oh, all these men ain't this and these men would do this and leave you, because I've heard that talk too. I've heard women, my mother, I've heard people say that stuff too, but that's not my experience. I can't just wholeheartedly go with that and be like, oh yeah, these men are sassy and these men will leave you and they ain't faithful in this, but I've never had that experience. So you can't keep going off of something that you've heard somebody else say or somebody else experience. If that's not your experience, and if you don't deal with those types of men, then you really can't really speak on that in that way, because you're perpetuating, it will look like you're perpetuating a lie, because that's not your experience. That's somebody else's experience. If you're able to walk through life and you meet people that are not that way, you've not come across men who did dirty things to people and all this kind of thing, how could you speak so heavily on it when that hasn't been your experience? And this is why I said a long while ago too, that a lot of people are speaking on somebody else's experiences. You're talking about what somebody else went through, what your grandmother told you she went through, and all these people, and you're creating a narrative in your mind about men. And you have never even, some have never even been in a real serious relationship with a man. You have never had no man put his hands on you. You've never had a man treat you dirty or treat you bad, but you're holding on to this idea that this is what they're going to do based on somebody else telling you that, and not understanding that there's everybody is not like that. And you also have to look at the part of the women and why they pick men who constantly do this type of stuff to them. Why they're constantly picking men that have issues like that, when there's so many men out here who won't even do that type of stuff to a woman. But the focus is always on the negative aspect of men. But we don't want to, the gag about that is we don't want to focus on the negative aspects about women. With women, we're supposed to always just be kumbaya and positive. When it comes to women, we all supposed to just be like, oh, they're so great and this and that, not focus on the negative. But when men, just rip them apart. Pull it out, tell it all about them. Let's get to what they do negative. But with women, we got to sugarcoat and beat around the bush and all this. And instead of getting to the real, issues that they're having, they don't want to talk about it. But for men, you want to talk all about it. So yeah, you can't have one without the other. If you got women out here, if you got men out here who are deadbeats and doing bad things, they're definitely women equivalent to that. And so, yeah, you can't ignore it. But let's continue.
No, they just don't know.
No, Jesus. No, do y'all hear what y'all say?
No, I understand what you're saying. Because let me explain something
to you. They get the ones that don't know. Men are not stupid. They want a dummy.
Listen,
a lot of men want dummies.
Emotional. You're messing with the wrong kind of men.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about a lot of ladies.
You are an example of somebody who doesn't have to deal with what you just claim women can't avoid. Listen to what you're saying.
There's men out there, honey. There are, and they're very masculine.
You can't say I don't deal with it, but then say everybody has to deal with it.
I never said all men are doing these things. That's number one. I only came across one sassy man. Don't take me one time to learn something. I only came around one sassy man. I don't tolerate it. That's why I'm celibate. I'm very picky and I have a lot of boundaries. So if a guy not coming correct. Right, I said most men. So if a guy not coming correct and he got a little attitude, acting like a little girl, he has nothing to do with me. I'm out of there.
Can I ask you a question? Where do your friends find these men?
I don't know.
It's in the environment
where my friends. It's not all about my friends. There's a lot of women, even on podcasts, even just in general.
It's where you find the men.
A lot of times.
In this podcast, let's ask.
It has
ladies,
to be.
Are y'all meeting these sassy men?
Never in my life. Never in my life.
Sassy men?
I'm not.
Oh, wow.
And I'm around a lot of men.
Okay, she met a sassy man.
This one's been married and about to get it again.
I'm around a lot of men.
That's great for her. She probably don't know, because a lot of girls don't know when these men are down low and sassy.
Even when you get real life people saying it, she then says, y'all don't know.
I'm telling you.
Imagine that.
I'm telling you.
You would be a hard.
Yeah, and that's true. Somebody said, now she's saying it was just one man. She said she came across one sassy man and she wouldn't tolerate. Right. But all the men, there's so many men like that. And then you got to ask yourself, what do you consider sassy? Is a man sassy if you ask him to pay your rent and he says no? Is that considered sassy? Is he sassy because you don't like that he has standards? Because I mean, I can't say I've come across no sassy man either. This is a new term for me. Sassy was, some people would say feminine, or there was another term for it, I think, back in the day. But no, I can't say I've come across a sassy man. Like, what does sassy mean? Because is a man sassy because he defends himself? If you called him out his name and he called you a name back, now he's sassy. See, first off, we gotta redefine define what sassy means, because there's levels to it. They're calling men sassy for the smallest things. If you're not a simp, then you're sassy. If you don't want to pay her bills, you're sassy. If she call you out your name and you call her out hers, you're sassy. Because in order to be a masculine, non-sassy man, you have to just let her do whatever and say whatever, and just you have to be able to handle her. So if you're a man that can handle these sassy women, then you're not saying sassy. But if you go back at them, then you're sassy. It's crazy. Let's continue.
Like, give an example. Like, for instance, we go out to eat and the waitress brings some food. Like, you don't eat onions. You bring onions. He's throwing a fit. Sassy.
Yeah, what makes him sassy?
No, never. I'm not saying anything like that.
What's sassy?
So this is what I feel makes a man sassy. You always have an attitude. You always just not doing shit like a man. Like you look like you act like a female. Like.
You want to expect it females to do things for you?
You want to be in competition with a girl. You gotta
just seems miserable.
Right? You gotta always be like, I'm the baddest bitch. I'm in competition. Like a lot of men be in competition and jealous of their girlfriends.
Yeah, no purpose. He's not.
Is it competition and jealousy, or he has standards? Because I'm starting from what she's saying. I'm starting to think it's not him. It's not him being in competition with you, but he cares about himself. And he cares about how he look, and he's focused on himself and not just you. That's what I think we're hearing. Like he has standards, and he's not gonna let you walk all over him. And he's doing things for himself. That's what I think it is. Because being a man to a lot of these women is a man just taking your shit and doing whatever it is you say. And bowing down to you and catering to you and doing everything for you, what y'all would call a simple man who's going out his way for a woman. He's not caring about himself. He's all about you. He's going to give to you while you give him nothing. Then he's the man. But if you're sassy, I get it. You're sassy if you care about yourself, if you're not all focused on her. That's what and then they take it as, oh, he's in competition with you. No, he want to look good. You want to look good. He's trying to get somewhere and do something. It's not all about you. Okay, I get it. Let's continue.
And a lot of men don't like to see a female succeed or get above or ahead of them.
This is why I'm having a conversation. This is why I would never vote for a woman president. I'm telling you, when you ask, hold on, let me say. I'm going to say something to you. It was a specific question looking for an in-depth answer,
and I just answered.
It's like, what do you like about a guy? Oh, he nigga gotta have swag. He gotta be, and it's this shit that is nebulous. It has
men are petty. It's a lot of men nowadays that are petty. You're 55 years old, so you're probably talking about your time. I'm talking about in today's 2024. This is how a lot of men are acting.
Hold on. I mean, I'm 48. I'm 48. I'm 48, but let me explain something to you. When you make these statements, mind it is this. Women seem to speak in these weird generalities, and when you ask them to drill down to specifics, they can't. She said, specifically, give me examples of what they're doing. You said petty. If you look up the word petty, it can fly in a lot of situations, unless you're talking about Richard or Tom.
Okay, so what you want me to
got my
break
joke?
down?
I'm like, you give me some.
All right. Let me jump in here real quick because I think we're talking past each other. I think the root cause is she's saying that men aren't behaving like men. She's saying men are being feminized and behaving like women. And she gave the example of her friends dealing with sassy men in Atlanta, etc. I think this all boils down to one simple thing. Chivalry is dead because women killed it, and they killed it through feminism. Yeah. And men no longer feel the burden of performance to behave like men, whether it's paying for bills or being a masculine guy and not being reactive. Because a lot of times when girls say, "Oh, you're sassy," it's because you're reacting to a female like a woman would react to a female. But I genuinely believe a big reason why so many men are feminized and don't necessarily adhere to certain values and aren't gentlemen anymore is because of feminism. Because you guys have went ahead and said, "I'm going to get an education. I'm strong. I'm independent," etc. So the men are like, okay, well, I only need to make enough money to take care of myself now. I don't need to go ahead and get excess resources. Right. Because it used to be men would go to school, pursue a career, make money, not for themselves, but so that they can take care of a family. But now that they don't have to do that, I can work at fucking Chipotle, make $30K per year, and live okay on that because I'm a dude. I just got a TV, a mattress on the fucking floor.
And the
no big deal.
Yeah, but
I don't have to worry about a family. So what that's done is it's taken the burden of performance away from men, and now you guys make your own money, and then you deal with these men, and you wonder why like they behave more like women. Is because they don't have the same burden. They don't have a family.
Well, and that's what they were raised by. You got to understand, these same single women who are raising these girls, they're raising the boys as well. So you're teaching your daughters to be independent. You don't need a man, and you try to tell, you make these boys, they act like you, they emulate you. but they still got to go out and take care of themselves. And so the women are told, go out, you don't need a man, have your fun, and live your life, depend on yourself. But then they end up creating babies with men. And then now they have to raise these kids as well by themselves. And then the men, like he said, they don't look, these women got it. Y'all, you get into the bag, you making the money. I don't have to do anything. I could do the least possible. And then women don't like that because they're calling the men sassy and feminine because men don't, like he said, don't have the drive a lot of times to go beyond. Because why? These women, they're not gonna want me anyway. I'm not making enough money for them. And why should I go out of my way for women who are independent boss chicks? They don't need me. They don't need me. They don't want me. They think I'm a dusty. So why should I even do anything to please them? A lot of these men are just working on themselves and just building something that they're comfortable with for themselves. Like he said, and if you made $30,000 and it's just you, and I don't know, how much rent is these days. Like, what are you paying in rent? But if you could find something where you have a comfortable place for you, a lot of these men don't have kids. So they don't need all these extravagant places to stay. They can get a place to stay that's comfortable, make it comfortable. It's just them. Go to work, come home, fix their own meals, do what they need to do for themselves. And they don't have to, they're not, worried about a family and all of that, even though they might want it. They don't think that, with these types of women that they're going to get it, because these women are looking for rich men. They think because they were told to be independent boss chicks and they don't need a man, that if they do get a man, he has to be the top of the echelon of man and he has to make all this money. So a lot of men are checked out. They've done stories and on the news posts and articles about this, how men don't feel like they can measure up to those standards of these women. So a lot of them are just checking it out. They're not dating. They're not approaching women. They're not even looking for relationships with women, even though they would prefer a family and all of that. They don't see it possible because the majority of the women are still being taught that you don't need a man and he has to level up to you. And then he got to pay all the bills. He got to do all this, when a lot of these men, frankly, are not in position to do that, nor do they want to do it. They would fare better. And this is unfortunate, but they would fare better going find a trade or a job or whatever, a profession that will allow them to provide for themselves. Because like he said, back in the day, men, it was understood that a man has to go out and provide for a family. So he would go to find jobs that would allow him to be able to take care of not only just him, but also a wife and kids. But now men are skeptical about getting married. A lot of these women claim they don't want to be married. They're looking for men to come in and do it the most, and then they have the most high expectations. So they don't want to live in a modest apartment or something that's cheaper. They want the most expensive this because they're trying to keep up with the Joneses. They want a look. They want a lifestyle. And a lot of these men don't want to spend a whole lot of money on their lifestyle. So now everybody's in a rock and a hard place. It's like, and then all on top of that, these men don't want these superficial modern women. This is not the type of women that they want, because they know that these women are superficial. You have to come to the table as the man with all of the money, not just with some of the money. Even though they're boss chicks and they can work and they can make all this money, so they say, they still want you to come to the table with all of it, which is not realistic. And this is why they're stuck. So yeah, let's continue.
To raise.
But even when they say they're acting like women, they're using the word women as an insult to this person, and it's typically because this guy isn't doing what they want him to do. So that's not sassy right there? That Drake picture?
Hell yeah, but
okay,
that make a difference.
Okay.
I was about to say, hold on, but wait a minute.
When you told me to be clear, and I said they want to be in the mirror more than a female, or want to be in competition with a female, I said they were petty, or I'm not explaining.
But wait a minute, niggas like me and
I didn't say it. This is my third time saying. I'm not saying every man. I said a large percentage of men acts like this. If you're saying if you feel like I'm talking about you, that's you.
I didn't say I'm feel.
I never said that.
Damn, I see why I'm talking.
Because you said
that's what I'm saying. I never. If you listen to what I'm saying,
let him talk though.
Look, I don't think you get it. Like, he is acknowledging that you're correct. That there are men. Like, look, he's actually acknowledging that you're correct. That there are a lot of men.
So the insult is fine. It doesn't bother me.
He was just going against what I was saying. That's why we were just having a whole debate, because he just keep trying to.
Keep trying to what?
You just keep going against everything I say.
Going
so
against
now,
it or asking for clarification?
When I ask for clarification, you're acting
you
like
said when
I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, when you just said when I asked for clarification, you said act like I don't know what I'm talking about.
No.
How are you asking for clarification and I acted like you don't know what you're talking about?
I said when you asked for clarification.
What was the clarification I asked for?
You said, I said men are petty. That's not down to the nitty gritty of what you need to know. So it's like we talking in circles right now.
And I want everybody who's watching, since I can't talk to the person.
Okay.
She just said, you asked what was petty. And then finished it by saying, since you don't understand, that's why we don't know. That's what I'm asking for, is the clarification of what it means. If I said I want a good bitch, and a woman says, well, what does that mean to you? You know what I would tell her? You know, someone who cooks, someone who cleans. I could break it down to where she'd understand what the fuck it meant when I said it. But that's the problem. Women just feel like they can say these words and you're supposed to understand what they mean, but they have different meanings to someone. The word sassy would mean something different to different people you asked. So when you say...
Exactly, and that's what I said. That's what I said too. Any logical thinking person is going to say, okay, what does sassy mean to you? Because everybody can interpret it differently. What is sassy to you? What is the man doing? They ask that. What is specifically are they doing for you to think that they're sassy? And she said she only met one sassy man, but then she said there's a whole bunch of them out there because her friends told her about it, but she's only met one and she don't deal with that. So she's not coming across, we would have to assume she's not constantly coming across sassy men. She said, but she don't deal with it. So, and what makes them, that's why I asked too, what makes them sassy? Because what is sassy to some is not sassy to others. Let's continue.
These men are this thing. I know a lot of women who call men sassy, literally call them that because a man doesn't go along with what this bitch just said. When he is willing to step up and argue with her about what she said, they will say, you argue like a female do. Oh, so I'm supposed to just let you say the shit you say and not have a retort or a comeback. That's the issue.
Listen, right on. That's what I say, because that's just what it is. Like, you could be sassy if you disagree. You could be sassy if you buck back, give her the same energy back. If she's cussing you out and you say, whatever, cuss her back, oh, you're sassy. What kind of man is this? Well, he's a man defending himself. Y'all so used to just being able to say whatever you want to a man, a black man. And he's just supposed to sit there and take it in the name of, oh, I'm a man. I ain't going to go back and forth with a female. No, some men, they ain't going to do it. And that's what they're running across. Men who are defending themselves. Men are saying, I ain't giving you shit. Or men who saying, you can't just talk about him crazy. He's come back at you, whatever that sounds like, whatever that looks like. And now, these some different type of men. Why? Because you just can't talk shit to them and they just sit there and just take it. No, that ain't sassy to me. I think they should do that. That's what I think. And especially if you ain't trying to get no coochie from her, let her ass have it. Because only reason I think a lot of men hold back is because they thinking, damn, she fine. I don't want to rub her the wrong way because who knows, I might get some of that. So I think that's why a lot of y'all don't say nothing. Y'all don't tell these women the truth about them. They be having curled up toes and ashy ankles and kneecaps and all kinds of shit, but they got a fat booty. And so you're like, ooh, damn, I might try to, and y'all don't be telling them the truth about themselves. And so that's why they think they so high and mighty now. But if y'all tell the truth and not try to get no coochie out of them, they would have been set straight. They need to be set straight, but they're not, because men try to reserve that because they think there's a possibility to get some. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I know in some cases that's the truth with some men. She fine, so you don't want to mess that up. So you just let her say whatever and then come around. But yeah, they need to be. I think men should defend themselves. And don't let nobody sit there and disrespect you. Hell no. Let's continue.
So what I wanted was to understand, what did you mean by that when you say someone's petty? What did he do that was petty? Did he not pay you back? Did he think that you looked better than him when you was on a date, so he threw some coffee on your clothes so you'd have to take it off? What did he do that was petty, because petty has a definition. And I like Oxford. Hell, I like the Britannia. I like all of these things because I know words matter.
He's not.
Thank you. I didn't do anything wrong.
He's not saying that you're wrong for saying men are feminized. He wants to know specifically how are they feminized based on the term sassiness, then burst in a term. What was the other one? Sassiness and
petty. And I just wanted to know what they meant.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to know.
All right. So that's the end of that clip, y'all. Successful MD. Successful MD says, I don't tolerate disrespect at all. No box is fine. Yeah, I don't think anybody should tolerate disrespect. I don't think that anybody should tolerate it. I think, you know, woman or man, I think you're successful, MD. I appreciate you. I don't think anybody should tolerate it. I think you know, if somebody is disrespecting you, you need to put them in their place. I don't give a damn who it is. But I think once again, I said a lot of men don't want to, you know, didn't want to offend offend Thank you, Smiley Man 7376. I think a lot of men, you know, don't intend or, you know, purposely want to offend women. And so, but women have gotten away with a lot, and it's made them feel superior to black men. It made them feel like you know, they could just say anything to a black man because they've become accustomed to him not responding or saying anything back. And I think that's created a problem. Also, I think too, you know, and I said this before, a lot of these women, a lot of these men have helped to create, a lot of these simpish men have helped to create the type of women that we have in modern society. A lot of these women really feel entitled. They really feel like they're the prize and the ball is in their court, and that they can just say and do whatever they want. And as men, black men, because this is the only one that they expect that from, that y'all are just supposed to just sit there and take everything and do what they say, and you know what I'm saying, just accept it, and that's just that. And I just think that that's created a problem, and it's helped to create a lot of the women that men are complaining about. Now, I don't think that's the only reason. I think that's part of it, and I think that has to change. But it is changing because we see more men. We're seeing these dating shows. Men are popping off back at these women, telling them, hey, there's a clip of this man, this woman telling this man he always wears a suit, and then he telling her, you know, why you always wear a suit, and then he turned around and asked her why she always wearing that wig. You got women saying, take your hat off. I need to see your hairline. He said, I'll take my hat off if you take he took his hat off. He said, now take your wig off. Let me see your hairline, baby. And they're just looking speechless because they're like, how dare you? That's so rude. But the idea is that women can be as rude as they want to be to men, but the minute a man says something in defense of himself, he can't do that because that's being rude. No, he's matching your energy, and I think y'all should, because I think it's important. You're not doing anything wrong, but it would help to stop them from being rude and disrespectful and asking questions that you don't want to be asked. If you don't want a man to ask you about why you wear your wig all the time, why you wear that, don't ask him about his hat and his hairline, or why he wear suits or things like that. He wear them because he wants to, just like you wear your wig because you want to. If you don't want to answer the questions that you're asking, don't answer them. And if you think it's offensive, then you should realize that it's maybe offensive to him. But this only happens because they have no regard and no respect for men. So you don't even think about whether it's offensive or not, nor do you care, because you just don't care. You don't even think twice about it because you don't care. And men just sit back and don't say a word and take it, so it makes it acceptable and okay for them. I told you, if you give a woman an inch, she'll take a mile. So you got to understand that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you can dish it, then you need to be able to take it. You can't just think that it's okay to put whatever you want out there and a man just supposed to accept it and you not get that type of energy back. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they're realizing. So maybe it'll make them a little bit more apprehensive about how they approach men, what they say to men, how you treat men, if you don't want to be treated like that. But if they get the memo, that that, just say all the men are sassy, if that's what you want to call them. I wouldn't call them sassy, but if you want to use that term, go ahead. All, because they already do it. All the men are sassy. So, girl, I don't even want to deal with. Well, that's just your issue. If they sassy, y'all made them sassy, and now you got to do something to fix it. You know what I'm saying? So, I just, match the energies that they give. That's it. Or don't deal with them at all. And so, yeah, because you have to set a standard. And you have to let these women know that you're not to be played with. Just like they can say, I am not to be played with, and I'm not the 1, the 2, nor the 3. This is what they say. Well, you got to let them know that you're not to be played with either. You have certain standards and boundaries that you don't want to be crossed. And just as much as they do, that your what you value and what you want matters just as much as what they value and what they want. They have to understand that. And you got to make them, because they're not going to do it on their own. They're going to continue to do whatever you allow. Whatever is acceptable, that's what they're going to do. They're not going to have this moral, especially these women who are just out here trying to use men. They don't have a moral compass. Remember, they don't care. They're going to get away with whatever you let them get away with. So this is why they don't respect what some would call simps, or men who just let them do whatever they want and take advantage, and they take advantage of them, because they don't respect that. They don't like full control. I said this before, but they like a man who has some type of dominance, a man who's not going to let them walk all over him. They like that, but at the same time, they want you to, but not do too much. They want to gauge. There's a gauge meter. There's a meter of where you need to be as it relates to women, and what's considered control and what's considered you being dominant. There's a level to it. And that is just too much for any person to have to deal with. Because first off, how do you know where's the right gauge? And who got time to be trying to figure out and tap into a woman's brain all goddamn day to figure out what's too far, what's not that far? When should I be dominant? When should I be a little feminine? When should I be like this? When should I be? That's too damn much, and so and that's not sustainable, because if a man is a man, he's gonna be who he is. Now, I'm not saying you being a man means that you just be disrespectful and just do whatever. In the same way, I'm not saying being a woman means you just do whatever. No, there needs you need to know that there are standards and boundaries, and the person that you're dealing with or talking to should know those boundaries and those standards. That's it. That's it. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Please hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. And so, yeah, I just think that they're putting too much on it, and they're expecting too much, and they want to give very little. That's it. So it is what it is. The outcomes are going to be what they are, and what we're seeing, because the women don't want to change. And if they don't want to change, then it's just going to be what it is. They're not going to get the outcomes that they expect, because now men know who they are, what they're about, and they're moving accordingly. What's going on, Trey?
Good.
I'm great. How are you? How you been?
I'm good. I can't complain.
Good.
Can't complain at all. I vehemently disagree with this whole notion of matching energies with people.
Why?
I think, well, because I think that a man's superpower is to do nothing at all. I think that if you really want to show somebody that they just don't matter to you, that they're irrelevant, just don't say anything to them at all. Just don't even acknowledge them. Like your existence as a human being is just, it's not worthwhile. I'm not gonna sit here, and the only time I'm in my real life, the only time I actually go back and forth with people is on these streams. In real life, I never do this. I would not. If you say something and you say that you have an opinion and we don't agree, I just be like, all right, and I just move on. Like, I don't really care. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me. It's not gonna put any money in my pocket. It's not gonna pay any bills. Like, your opinion of whatever's going on. You got a guy in the chat right now that it doesn't matter. You don't matter. No, it doesn't matter in my life. So the only time I actually have a back and forth is on these streams, is because there's an entertainment factor, to go back to have the conversation, and I'll do it. But when I'll even with my homeboys, we've been friends for over 30 years. If they say something I don't agree with, I just be like, all right, whatever. That's what he believes. Okay, cool. Like, how's your life working out? If it's working for you, then do it. But I don't have this sort of, and so when it comes to deal with women, the last thing I'm gonna do is match your energy. Like if she says something disrespectful to me, she'll know it. She'll know that I'm offended because she'll be like, yo, he didn't say nothing to me. He don't even talk to me. To me, what I have realized is that the most powerful thing to get under a woman's skin is not to say anything to her at all.
That's true. That's true.
It works. Just don't say nothing to her at all.
It is true.
And now because a woman's biggest enemy most times is her own thoughts.
Yeah.
It's her own thoughts that be beating her up. She's like, damn, did I say something? What did I say?
Yeah.
That's why women will say, are you mad at me? They have no freaking clue what's going on. Let her beat herself up. I'm not gonna sit here and have this back and forth with you. Nah, you know, in most cases, you know what you said was inappropriate or it was offensive. You know it. In most cases, you know it. You know. So I'm not about to have this whole try to break this down and well, you said this to me, and now I gotta go back at you. I gotta give you some sort of little, I gotta make some snide remark and kind of get back at you. Well, your wig going too tight. I don't have to do none of that. I just stopped talking to you. And this is what I noticed in social groups too, DeeDee. In social groups, the people remember. Like when you come around the next time you're around that same social group, I've had women say, you still not gonna talk to me? Because they remember from the last time, like, yo, I said something to him and he won't speak to me now. Yeah. So that ain't like, damn, you still won't talk to me? And it's like, nah, what you said was disrespectful. I don't have any place in my life for disrespectful people. Good to see you. Glad to see you doing well. And I move on. When you show people that they're not that significant in your life, it actually bothers them more.
Yeah.
You having sort of this verbal back and forth tussle, with them. And in most cases, to be honest, DeeDee, the people don't really care on the other end. The same way you don't care, you're not changing nobody's mind. If somebody made their mind up to do what they do, they gonna do it. Like you're not changing their mind. So you spend all this energy, all this effort having these conversations, and they still gonna do what they want to do anyway. So no, I'm not with all that matching energy stuff.
Well, listen, I totally agree with what you're saying because I absolutely 100% agree with what you just said for sure. But I'm talking about on social media. Like if somebody's cussing you out, just cuss them back, but don't take it too serious. They need it. I just think they need it. They need a little, you need a little matching energy sometimes, these women, because I think they in their minds, they think that if you're not saying anything, they won, like if they could get the upper hand, because women like the upper hand. They like to have the last word, always want to have the last word and have the like they saying something. And if you don't, sometimes I watch some of these panels and sometimes the men just kind of bow out. They don't say nothing. And then the women think they won. I just don't want them to think they're winning all the time because they be wrong, especially when they're wrong. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, in real life, I totally agree. I say it all the time, baby. Because, I'm not going to, really go back and forth. It is an entertainment aspect for sure. For sure. It's social media and you can't really take it too seriously. That's why I be like, don't take it like, you don't need to take it too seriously because you're right. It does not affect your real life and your real, the people you really deal with in real life. You know what I'm saying? But I just think sometimes some people in general, it's women and men who do this. They're just so nasty and rude. And I don't think that needs to be, left alone. I just think, no, if somebody's just so nasty and so rude and disrespectful and just so snide in their remarks towards you, I'm like, nah, you need to play that game with them. Go back, whether you care or not, let them have it. You know what I mean? Just don't let them sit there and do that because they be taking that off of social media and going and talk to themselves. I got that nigga laughing. Like they be taking it serious. Like, ooh, baby, I bet he won't try. They really be thinking these people don't have like no real balls in real life. So they go on social media and they got one and they think they winning something and they be really happy about it. That's why, and go and be happy about it off camera, then come back and be ready to do it. Sometimes that's the only reason I'm saying it, but
No, I think two things can be true. I do agree that in a social media setting, especially if your livelihood kind of depends on social media, right? Yeah, and it's going to hurt your reputation. And you probably just can't take the approach that I would take, right? I trade for a living, right? So no matter what you say about me, my reputation is never on the line because I can go make money as long as the market is open. So I'll be fine. You know what I mean? Like I'll be fine. But at the end of the day, what I see today, and I truly believe this, men are the new women, in my opinion. I truly believe that a lot of men, it's not about correcting the behavior. It's about like getting one over. Like it's like, oh, I just gotta get one over on her. It's not about, listen, you're wrong, let me correct you. And all the other part of this is too is there's a lot of guys where it's a low IQ. Like Tommy is doing this. There's an entertainment factor in what Tommy's doing behind that. The other part of that is she's just low IQ. You're never like she can't even understand that you're actually agreeing with her.
Yeah.
She can't get that through her head. She just assumes that you're against her, but you're just asking for more clarification. I have to remind myself that most people didn't have the education growing up that other people had. So they don't understand simple concepts of this person's not disagreeing with you. They just don't completely understand what you're saying. So they're asking you questions for more clarification to get your stance. However, what happens is that a lot of these people, when you're low IQ, your brain starts buffering. So you can't actually explain what it is that you're trying to say. So that's where the I said what I said came from. I said what I said means I can't explain it anymore because I don't know any other way to say this. Right. Whereas a good communicator can say the same thing 4 or 5 different ways to try to get you to understand what it is that they're coming from, where they're coming from. Okay, that technique didn't work. Let me try something else because you didn't understand that analogy. Let me try another analogy. Maybe that might work. Maybe I'll tie the analogy to you. DeeDee is in beauty. Okay, let me try to find an analogy that she would understand from a beauty standpoint to try to like that's somebody who has a higher IQ and can actually explain things. But most of the times when you are really dealing with people who have successful hit it on the head, you're dealing with people who have limited like mindset, like they can't, and it oftentimes happens when you're having conversations because they can't even see the other side. That's why I said two things can be correct. I completely agree with you from a social media standpoint. Yeah, you can't just let people just get one over on you, especially if you're gonna be doing panels every night or you got your own channel and stuff. Yeah, you kind of have to go back. You gotta go back at them. But in real life, and like my real life, I'm not gonna go back and forth with you, whether it's a male or female. I didn't do it when I was in the military. I didn't do it when I was in law enforcement. I never did it. You want to know why? Because I won every time. I'm going to win. At the end, I know I'm going to win because I got the power, the authority, and the handcuffs. I know I'm going to win. So I never went back and forth with you as a police officer because I didn't need to. And now in my real life, I don't need to do that. But from a social media standpoint, I do agree with you, DeeDee.
Well, what about like because is it the same way when you're in a relationship with a woman? Do you just not engage?
I don't engage if she's being disrespectful.
Okay.
If she's saying, I don't understand, Trey, what you're saying, I don't understand what you're trying to convey to me, we will have a conversation.
Okay.
But I have been with women who have intentionally felt as though, okay, I'm losing this conversation, or I'm losing this debate, or damn, he's right, he got me. You know what I mean? So let me say something disrespectful. And it's like, okay, now hang on a second. Because I'm not being disrespectful to you. I'm trying to explain something to you. Let's say, for instance, it's a money thing. Let's say she overspent, right? And I said, hey, just for the future reference, you didn't have to buy it here. You could have bought it here. It would have been a little bit cheaper, would have saved you some time. It would have been more efficient. Now, some women will say, okay, great. Yeah, I won't do that again. You know what I mean? Like, okay, thank you for the heads up, the knowledge. Okay, I learned something. But then you have some other women who are like, wait, they take offense to it, like they take it personal. And it's like, it's not a correction. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to show you that there was a more efficient way to do this that would have been better. And then it becomes a competition. You know what I mean? It becomes a competition. And there's no need for it to be a competition because we're on the same team. And then that typically evolves into disrespect. And at that point, I'm not the same.
So do you like, yeah, but a lot of times women, and I'm gonna put myself in it too. We take things as an attack sometimes, like especially when a man tells us something, or we just don't want to hear anything that you're saying. Like a lot of times, if it was about money or whatever, they don't want to hear. Women just don't want. I think a lot of women just inherently don't want to take any type of anything from a man. I think women have been conditioned to think that way, like, oh, a man can't tell me nothing and this and that. And, you know, I'm gonna do what I want to do, whatever. I don't give a damn what he think. A lot of women just inherently think that way. That's why there's a lot of confusion and miscommunication because it's not because some this in this clip with that girl, she's the example you gave fits her correct right on. But some women know what's going on, but they just don't like it. You know what I mean? Like you, and that's why I think a lot of relationships fail because women are looking for men to just do what they want. And I know a lot of women are the same. They're not very different for the most part. It's like women just, I don't know if it's something that's been indoctrinated or ingrained in our heads to think that everything that we say is right, everything that we say it shouldn't be questioned or it shouldn't be this. And I think that kind of lends to why so many women want their own money because they feel like if they make their own money, they can do what they want and you can't tell her nothing. And they brag about G does that a lot. She always, I make my own and you can't this and that. It's like they want that, but you still want them. It's like you want a man to just let you just run amok, you know, do whatever. And if he has a slight little, like you say, even if a man came to some of these women and said, you know, maybe, hey, babe, or whatever, however you talk to your person, I looked at the receipts. Maybe you spent a little money, you know, whatever. But I really want you to like kind of because I'm trying to do this, whatever. And then she get, well, why I got it, you know, instead of saying, yeah, okay, I understand. I got you. I got it. And leave it like that. It's like they have this nature to think, well, why I gotta stop? Because you let me spend money before. Why I gotta stop it now? It's like a natural inherent attitude. Like you don't understand what he's saying. Like what he's saying is wrong. And you should be able to just do, you know, whatever.
That's why precedence is so important when you're dealing with women. If you let shit slide at the beginning, you're gonna have to let it slide the entire relationship.
Yup.
And that's why you have to nip stuff in the bud immediately.
I agree.
And when you see poor behavior from the very beginning, you have to address it right then and there. But again, don't address disrespect, right? It's just not worth it. There've been people that have been in a chat have said things about me. They've been talking to themselves for I don't know how long. I'm not gonna say anything back. It's not worth it. It's just there's nothing there. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing there. So you deal with when you deal with women, and I would tell any of my younger cousins or any of my younger family members, I tell them all the time, don't allow disrespect, because if you do it once, the overarching theme is going to be that she can get away with it in the future. And how you deal with it the first time is how you shouldn't really have to deal with it again, ever again. But unfortunately, women will test you. That's just the nature of the beast. When you date a woman, when you're dealing with women, they are going to push buttons. They are going to test you. You have to be prepared to deal with it. I just don't think that the sort of snarky kind of I'm gonna match you, you know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be on your level. It doesn't work. In my opinion, it just doesn't work. And I think oftentimes I believe that a person is a better learner of bad behavior if they actually have to take some time and think about what the hell they did. You know what I mean? Like they have to take a second and go, okay, why did I get that reaction from that person based on what I said or based on what I did? Because now, you know, the person won't talk to me, or now the person won't, you know, work with me in the future, or now the person won't, you know, they blocked me on social media, whatever the case may be. I think you actually get better people that way versus you sitting there, because sometimes, DeeDee, people's heads are hard. Like this idea that you're going to drill something into somebody's head, like oftentimes it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I'm going to keep telling you the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. It just doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. This is why I say a lot of women are batshit crazy. I'm just saying. Oh my God. Bottom line, there's no pleasing them. If you do something good, they're gonna have a problem. If you do something bad, they're gonna have a problem, I think. And I think communication is super important in a relationship, you know. And I don't personally, I think if you allow disrespect, like you said, if you allow disrespect early on, that they're gonna think that they can get away with it, and they're gonna keep doing it. It's the morality is not gonna set in. You know, thinking, oh, I should do the right thing, it's not gonna set in if a person just don't know how to do the right thing. You know what I mean? Sometimes I think men men in particular, because honestly, I think men are a little bit more logical, a lot more logical, and a lot less cruel than women. I honestly, being a woman and seeing how women talk, and maybe I'm wrong if I was in the locker, maybe if I was in the locker room with a bunch of dudes and I could hear what y'all say and how they talk, or what, maybe it might be different. I don't know, but I've been in the groups with the women and how they talk about men and what they say, and from that vantage point, I think that women are a lot more crueler than men until somebody proved to me otherwise. What men really think, because just even and way before, and this is not something I learned on social media. You know what I'm saying? It's just, and so until I could really know, that somebody show me something other than the real, if there's a different nature than what men are expressing about them, of who they are, if y'all show me something different to prove that men are just way more gully, I think women are way more worse and way more meaner and conniving than men. And so I think with that, I think there's a lot that women have to change, and and maybe they won't do it, you know what I'm saying, if they don't have to, because we talked about this before, how they're in a position they feel they don't have to, they could do what they want or whatever, and maybe that won't, we won't see that change, but I just don't think it's going to be real beneficial to them, honestly, for real, because if men, just say men don't get what they want from women, women aren't getting what they want completely from men either. I don't know how I got there, but I guess that had to come out. Chantel, thank you for the super chat. Says, let them feel like they got the win and just walk away. I'm not washing trash. It could escalate and you end up like the lady, they wanted a thank you for holding the door open. Now she in the dirt. Gotcha. Thank you, Chantel. I appreciate you. I appreciate the super chat. Yeah, yeah. I don't think you should. Now, just to be clear, I don't think you should argue and go back and forth with the woman, but I think in some cases you have to stand your ground and let her know what it is, and then just leave it alone. Successful MD says it only works if the person has accountability. Thank you, Successful MD. What's your thoughts on did you see the clips that I played, Trey?
No, I got here just on the Tommy Sotomayor portion.
With the sassy thing. Yeah. What do you think? Did you see the story of that lady who those children assaulted? They assaulted her and her 7 and her 9-year-old, and now she's going to sue the parents, and the children and the parents, I think, got arrested, or they're going to be charged with assault.
This in Chicago?
In Chicago, yes.
I heard about that. Well, I'm not surprised. It's Chicago.
It's Chicago, right?
It's Chicago. And well, the mayor's not going to do anything,
right?
And listen, people can say what they want. I'm not going to make this a race thing, but there's some issues within our community when it comes to violence. We have an issue with violence in our community. I was born and raised in DC. When I was growing up, it was over 500 homicides a year. I think it's down to probably about 200 now. We have an issue in a lot of these cities where predominant Black people live at. It is what it is. But I'm not shocked. But these were elementary kids, though, correct?
Yeah.
These weren't like teenage. These are elementary kids. Right?
Elementary kids, right? They punched the lady. They knocked her son head down to the ground, to the cement. They pulled the little girl's hair. They assaulted the mother. They were trashing her, following them while they were walking. She was getting her kids from school, and they were walking, and these kids followed them. A group of kids followed them, teasing them, and literally knocked them, hitting her. And so, at least the community that did go to the school and kind of rallied against it, saying, they want something done about it. But yeah, she's pressing charges, probably going to sue the parents and all of this. And, of course, some of the ghetto relatives got online.
Sue for what?
I don't know if I think people saying she should sue for, I guess, the assault, I guess. I don't know. Sue the parents.
But sue who?
The parents of the kids.
Them parents ain't got no money.
Well, we know that. Do you think the parents and the kids should be charged, though?
Absolutely. I'm a firm believer that if your child is out here acting crazy, the parents should get the same charge that the kids get. I'm a firm believer of that. I think that's the only way to actually get some actual behavioral changes is if you actually start charging the parents. You know, you find I found guns on 9 and 10-year-olds. Like, and then you take them to the juvenile center and their mom is picking them up and it's like like nothing happened. Like listen, if you want some real change, you want some change to really happen, you got to put the same charges on these parents, and you got to start putting the parents in positions to make them actually have to discipline their children. Now, the other part of that is that the government has got to step away and actually allow parents to discipline their children, because they're getting a little heavy-handed too with all these social workers being involved in these cases and all that. No, you need to let parents be parents. Right. And they need to be able to parent and discipline their child however they need, however they see fit, without it being deemed as abuse. Everything is not abuse. Everything is not abuse. Now, obviously, if somebody takes a hard sole shoe and chucks it up against the side of a child's head, yes, that's abuse. But disciplining a child because the child came in, 30 minutes past curfew, that's not abuse. The child is being disciplined because they didn't follow the rules. And I don't see how we get better as a society. And I'm like, DeeDee, I'm not one of these, like, we gonna save the Black community. To me, the Black community is cooked. Like, in my opinion, it's cooked. It's over, it's done. The damage has been done. The only way to fix anything is to eradicate and start all over. I don't believe that you're going to be able to change this stuff and fix this stuff. I think that you hear these stories about in Chicago, you're gonna hear more of them in DC and Baltimore and Philly and Atlanta and Memphis and Detroit. You're gonna keep hearing them over and over and over again, because in my opinion it's cooked. But I think if the first step is we got to start putting some onus on these kids. In DC, where I work, you could be charged as young as 7. 7 was the age, as young as 7. And I think, but the problem is that the juvenile system is really just like a daycare. Like there's no real actual punishment. You know what I mean? Like they're just there. They're just sitting there.
Holding them there.
Yeah, they're just holding them there. You know what I mean? There's no actual real punishment there. And then in a lot of cases, because DC is very blue and liberal, that, most of the time the kids walking out the front door with their parents. They're getting released to their parents. And the parents aren't going to do anything. The parents might curse them out because they were inconvenienced. Oh, I had to come pick you up. You know what I mean? But they don't really care. They're not really concerned. So, good luck to all the guys who want to save the community. Good luck to you. You got an uphill battle. You up Schitt's Creek without a paddle or a boat. So good luck to you.
Yeah. Because I think too, they're cooked too, because if we get to the root of it, it starts at home. It starts at home, where the training should have been at home, in my opinion, with, the stable parents there to teach these kids right from wrong. So now these children are acting out, showing the lack of training, the lack of raising and all of that. It's showing. We see it. We see it in the sexy red 5-year-olds dancing the sexy red. We know what type of environment they're being raised in. So we see it. And once you've, created that type of environment, that's all they know. So it's going to be difficult. It would have to be you would have to really would have to be like some type of process where you like an in-house thing where you take them and put them into a facility and train the mothers and train the kids all over, like reprogram them or something, and take all the foolishness out of them, like really like ain't no money for that. Ain't nobody doing that because they don't even really care. But that's what I think would have to happen. You have to this has to be a constant thing. You have to take the mothers, reprogram their brains to do something different, the kids and all that. And nobody's doing that. So this one incident, they're going to get past this and then there'll be another. And it's just, and they don't care. They don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, you would need one of those deneuralizers from Men in Black.
Something.
that little thing, yeah. You would need one of them, and you would have to. I'm serious. You would literally have to start all over. And I'm telling you, I saw it every day at work. Every day at work. I worked in the 6th district in Washington, D.C., which is Ward 7, which is on the east side of the river. And if anybody from D.C., you know what I'm talking about. And I saw it every day. And it's not as though to me, they're not unintelligent. A lot of those kids are very smart. You have a conversation with them, they know what's going on. They know they're not stupid. Mm-hmm. They're in an environment that it's not set up for them to succeed. And no matter how much people keep trying to come in there and try to make it better, there's just always a group of people who are going to refuse to let it be any better. It's just not going to happen. So, you know, like I said, I got the hell up out of DC. I moved out into the suburbs where, you know, got HOA fees and a bunch of white people. I made sure to get my kids out of there too. Like I wasn't doing that to them. I put them in the best county in Maryland with the best for schools, and I got them up out of there because it's just it's not that I just didn't want them to be susceptible to that system because
I get it.
You can have two parents and it could still happen. Your kid can still get caught up in that nonsense, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's why I started saying stable, because we see it now. You know, they could be in a 2-parent household and still act a fool. You know what I mean? But I think it's a better shot when you have 2 stable parents there teaching them, 2 parents in their lives. You know what I'm saying? Just in general, to be able to give them the guidance that they need and do things to make the choice to say, I'm gonna take you out of this, to do what you just said you did. Like, I'm gonna put you in the best environment, and to do that, because a lot of them don't have that. And they are in many cases products of their environment. But also too, on top of that, they're not looking to make a difference. That's the thing. Like, you could be a product of your environment, but at the same time, if you're seeking better or you're trying to take avenues to do better, then that could make a difference. But if you're just sitting in it and you don't see anything wrong with it because you don't know any better and nobody around you is trying to help you in that sense, or you're trying to help yourself, then you just end up perpetuating it, and they don't see it. You're like, oh, my kids are this, and I don't give a damn what nobody says. And they really like believe that. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't want to do better, you're not. Is if you don't think that what you're in is bad and you see it as a positive, then there's really no hope at that point. You're just gonna keep doing it because you just don't know better, and you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no, you know how you could recognize, wait a minute, this surrounding is not good. I don't really like this, but this is what was handed to me. Especially as a kid, you look around, because that's what I did. And I'm looking around. I don't really like where I live. I'm actually scared to live here, but what can I do? I'm a kid. So the first chance I get, I'm out, or you know what I'm saying? Or you realize there's got to be something better than this. It's good when you can recognize it young, even when you don't have any control over it. And so that it sticks with you. It's like, ah, hell no, I don't want, or when I have kids, I want XYZ, or I want better, you know. And usually when people think that way and they see that it's an issue with their surrounding, they usually do better, in my opinion, you know, as opposed to people who are in denial about the situation or the circle, and they kind of like just live in it, and they're okay, and they embrace it, and they don't see anything wrong with it. You stay there, you know. Classy.
Yep, I completely agree.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people like that where they don't see anything wrong with the behavior, they don't see anything wrong with the environment, and they condone that behavior and they just go with it. Latrell, thank you for the super chat. Says Dee, be sure to listen to the Ask a Brother podcast featuring special guest Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. Thank you, Latrell. I appreciate you for that. I'll be on his panel, his podcast, after Thanksgiving. So I'm gonna send y'all the link for that. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it, but I'm gonna be on what's his name? Ask a Brother podcast. Jeff St. James. I'll be doing his show December 2nd, I think. December 2nd. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. But I'll give y'all more information. I'll be on there. Classy. What's going on, Classy?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday.
No, actually, I was agreeing with everything that everybody says, even the situation here in Los Angeles. And, you know, when I think about, you know, just being Black, walking in the Black neighborhood is a problem. Like, you have to deal with these gang members, these Crips and Bloods. But when you hear them talk, they'll say every other culture is fine except for anyone that's Black. They have the propensity to mess with anyone that's Black. Even Nipsey Hussle said it before he died. That's how their minds are wired. And it's like, you don't even have to be in a gang or nothing. It's just like something in the mind is mentally wrong. Especially what happened with those what happened to that pregnant lady? What happened if she had a medical problem? What if she had a heart attack? What if she had high blood pressure? She could have died. Excuse my language for saying the D word. She could have, been out of here. What would those parents would have said if that woman would have died under all that pressure?
They wouldn't have cared.
Yeah. And the thing that the other problem about that is that this is the reason, in my opinion, why I think women should stand down when it comes to raising the community. But at the same time, I'm not saying the brothers are all better. But at the same time, these women are raising these kids based off the fact that they're paying just bills for them. They're not doing any guidance or any type of structural work for them to be better human beings amongst even our own communities. It's just, I can pay the bills and that's just perfectly fine. It's like, no, it's more than that. Well, I can raise a child by myself because I'm this strong, independent, all I had to do that. No, actually, you didn't. If we do some research on the type of man that you chose to get pregnant by, we can both say that both of y'all were FOS. And y'all are bringing children in this world that don't deserve that treatment because you two don't know how to protect yourself. So now you got all these kids around here with no guidance, going around messing with a pregnant woman, and you got a mayor that you voted for that was black that don't give a damn about black people at all. And I don't blame them. It's kind of like what I tell people: if you're gonna vote Democrat, why would I have to fight for your vote if I already got it? That's what I would tell black people. You don't make me work for it. And that's what you got with that mayor there in Chicago. I'm not saying Gavin Newsom here in LA is better. But I'm just saying you're getting what you're getting from this man. You voted for him based on the fact that he was black. And that's been a detriment to us for a very long time, in my opinion. I'm sure there's some good black people, but I don't know too many of them. Most of the mayors I've seen growing up in the cities that are black, the cities was jacked up.
Right. Good points. Good point, Classy. I definitely agree with what you're saying. Daryl, what's going on, Daryl? How are you?
Just fine. How you doing, Miss Dee?
I'm good. I'm good. What's your thoughts on anything?
Well, about the woman and the kids getting beat up by those other kids, like Trey said, lawsuit doesn't do anything. That won't affect them at all. If I was the father of those kids that they beat up, I would try to see if those parents of those violent kids was in the system, and I would do my best to report them. I go after their money because if they're living off the government, I'm gonna go after them that way. I may not get no money from them, but I'm gonna keep them from getting theirs. And once I do that, then if they're in violation, that means they got to move. They can't live there anymore. They can't enjoy the benefits of the government anymore. That's how I would have to do it. If I was the father's kids, that's probably what my approach would have been.
And that's the very thing we don't see. We don't see no fathers in sight. Where the fathers at? Where are the fathers? And we never see that in these types of situations. There's always all of the women at the forefront. We don't ever really see the dads that come out and speak about this because they're probably not involved. You know what I'm saying? So the woman who this happened to, she came out and her I guess her partner, they say, they talked about it, but I don't know if it's probably not the kid's father because they didn't say the the children's father or whatever, or even the children who did this it's the mothers, the aunties, and everybody out here talking about it. But in defense of these kids' behavior, but no fathers, nowhere in sight. And that's part of the problem. Y'all know I always say, listen, you got to get to the root of the problem, but you can't. Yeah, that's already done. That issue, that problem has already been set up. I don't know if we can go back because the damage has already been done. But for maybe future, individuals who may have a chance to do something different, to get a different outcome. Hopefully we can hope with that. But what's already out there is already done, and we can't change that. I don't think. As we were saying earlier, we can't change people's mind, their behavior. It is what it is at this point. They're going to believe what they want to believe. They're going to act the way they want to act, and there's nothing we could really do about it. So the only thing we can hope is that maybe people who have not made those mistakes and they see things differently and want to do better can make a change. That's it.
But Mrs. Dee, Isn't the system set up where the fathers are not supposed to be there? You can't enjoy the system unless the fathers are not there, all they not absent, right?
Well, I mean, I
No.
think it's a choice. It's a choice. I think a lot of look, I was raised in a single mother household. It was 6 of us. Me and my twin and my mom. She had 6. She had 6. We're the twins and the rest. And it was a choice. You buy it. You buy into that narrative. You choose to sit in that situation when you didn't have to. There was other options she could, in my opinion, that they could have made. You know, all I hear is, "Oh, I did my best," and I'm thinking, "No, you didn't." I don't see it like that. I don't see that you did your best. I see you did what you know what you thought was acceptable because you didn't want to do more, and you did the bare minimum. The very thing that a lot of women talk about, oh, a man, I'm not going to accept the bare minimum, when a lot of them, they've done the bare minimum. They've accepted government assistance. They didn't want to work. And they kept having these children when you knew that it was already difficult when you had the first ones. And then you go back to back to back and you have more, and you sit there and you accept the government assistance. To me, when the government assistance, I grew up in it, it wasn't barely enough money to take care of 6 children. You know what I'm saying? I know because I had to grow up in it, not having a whole lot of things that you need. Being a parent shows you what it takes to raise children and how expensive children are, and that it's more than one person that needs to be involved in raising these kids and paying for them. So, you know, this is what I'm saying too. When you're a kid, and it's just my perspective, and I'm gonna let y'all go. When you're a child and you don't have the things that you need, and you see your mother struggling and you're struggling, and you got to go to school and you don't have adequate stuff because, you know, I'm probably going far because this is little triggering because, you know, listen, and my husband knows this is like when you grow up in this, you know, I lived it. So you know that the excuses that are there and what could have been done. And there's always, well, I did the best I could, when you didn't make choices that proves that. You know what I'm saying? As a child, I just got to accept it and believe it because I'm a child. I don't fully understand the scope of everything. But when becoming an adult, becoming a parent, you have a different perspective because now you know, wait a minute, you know, that was a bunch of bullshit that you were telling me as a child. No, I'm an adult now, real grown. So I realized, no, that was a bunch of excuses. I don't accept it. You see what I'm saying? And so, no, I think for some people, maybe there was certain circumstances, but not all. A lot of these people just made those choices. They went with it. They didn't want to work. They didn't want to be responsible. You chose the government because it was an easy way out. Even though you know it wasn't enough to really fully take care of your kids, you chose to be a single mother, and not at one point did you say, you know what, I had these first ones, but let me go and try to do something better, and I'm not going to go and bust it open for the next ones and just make more children, and not think that that's a problem when you barely could take care of the ones you already had. Am I making sense? Have any of y'all, because this is, I'm just talking about my upbringing, and that, you know, and it's going that way, but that I've seen it. So when I'm talking about these issues with some of these, I'm not going to put all women in this. It's not every woman. It's just some, the ones that it applies to. I've been in that system. I've been in it. $234 back in the day. Now this was $234 that was given for 3 kids at the time. $234 living in the projects. That was the government stipend for 3 children. And so what happens is, that's it. Who can raise children? That's the poverty line. How can you raise 3 children off of $234 a month and then go have more? It doesn't make any sense. Go ahead.
I have a question for you on that, then, Mrs. DeeDee.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, for the sake of the children, that this woman will put aside her ego, her pride, and go back to their father and say, I need you?
Wait, like what I'm talking in response to what I'm saying, or just in general?
Like you said, some women made the choice of choosing the government.
Mm-hmm.
So when they see that it's not working, or it's not as easy as they thought it was,
Yeah.
Do you think that they would put aside their pride and their ego and go back to the father of the children and go, listen, I need you?
No, they're not gonna do it. Most of them don't. Most of them don't. And then those options aren't even always there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not even there. People move on. Once you've moved on, like that option is really not. I don't think they'll do it. But then at the same time, they may not even have that option because a lot of times the fathers of those kids, they weren't really in a lot of times in relationships. They were just having a good old time, and then they got pregnant, not using protection, and then you got pregnant. Then they weren't taking it as seriously as they should have been. And so you just got pregnant. So that person don't want to be with you. They don't really want to be with each other. You gotta. And so no, they don't. There's a lot of things that could have been done to ensure or help the benefit of the children that wasn't done. And this is why I say I need to write a book. I need to write a book because I'm alluding to some stuff, but I really need to I need to write it down because it's a lot. When you go through these types of things, you have a certain perspective about it when you hear it. That's probably why I talk about relationships and the divide between women and men, because I've seen it firsthand. And I know the excuses that a lot of women make. And it's not just the women, the men. There are men who make excuses too for being deadbeats and not being a part of their children's lives as well. So everybody is making excuses. My only point is, it's not just the men, that it's the women too. I think there are men who have been deadbeats and they don't take care of their kids to this day. But I just think when women are speaking on it, they only talk about the men, when I know for a fact that it's a lot of deadbeat women out here who could have done more, but they didn't choose to. It's not that somebody stopped them from doing it. That's just wasn't what they were focused on. You know what I'm saying? And so, and the children are the ones who suffer as a result. And also too, this idea that a lot of these single mothers are so happy, that's bullshit. No, they're not. I got stories about that too. A lot of these women are mentally challenged. The same way as they talk about men have mental issues, and there's what is it, Mental Health Awareness Month or something for men? What is that? There is an actual thing that women have that same. They need that too.
That was for men.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a mental health month. There's a mental health month.
Is there one for women?
No,
yeah,
I didn't think they were separated. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's one for women. Yeah.
Okay, because they're definitely
women had it first. Come on, women always get stuff first. Why are we playing this game?
Okay, but don't you
and not only that, DeeDee, there are far more services from women in their mental health than there are from men.
That's why I asked that question.
Do they patronize them? Shoot. Because
they do. Women are using social media for therapy. They got online therapy. Well, that's a different question. But they have multiple outlets to be able to get the mental help that they need. Multiple. We don't have nearly as much as they do.
They have shelters they could go to. The shelters help them get housing. Man, they got all kind. I know these women, and let me tell you, women not only got help. See, there's another part of the story we're not talking about, and people never talk about. Why these women don't know who the father is, or why the father's. We got to ask the question why the father's not in the picture. And for many years, they say the father was a deadbeat. That's their side of the story. But what if these women were harlots or prostitutes? Then a prostitute don't know who the daddy is because she's sleeping with so many different men. We don't want to have that conversation. But
that's why they don't want to pass mandatory DNA test.
Right.
No, but see, you're not understanding what I'm saying. DNA not gonna help you locate the father if you're a harlot. You ever seen these shows where fathers go up, they take a DNA test over and over and over, it's not the daddy? You never seen these shows?
Yep. Yeah, I have.
No, and she don't know who the daddy is? You never seen these shows?
No, I saw the show. I just think it needs to be a documented record in the hospital so we can send it over to the Congress. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, a man shouldn't be required to sign a birth certificate until he gets.
Exactly, Trey. That was my point, but I'm sorry.
Yeah.
For my son, I didn't sign one, DD. He was born in New Jersey. I didn't sign it. And the nurse pretty much told me, like, oh, well, you have to sign it. I said, I ain't got to do, in my exact words, I ain't got to do shit. I didn't sign it. I didn't trust.
Get
I
a
didn't trust.
DNA test. Get a DNA
Yeah,
test.
I got
By,
a DNA test first.
by law, you're not required to sign it.
But you know what I mean. Classy. They try to put a little pressure on. You know how they do.
No,
You know,
I understand that. Even
unless
no,
you're
I get
married.
it. No, I get it. But even then, I mean, I don't care how much pressure they try to put on you, but you can still tell them no. Law doesn't require medical law doesn't require you to sign it.
But if you're married, it automatically your name's on that birth certificate. If you're married.
Hey,
and Georgia got some crazy laws. I mean, listening to this whole Cardi B Offset, was it Offset, where he could potentially he could be the dad because they were still technically married.
That's not just Georgia. That's the whole United States.
Yeah, there's a lot of states like that.
No, it's not a lot of states. It's the whole country. Every state has a presumption of paternity if you're married. Every state.
That is true. Yeah, that's facts.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Again, this is to the point that there's always some sort of loophole for the woman. Like there's always a way out somehow. It's like watching an action movie. Like the protagonist is always going to find a way to win at the end somehow, some way. It's like, how does she get out of this when you having babies by other men and you're still pregnant? That's insane. You should be.
The government's gonna take care of them, bro. The government's gonna take care of these women, man. I'm telling you.
Hello to the panel. Anyway, I said something before I said hello. Hi, Dee Dee. Hi, everybody.
Hey, how are you,
Mr. Payne?
Yeah, that's why if you're married and your wife wants a separation, you have to divorce her. You have to, because if she only wants a separation so she could bang out some other dudes. And so, I mean, it just got to be logical. You have to divorce. She gets pregnant. It's on you. It's on you. Now, I think in some states you might get a chance to get out of it. And in the past, some states, even if you're not married, the woman could just write your name in. That's what's happened to that brother in Michigan, and it took him years to get off that. So I mean, now the laws are starting to change. I think in New Jersey, I think it's mandatory if you're not married to get a paternity test before you have to sign, or it might not be. You have the option. You have the option. You always have the option not to sign. So it's a lot of stuff. It's but just on this whole situation with the mothers and the kids, it's a combination of things, right? A few truisms, right? Back when welfare was given to the woman, it's a fact that the man couldn't be in the house and they could get their money. And if you just think about the numbers, if I could make $4 without the man as opposed to the $6 because he's struggling, I'm gonna take the $4, and I don't have to put up with the guy. That's what the woman choose. And so now when women became more promiscuous, nature takes over. There's no rules anymore. There's no mores. There's no morals. We're mating just like, animals in the field. People are mating. They don't care about it. So kids are just getting popped out. And there's enough women out there telling others you don't need a man in their life. That's still true. And again, like the other truism, some of these women don't know who the father is. And so now we got all these fatherless kids, and then nobody talks about parental alienation. They alienate the fathers out of their life. That's a big deal. Nobody talks about that. So, I mean, there's all kinds of factors. And I think this Chicago thing puts it all into a head. And even with that, when one brother came up and said, hey, listen, stop blaming the school, all those women just shouted him down. He had to walk away.
Yeah, they had their chest pumped out. I ain't listening to nothing what a man say. I was like,
yeah. He said, man, okay, listen, because what was the school going to do about it? It was all on the parents. It was all on these women. It's just a shame. The Black communities, and I don't even know if there's any recovery for us as a community. We're bifurcated. The Blacks who can get out, got out. And the ones who are still there living in, I don't know how it's going to, It's crazy. It's a bad way, man. It's a bad way.
Ah, let the pro blacks. There's a bunch of pro blacks. They know the way. Let them tell us. They're gonna fix the black community.
Well, the pro blacks are the ones saying we need to, we don't need no help unless you just give us money. Just give us money.
Yeah,
they
won't
give them money.
Well, the pro
But
blacks
isn't that what a prostitute wants, though, fellas? Isn't that what a prostitute wants? Is money? And look at it like this.
They all want money.
Yeah, look at it like this. Pookie doesn't have a real name. So we call him Pookie, but we don't know his real name. We don't know his real name. We don't know his identity.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. A lot of these women don't.
His name is Gloctavius.
There's Pookies with suits on too now. There's a bunch of Pookies with suits on. They ain't all in the ghetto.
Well, you see the latest trend is now they wearing quarter zips now.
Oh God.
They're wearing quarter zips. So that's the new trend now.
I don't know, DeeDee. I don't know. You should write that book. Yeah, I'll be a ghostwriter.
I really need to. But Gloctavius, where did that come from? Does somebody have that name?
Well,
is it
yeah, there's plenty of somebody got an Octavius.
Oh, I've heard some crazy names.
Damn.
Me too. I heard Obama.
Can we make a correlation once the black community started naming their girls and boys these crazy ass names? Isn't that like a tipping point of when we started to transcend down into hell? I mean, we used to have saying we don't want these European names, so we made up some shit. We threw some shit on a wall, put a couple of vowels and some consonants together, and say, "Oh, that shit sounds like vagina, Virginia." But I'm gonna call it Virginia, but I'm gonna spell it vagina.
I know a girl
but Boomer, you know what the issue is? The issue is that there was no long-term thinking in this. And I use this to contrast the Asian community be having crazy names. But if you go up to an Asian and ask what their name is, they're gonna say something very simple. John, Susie, Kate.
Oh my God.
Say something very simple.
They do it at the nail shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they understood.
Sabrina, and that's not their name, but they make names as
they know what you butcher in their name, know what you call it.
Because not only not the butchering, Boomer, but there was an assimilation that needed to happen.
That's true.
They needed to be able to fit in so they can get to where they wanted to go.
Absolutely.
And they understood that concept. We think, well, that's just not right. My name is DeJounte, and you gonna call me DeJounte. It's like, all right, bro. He can't say DeJounte. He can barely get it out. He can't say it. But okay. I guess it's hot. And then you think that you're going to compete. You're going to compete. DeJounte is going to compete in a resume against Richard F. William III. Not going to happen, bro.
Yeah. Oh, they did eliminate guys just by your name. Yeah, when they just see a stack of resumes, they used to just put them aside. They see those names you can't pronounce. They know it's a black person. You got discriminated by your name sometimes, so it's just a lot of bad things that's going on. But anyway, I just want to pop up.
Now, Mr. Payne. Don't
say
leave.
What?
Keep going. Don't leave. Don't get all yawning. Keep going.
No, I was just going to get off. I just wanted to pop up because I like this conversation.
It's his let that man go to bed. It's his bedtime.
No, I'm not going to bed. No. You talking about married man. First of all, when you get older, you get insomnia. I don't even go to sleep.
Baby.
I'm up all hours of the night.
I be up too.
But the point is,
that's because you got to pee every 5 minutes.
No, I'm not. Actually, I don't. It's like every 10 minutes. It's every 10 or 15 minutes.
Don't do that. He's used to it by now.
But listen, I bought my wife some flowers, because even in my old age, you still got to woo the honeys. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm gonna go down there and woo the honey while she's doing some dinner. So it's called Boomer Love. Some of you guys will never understand it.
But Mr. Payne, you respect Mr. Payne. You were grown up in generations where y'all had like Curtis Mayfield. We listening to how to make that booty thump today. We don't know how to make it.
He's damn right. Hey, Curtis was my man. Shoot. Anyway, hey, listen, I just want to pop it. This is a great conversation. I don't know where's the end. I just think the end game is in front of us. And we have a whole contingency of black folks trying to keep us exactly where we are. And they get paid to do it. We got ops all over the place. And anybody who speaks out against that gets labeled a coon or this and that. It's good to start to see some of the sisters coming up and starting to call out other women. And they get a lot of heat for it, but it's good to see because men have been calling out. We take the hit. Men, we get our ass kicked in the media. We've been doing it for 60 years, right? So it's not like men haven't been taking responsibility. The society makes us responsible for almost everything, right? The law is on the, law makes us responsible. So it ain't, we get scapegoated for bullshit all the time. But the women, it's time for the women in the black community to stand up and be counted. That's what I'm saying. And they're gonna resist that shit. So anyway, with that, let me get the hell out of here. Or the heaven out of here. I'm sorry. But thanks for letting me up for a second.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Take it easy.
All
right.
Roddy, you want to chime in?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say something about when y'all said the conscious community or the people who say that they really, looking out for black people. But like y'all said, most of the time you realize they either grifters or they just pushing this whole non-accountability factor. Everything is the white man is doing stuff to us. But as you see in that video with the kids attacking the young lady with her kids, there was no white people involved. And also when I'm watching that, I'm like, that shows how our community is and how we are now, because a lot of those kids had their phones out, they was recording, they was laughing at, talking about her ankles and things like that. And they getting it from somewhere. So they getting it from maybe their big brothers and big sisters, or probably their mom and their dad. Cause one of the kids' aunties, she was on the live and she was like cussing out all the people who was making comments. So I'm like, no wonder that these kids out here acting like that. Look how she's acting. And then another thing that I was going to speak on was the community factor, because I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood as a kid, and I can remember just walking to the bus stop with other kids, and it was always like somebody's parent outside or, somebody standing at the door. So if something like that went down, it would have got shut down immediately. Like they would have been like, y'all don't be fighting and y'all don't be doing that. I'm watching y'all. But it was I didn't see no parent, because they was around houses. I didn't see no parent come outside and break. I didn't see any of that. So like everything when it comes to just how we act, how we are around each other, how we conduct ourselves, I think it's just all the way broken down. And at some points I kind of agree with Trey. We are cooked, man. We just cooked.
Yeah, I mean, it looks that way, at least for the ones who don't get it. You know what I mean? I think for the ones who kind of separate themselves from that type of mentality or behavior, I think you'll be fine because you're not embroiled in that type of mentality. You see it outside of it. But for the ones who don't, yeah, I mean, what is this going to look like? What 50 years from now? Like what is it gonna be worse or what?
It'll be worse because you'll have universal basic income by then.
So y'all don't think that hear what the mayor of New York City just said? He said he wants to legalize prostitution. He already on record. That was his campaign, and he won.
It's already legal. It's called marriage.
Trey always got to go left. What? Why? Why? We so good. He got it. It's a part of your DNA. You gotta take it there.
Trey, go to a movie, sir. Go to a movie. Enjoy yourself.
He can't help it. He can't help it. He gotta go there.
So y'all don't think the black community can regain their credibility?
I don't know.
I am on record as saying
class people.
No.
I think it's just bifurcating. You got the masses in the street, and then there's the other people who get up out the hood. And we have this, what would you say, maybe upper class and lower class, of every single ethnicity. There's like rich white people, then there's crackers, and there's rich and poor Hispanics. We're seeing now, I think, rich and maybe not rich and poor is the word, but
Did you say crackers?
I did, yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to be clear. I'm trying to make
Yeah.
sure I heard it right. What I heard.
Is that not the right? Is that not the right terminology, Dee?
No, I was just trying to make sure I heard what I heard.
I'm about to say, my bad.
Yeah, crackers exist.
I got you back, Mauricio. We got saltine crackers.
But yeah, get away from the hood, man. Get about away from the hood. Get about Chicago. Get about these cities. And I mean, no, there's no hope for fixing what's done already. The only thing that is left is the kids, the children. Maybe they still got a chance if we can raise them correctly. You know, if you got kids, just raise your kids correctly. And I think that's the only thing. You just take care of yourself, take care of your own. And, you know, the rest of these people, shoot, I mean, I guess they do outnumber us because you got one person having 7 kids, right?
That's what I was going to say. I heard somebody else mention that they're outbreeding us. All the people, you know, who want to do right, all of the hood boogers and folks like that, they outbreeding us. So they outnumbering us in every aspect, and it's hard to catch up to that.
But in the same sense, are those same inbreeders killing themselves too?
Yeah,
they are, but they making so many. It's such a crazy amount.
Yeah,
that's true of all races. Yeah, the more money you make, the less kids you have.
Oh man, tell me about it. It's like the movie Gremlins. You leave one, like 20 more come out.
I don't know if y'all seen that. I don't know if y'all seen that Gold Digger show, prank show. But these women be getting into cars. These women be getting into cars of men they don't know, all because he got a flashy car. I think that's in our community. I don't think that's just a show. I think that's very relevant. You know,
that's not just our community. That's
it's
all
not just us. That's everywhere.
Yeah, that's every community.
Well, you know that the men that had the nice cars were black. You know if that right in the Gold Digger series. The men that had the nice cars were all black men.
Right.
I'm just saying.
No, but
that's our experience.
These were black guys that made the show.
Actually, are we saying white people don't have nice cars?
No, what I'm saying, Trey, black people can build, they can prosper, and they can create, and they can be credible. That's what I'm saying. It sound like everybody was saying, all I heard was, you know, the black community is pretty much doomed. And I don't believe that. I don't.
I think it's doomed. It just has to kind of restart itself, if you will.
Yes. I believe in restart, yes. Mm-hmm.
But
how do you restart a community that would prefer to rely on a corrupt government?
Well, Trey, you just said it, the children. Train the children up right. That's how you restart.
The same children we talking about in the Chicago incident.
So you think our children got morals these days?
The children, the children had the fathers in their lives.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I think the thought process is that for those of us who have managed to get out, that we're somehow going to teach our kids what to do to go back to go help them. I'm not teaching my kids to go back and go help at all. No. That's not your responsibility. Now, your community is the community that I put you in, and that suburb that I put you in. That's your community now. Like I don't want you to go. I left there for a reason. I got out of there for a reason. I don't want you going back there. Yeah.
But Trey, I get it.
It's not gonna get better, fellas. I hate to hurt y'all feelings, but it's not gonna get better. It's gonna get worse because you gotta understand they don't have the morals that they need to get out of it. Like the previous generations, we had leaders that emphasized morality. You don't have that no more. We had Dr. King, Malcolm X. You know, we've had people to kind of incorporate morals and dignity and things of that nature, and that's how they survive. They don't have this. This next
Mercy, they killed them. They killed Dr. King. They killed Malcolm X.
I know.
But still, we still build.
Yeah.
We still prosper.
So you think they're gonna produce a Dr. King in this generation? You think they're gonna produce a Malcolm X in this generation?
Yes.
I think that every other community doesn't need a Malcolm X. They just take responsibility for their own lives.
Right.
For themselves, you know, and And what we are seeing now is the demoralization of a nation, like the whole nation. It ain't just black people. It might be the most extreme manifestation in just the black community, but this is as old as the Soviet Union. How do you topple a nation? Well, you demoralize it. You know, it's not like you're happy or sad. It's like you take their morals out of their conscience, so they're not thinking about it anymore. Now, you know, murder is good because, oh, well, you got to eat, and oh, the socioeconomic statuses drove him to this decision. That's why he shot 4 people or whatever. That's demoralizing a nation. It's working the best on black people, but it's going through the whole spectrum, I think. When you got like even Asian kids coming over here with straight A's and getting denied out of school because they're just too privileged, that would demoralize somebody. And so I think it's a psyop. I think they got into our heads, every last one of us. The propaganda runs deep. And I think, unfortunately, it's just working on the black community the best. They've taken most of our morals away from us. Take Chicago, for instance.
I'm sorry, I can't go with that. As far as the propaganda and stuff, I can't go with that. Black people have been taken out of their homes, survived 400 years of slavery, and still prosper.
Sure.
Still prosper. So I'm sorry. Last time I was here, somebody said something about propaganda. I'm like, no, there's nothing a black man can't do once he put his mind to it. Sorry. There's nothing a black man can't do once he put his mind to it. And if
I completely agree with you, Daryl. The problem is getting him to put his mind to it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I did say once he put his mind to it. I did say.
Well, how about this? I think even if he did put his mind to it, a black man can do everything he wants, like see his kids. Oh, when the government says it's all right. So even you got guys out here who want to raise their kids and are taken away from their children. That also will demoralize somebody into thinking, well, what's this all for? There's no hope. There's no tomorrow. Nihilism, black pill. I may as well just fight for what I want physically with people. And so I think it just goes both ways. People who do the right thing are punished. People who do the wrong thing are rewarded. And we have this upside down system now where it's like a race to the bottom almost.
Can I tell you what I've seen as far as fathers being alienated and them be calling deadbeats? I've seen just my experience. I'm giving you pure anecdote. I'm not speaking for all. I have seen a ton of fathers fight really hard in the beginning and just get tired.
Yes.
They ran out of money because lawyers aren't cheap, right? But majority of the time, it's because they just are exhausted. Every time they pick up their kid, it's it's a Brittany Renner, PJ Washington situation. It's like, and they just get exhausted. And it's not like they don't want to be around their kid. I'm watching like, no, he wants this. He wants to be in his child's life. You're not giving them the right date for the football games or the soccer games. You're giving them the wrong dates and the wrong times. And then when he don't show up saying, see, your daddy ain't like, it's a constant alienation. And I'll finish real quick. I watched a video today of a woman. She was in the car, she was driving, and the kid in the back seat was saying, Mom, when are you going to get married? And she was like, well, why do I have to get married? And the kid was like, well, because you're getting older. And all the mom did is just kept referring to the dad. Well, your dad's older. Why did you like? And I'm just like, why do you keep this? And that is a small microcosm of like alienation. Most people don't see it, but it's small, just like that. Why do I have to do it? Your daddy ain't got to do it. Your dad doesn't have to do these things. Why are you? It's like, no, he's talking to you, Mom. He wants to know why you aren't getting married, because even at his young age, he understands how biology works. And he's even telling you, hey, your body's getting older. Dad is different. He understands that even at his young age, but it's these little small things that happen. And over time, this grows into bigger things. And now we got an 11-year-old that hates his dad. He don't even know why. He has no idea why he doesn't even like his dad. He just knows I'm not supposed to like him because my mom has put all this nonsense in my head over the last 11 years. It's unbelievable.
I like the fact that the thing is, the black man is so powerful. He is so powerful, and he know he is, but he just have to make his mind up to exercise his power and decide whether he wants to direct that at. I mean, Martin Luther King Jr., one man, changed the whole world. He was a father. He dealt with racism to the utmost, to the point they was attacking him and his family. He still had his mind made up that freedom was more important than anything else. Freedom for the black man, freedom for us to do wherever, just had the freedom to vote, the freedom to go any school we want to go to, the freedom to work, to work any way we want to work. He still did it. One black man. Now imagine now at one time, I don't know if you all remember the Million Man March.
Mm-hmm.
It was an epic. It was all those black men came together and said for one cause. And it just showed how powerful we are once we make our mind up to do something. And then decide that we come into agreement to do it. Now, I know even Malcolm X, one black man made a difference. A black man made a difference to the whole world, not just the United States, the whole world. The whole world. And when it comes to relationships, the only other person that came close to it was Kevin Samuels. One man brought to light, well, all other black men was already there anyway. They just didn't say it. And he just said it. Now, I'm sorry. I can't say that the black community is doomed. I think what it is, the black man decided what cause is the most important, and that's what they're going to shoot for.
And what did Kevin Samuels say? What did he say, brother? When it's coming, right?
Yeah.
Is that good news? That when it's coming?
But the thing about it, at the time he did say it, but he said that for the women, said there's nothing you can do about it. Winter's coming. But we black men are smart enough to know what to do, how to combat it, how to adjust. That's one thing I love about the black man. We can adjust.
But the black man is going to have to adjust by himself, brother.
Let me tell you something. The best things, most of the time, the one thing the most important doesn't come without sacrifice. Freedom didn't come without sacrifice.
What's the sacrifice? What's the sacrifice?
The black man.
Now we like to let our women go.
Hell no. It's the women.
We're going to have to let our women go. I hate to say it, fellas. We're going to have to let our women go.
That's the sacrifice. The sacrifice is the black woman.
We're not talking about women like
Is that really a sacrifice, though? Is that really a sacrifice?
It is.
Yes, it is a sacrifice. Yes.
To let the black woman go?
Yes, because ultimately the majority of black men want to be with black women. So yes, it is a sacrifice.
Well, Daryl,
I was raised by my mom and my dad. Hey, go get a college education so you can take care of your wife. That's what I was told as a child. I should be successful so I can take care of my family, my black family. And my mom told you better not bring no women home if you know what the comb in the head or something like that.
Yeah, if she can't use your comb,
don't bring her home. I remember that. Yeah.
Never heard that one. Hey, Mercy, when I joined the Air Force, my grandmother said the same thing to me. Said the same thing. She said if she can't use your comb, don't bring her home, because her brothers, who were also in the military, were in the army, they got married. One got married to a German woman, and the other got married to an Italian woman. So she had enough of this sort of, dating outside the race thing. And she had told me don't do it. But yeah. I look, Daryl, I hate to be that guy, but that's gonna have to be the sacrifice. You don't have to worry about DeeDee. DeeDee's married. She doesn't count, right? I mean, you count. You know what I mean, DeeDee. But you're not going to be one of the ones we're going to have to sacrifice because you're married to a black man.
DeeDee is the exception to the rule, and Kevin Samuels even said it. Kevin Samuels even said it. I'm not talking to the married women. He even said that. This is not for the married women.
Well, I think in today's age, though, if she can't use her comb, don't leave her home. They don't use combs anymore. They just put attachments on. But with that being said, Daryl, I want to ask you a question. What sacrifice do you think black men need to give up to make this work? Just curious.
They gotta leave a black woman alone, man. I hate to
I
say
hear
it.
you, Mercy.
I'll tell y'all the truth. Class, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I had to make the sacrifice because I had to regain my wealth back. And the sacrifice I had to make to regain my wealth back was relationship. I had to put that aside.
So
no relationship with any woman, black, white, Native American, all women had to be pushed aside. And I had to, in order to rebuild my wealth, I had to put aside a relationship because that was causing me to lose my wealth. So,
but Daryl, that sounds like you're agreeing with what Trey and Mercy is saying.
you know what, Class, it does sound like that.
You know what I'm saying, right? You wouldn't have lost your money if you was tricked. If you was tricking, you wouldn't have lost your money.
Yeah, Trey, if that's the case, then that's something I'm just gonna have to eat. I'm gonna have to suck it up and realize that's the sacrifice.
Oh Lord.
It's all love.
So what we gonna do with the Bonnet Crew members of the Sisterhood Traveling Pants? What's gonna happen?
We gonna leave them right where they stand.
So they just
we
go.
gonna leave them right where they
Yep.
stand.
And we're gonna tell the brothers to get their passports. We're gonna tell the young brothers to get their passports.
We have to be like Mogwais because those gremlins are going to keep producing.
Oh my God. That's
look, it's unfortunate, DeeDee, because we're talking about my sister. My sister would be included in that group.
My
Not married, no kids. Yeah, you're right.
My
Your sister
sister
too.
too.
Like but it is. That's why it's called a sacrifice.
Well, even going through, you go through therapy and AA meetings. They tell you a lot of times for the family of someone who's in AA, like you can't really help them stop drinking. There's actually nothing you can do. You're kind of powerless. And what you have to do is let them hit rock bottom. Don't give them more money. Don't give them a couch to sleep on. If they're going to ruin their lives, let them hit rock bottom. They'll fix their life when they are homeless on the street, even if that's what it takes, and it works for people a lot. The same thing with drug addiction. They say stop helping them, stop the enabling of stop coddling, stop helping them, let them see the consequences of their actions, which means you're gone. They're gonna face the consequences of their action, and they're gonna have to decide to change or realize all their problems are their own, and their best thinking in their life got them exactly where they are today. I think we don't do that in this society. We coddle and we coddle and we coddle. And that's what we enable, and we keep really at a certain point. You could say we are the problem because we're the ones enabling this behavior. So again,
I have to slightly disagree with you because I got to talk about my sister for a minute, and I love my sister. She asked me to help her pick the person she should date. A dentist knocked on the door, a doctor knocked on the door, and a drug dealer knocked on the door. So I said, sis, I'm stuck between the dentist and the doctor. You can take either one. She said, no, I want the drug dealer. That's what my sister told me. She wanted the American drug dealer.
Don't hand her another dollar.
There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do.
That real life story?
No, that stuff does happen, Daryl. It happened with my aunts too. Yeah.
Happens every day.
Daryl, my sister was dating a man. She lives in LA. She was dating a man who was making over $300,000 a year. I said, okay. I said, are you prepared to? I don't know how she got it, but he was taking her out on dates. I said, are you prepared to compete? She said, oh, I'm not competing. I ain't got to compete. I said, you're gonna have to compete. He's a black man in LA who makes over $300,000 a year. You're going to have to compete. And she's like, I ain't competing.
Trey, is she black in LA?
Is she black?
This woman black? And no, I'm just asking because I know how the brothers are in LA that make that type of money.
Yeah, no, because I said the same thing. Well, she said, oh, because I called her and she's like, oh, I'm about to go out on a date. So I'm like, who are you going out on a date with? She was telling me about this guy, and I'm like, hold up, you snagged one. Like, where'd you meet this guy at? Right? She's telling me the whole story. She wished she met him. I'm like, oh, please tell me you ready to, like, you gonna have to fight for this. And she's like, what you mean fight? I mean, I was like, you're gonna have to compete. I was like, a brother in LA making that kind of money got his pick of the litter. Like, he can get whatever he wants. And I'm like, you're gonna have to compete. And she was like, oh, I'm not competing. She's like, what would your mother say about competing? I was like, our mother would tell you that you need to compete. Like, What are you talking about?
She was dating him already, Trey, or what? Like
but they were going out. You know how you like they were talking, they were going out and getting to know each other. But this wasn't their first date. They had been out a few times. So I'm guessing he was interested. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm like, and she when I said that to her, I guess later on down the road, he kind of mentioned like, yeah, I mean, I am entertaining dates with other women. And that was the end of that. Never heard about the dude ever again.
Oh, wow.
Let me tell y'all something, and I don't mean to take any like joy or glee at this. In Los Angeles, if you meet a black man that makes $300K, Lord have mercy, you better compete, because I'm gonna tell you right now, there's too many different cultures in this city. Beautiful.
And classic, he was in IT too. He ran his own company.
Oh my
God! Where did you find this guy? That's why I said the same thing. I was like, where did you find this guy? And she was like, she told me where they met. They kind of met like outside of a Target. And I was like, and she was like, he wanted my number, so I gave it to him. And as she got to know him, she was like, oh, he's doing well. And look, a classy, no kids, never married. I'm like, you literally found a unicorn. God. I'm like, you literally found a unicorn. I'm like, you're gonna have to compete. Like, and I told her, I said, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I know he got hella white women after him. Like, I know he do. You're gonna have to compete. But obviously he wanted the sister because he giving you the time. But once I started talking to her about like, hey, you need to be ready to compete, she was just like, I'm not competing for nobody. If he don't know my worth, she went right into the whole thing. I was just like, all right, here we go.
Oh, she lost that battle. She lost that battle.
So y'all really hear women say that. Your sister literally said the stuff that these women be saying on social media. So it's not just social media, it's real. Like I see it happening in real life, but I've never seen exactly like what I ain't gonna say never, but somewhat, but not in those exact words, the talking points like that, Because if she listened to this, she'd be pissed. But I mean, she did the same thing too. She met a guy that, put her in an apartment, and her daughter, and was paying for everything, and she left him alone because that was too boring. She didn't want that. She wanted to be around her friends and other people. So, and now, at damn near 50, she's still single.
Rock bottom.
That's what I was gonna say. Just look at the type of men that women say they want,
right?
But then see the type of men that they always pick. They always with like bums, dudes who got multiple kids, and then they turn around and complain about those are the dudes that they want, but those are the men that they constantly pick over and over again. And the good dudes, you see that, and it's just like,
or they're around because, like in my sister's case, she, she's around certain celebrity guys they're her friends, but they're not taking her seriously like for relationships. It's just you know what I'm saying? It's not, it's not nothing serious without putting too much.
Oh, she can't G. She can't G, and I'm around all these people, but I can't get none of them.
Yeah, she lives out here in LA too. You're around all these people, but I know the real truth. No man in LA wants to be with this woman seriously. She is a celebrity knockoff. That's it.
A celebrity pass around.
Yeah, well, that's a better phrase of saying it, but that's what I'm saying. I live out here in LA. Kendra G is not, nobody wants her. And she's not an ugly woman.
And I got another example when it comes to that, because I got a homegirl who, I mean, she's always in and out of relationships. And she's pretty. She work out, everything, take care of herself. She got a good job, and she cannot figure out why no guy just won't settle down with her. I know why. It's because all the dude, it's because they all look at her as just a piece of,
sleeping with him?
Yeah, she sleeps with him. And they all know this. And but in her mind, she just, I don't know. It's like she doesn't come to that realization. But I know why. I'm like, they all know that they can just get with you and get some and move on. But you don't seem to pick up on that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what she wants, bro. See, we gotta stop making excuses.
But I ain't making no excuses because I know that's what she wants. But the point is, she'll say that she wants something else, but she keeps picking those same dudes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's a common thing.
Yeah, because she thinks the coochie is gonna work. She thinks that giving the coochie is gonna work.
Yeah, they say, look, same thing with my sister. She said she want to be married. Then she turned around and said, I don't know if I'm gonna still like the person. So I don't know if I really want to marry. I want a house, okay, but I want somebody to buy me the house. And now I'm like, girl, ain't nobody gonna buy. What you mean you want somebody to buy you a house? Like maybe you get a husband and maybe you know what I mean? It's like they're a lot of women, and that's why I say I see it firsthand. I don't see too much of the talking points like on social media exactly, but it's still the same vibe. It's like they want a man to provide things for them. But I don't know if some of these women actually want the real relationship aspect. They don't. Some of them don't, because they're older, so they're accustomed to their ways and how they want, things to go. They want a man to fund their lifestyle for real, and they'll give them the cooch here and there, and just give them the money to buy them a house and pay for it and pay for
I
all.
don't even care where the money comes from.
But they don't want the relation. They don't want the relationship for real. Some of them.
You forgot
Right. They want the sponsorship.
Yeah.
And you forgot to have the extra incentive, hopefully, while having intercourse, that he may accidentally get me pregnant so I can get.
And then that'd be like icing on the cake, I guess. Because then you can
then,
that's icing. Baby as leverage, I guess. Huh?
So then if that's the case, they want someone just money, it's just math, just come buy me a house and just fund my life. Then Trey, like, why didn't your sister choose the IT guy? And he was going to fund her life, but she still didn't choose him. I think at a certain
probably
point,
didn't want her though, huh?
It's no. He as far as I know, he was interested. This to me was an ego thing. This was a female ego. I'm not going to go above and beyond to get this man, and so that I have to be better than other women. That's really what it came down to, because he was very open. From what she told me, he was very open about, hey, I am dating other women. I am entertaining other women. I'm a single man. I'm looking for to be in a relationship. So he, not necessarily that he had a roster, but he wasn't hiding like he was going out on dates with other women. I think her ego just took a hit to it. It was just like, look, I'm not going to compete for your attention, and from what I know, again, like I said, we never talked about him anymore, and I just assumed he probably went in a different direction, because she probably pulled back. If I know my sister like I think I know my sister, she probably pulled back and didn't put forth the same energy, the same effort that she was putting forth before, and he probably just went a different direction, because again, a black man in LA owns his own company, makes over $300,000. He's not short of women. There's be plenty of women to pick from.
And I'm telling you, if you're going out with 3 days with a guy that makes $300K, has his own business, we're not talking about you going out to like Applebee's or anything like that. This man's taking you to Maestro's and Steak 48, meals that cost $2,000 to $3,000 a plate. If he took you out 3 times, he's interested.
And this is a thing. This isn't just
about the women. I'm still waiting to sacrifice.
He needs to sacrifice
women.
Huh?
I'm still waiting to hear about this sacrifice. We sound like you all sound like the women that come in contact with these men, these powerful men, are messing it up. But the men don't lose. They're still powerful.
The girl,
yeah, but that has nothing to do with the sacrifice. You asked us, you talked about a sacrifice, and we said that the sacrifice is going to have to be black women. That's what we're telling you. Like in order for black men to or the black community, as y'all like to say, to go forward, you're probably more than likely going to have to leave black women behind.
Ooh.
Just the ones who don't want to crop.
I mean, just think about it.
That is a sacrifice.
Let's take this for example. You're in Argentina, right? I don't mean to disclose your location, right?
No, that's okay. I'm in Argentina.
I'm here to make a point. There is a brother named Solo Traveler. I know him, that he did a video. There was a black woman that got into a physical altercation with a black man in Thailand because he wouldn't talk to her. They're traveling to actually spy on black men and get into it with black men. They're not even going to enjoy the experience of being in Thailand. And the thing about that is, we're trying to run away from them. They keep running back.
Yeah, I saw a video of a few of them. It was in Thailand. And then they weren't there to vacation. It's a beautiful country. Go to vacation, go to a beach. No, they were there to spy on the men. They were watching the black men and what the black men were doing. There was a video, a year and a half ago, of a woman who went to Colombia, and she said, "You want to know why you can't find a black man?" And then she showed all the black men standing in the line at the
at the airport.
Yeah, at the airport. It's like they're
that.
spying on us because I think they think it's a joke. I think a lot of them think this isn't real. No, a lot of black men have opted out in the United States. They have just said, forget it. I'll go overseas. Whether they tricking, whether they going over there for sex tourism, or whether they're going over there to actually find a woman to marry, whatever they're doing, you're choosing to do it not here in America.
But you know, Trey, what's so funny about the whole situation when they say that it's less than 2% of Black American men traveling.
Which is crazy.
Another 24 million in America itself.
Bro,
and they want the 1% that they don't want.
Bro, there's like
1% who do the math, travel.
There's like 13 million, 15 million eligible black men. Like if you really do the math, like if you really break it down, if you talk about, from who's not married, because they always try to say, like I watch these videos and talking about, well, the problem is that all the black men are locked up. That's BS. That's not true. That's not even close to being true. That's such a lie. You have so many men out here, you don't want them. Just keep it 100. Just keep it above. You don't want them. You don't want them. And so the men have, like, as we always do, and I say this like often, men are oftentimes like water. We adjust, right? So men have said, okay, you don't want us, fine. I'm gonna go overseas. And then what they're upset about is, because I saw another video of a woman, she was saying, how is it that these men are going overseas and they pull in 9s and 10s and absolutely beautiful women, and these are men we wouldn't even think about talking to? And I go, well, there you go. Like, you answered your own question when you said it. You wouldn't talk
they think
to
they're
them.
better. They think that they're better than the average men, and now that these other women are talking to them, they feel stupid. So now they're gonna run over there. And they still ain't coming back with a man. If you're gonna go way over there, girl, come back with somebody. You can't even pull them when you go follow them. You can't go over and get them to pick you. It's like it's a delusional mindset, is what I call it. They're delusional.
Ain't nobody traveling to Thailand to go get a black woman. You do not go to Thailand to get a black woman.
Right, but I think a lot of the black women, though, they thought y'all were joking. I do think they think it's and now that they realize that it's real. They talking to themselves, girl, shit. They serious. We gotta do something. But they're not doing enough, in my opinion. You gotta be ready to compete, and you need to lose some weight. That's all I'm saying.
Mrs. D.
Brought the weight into it.
Didn't have no black women that going overseas getting arrested.
Some of them are, yeah. Some of them are getting arrested, but it's not the majority of them. It's a few.
No, it's not
incidents.
I did say half.
Not even half.
It's not even half. It's a few isolated incidents that happen.
Do y'all really, now be honest, like all men on the panel, do y'all really think the weight of black women is it too much, or do y'all like a little meat on the bones? What is too much for y'all? Because that's the assumption. Black women have always thought that, and men have said too, I like a little meat on my bones. I don't want no skinny. Do y'all think that the women are too big, or y'all could accept the size that they are? Just
a lot of them word little.
Yeah. Classy's getting ready to say what I was getting ready to say.
What? So, okay, go ahead. Go ahead. What are y'all at? Like, what's too big?
You know how some women's frames were. If a frame is a certain way, maybe she's a little heftier, but it's not like she's fat.
Yeah.
Like that. That's cool. But if you chunky and you trying to tell me you thick, that ain't gonna fly with me. You know what I'm saying? Like you can tell a woman who kind of she just got a nice frame and it's toned, it's in shape, but she just she just a little hefty. But that's cool. But if you big, you just big. Like you can't. I'm not finna play no games with you. You finna have these big flappy arms or these love handles and these big old legs, and you trying to. I'm just thick. No, you big.
No, you're obese.
So here's the thing, right, DeeDee? Here's the thing. Oftentimes, the black women don't want to be compared to the scale, right? That BMI scale. I will agree. I think it's a little because according to the scale, I'm obese, and that doesn't make any sense. I'm in shape, so it doesn't make any sense. It's because
Exactly.
I'm muscular. So I get that they don't want to be compared to that. But I've often said, even if we gave y'all 20 pounds, let's say that you're supposed to be 131, and let's say we gave you additional 15. We said, okay, the scale's a little bit wrong. We're gonna give you 15, so you can't be no more than 146. Well, the average weight is 187. So you're still, even if we gave you grace, you're still overweight, even with the grace. So that's really the issue, is even if we give you the room, you're so far gone, so far past it. And I'm one of the ones that I don't know what thick is. Thick is not a real thing to me. You're fat. Plain and simple. You're fat. I don't know what thick is. I don't play that.
Thick in all the right places. So if they if they got hips, usually women with hips and butt, but big, they like, oh, it's all in the right places because that's what they think y'all like. So if she got curves and she big and one leg is this wide and then the other one, that's supposed to be acceptable.
Yeah, but the problem with being thick in all the right places is
tree trunks.
You won't stay thick in all the right places. That's the issue.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I was talking to my son the other day. And I told him, I said, whatever you do, don't get a fat girl. And he said, why? And I said, because over time, we all gain weight. All of us do.
Yeah.
Over time, she's going to gain weight. And I said, and if you have a child with her, every child, except for DeeDee for some weird reason, because
I'm not that small though. I'm not. I gotta lose weight too. I be struggling. I'm just saying, don't put me on no pedestal. I need to lose weight.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that typically with every child, there's a 15 to 30 pound. With every child, it's a 15 to 30 pound weight gain.
Yes.
Well, you got 9. You should be 300 pounds, and you're not. So your genetics are crazy.
No, you're right. I gained 30. Yeah, I gained about 30 pounds with each pregnancy. Sure did.
I knew some women that
gained
30 to 50 pounds actually. Go ahead.
I have to say that in the United States, when I lived in the United States, I was giving grace to the weight anyway. I was giving grace. If you like me, and I'm good. But now,
how big she was?
Yeah.
She could be 400 pounds.
It didn't matter. I mean, my first girlfriend
was 400.
No, my first girlfriend was 320. So I get it.
That was you. You was having a good time with her.
But once I got here to Argentina, I'm like, oh man,
there it is, right there.
I was punishing myself.
You had to get to Argentina to realize that's a lot. That's a lot. But it was all in the right places though, Daryl. Maybe it was all
that big there. Yeah, I mean, no, there's no women like that big. No.
Hey, Daryl, what did she smell like?
Oh God,
that was another problem about the overweight. You could be too big and white. You can be too
like
big
fried food all day,
and that's a problem.
Did you have to put the lotion on her like you was seasoning her like a steak?
She got a yeast infection on her side.
Wait, y'all. So wait a minute. So wait a minute, because I think all y'all talking. Who said something about lotion aside? Y'all must have dealt with the big girls then. Y'all got
actually. I work in a hospital, DeeDee. So sometimes you have to put, because of this cheesy stench.
Ooh,
yeah. Can you imagine doing a surgery on somebody like that? The doctor, I saw a doctor throw up in his mask.
Ooh. So
let me say this. Some guys that like big women is kudos. Big women are usually not no more. They used to be very nice and more feminine because they know they were against beautiful women, so they had to do the opposite of what beautiful women done. Some of them are pretty cool, but at the same time, me, I'm a skinny dude. I can't lift nobody. I saw my friends. He dated a big woman that was 400 pounds. She crushed his pelvis in bed. So I don't need those problems.
Hell no.
I'm smart. My BMI, I'm considered malnourished.
Damn, I seen a man now who looked like he about 400 pounds. And that's a lot up close. I don't know how y'all, I mean, well, y'all, Daryl, you the only one dated this big girl, but ain't nobody else ever dated
No,
this big
I did
girl.
it too. So for me, but it was like, I don't like using like self-esteem or nothing, but like I didn't think much of myself when I was dating big girls. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that's
How
what I was
big?
gonna
Like
ask.
how much? How much she weighed?
I was probably like 280.
Okay.
270.
She was short. She was like 5'4".
She was short, and that's when I was broke. I didn't have no car. I was
They say
like,
men go to the big girls when they broke. Okay.
yes, but that's what I was thinking. Well, I was gonna flip it on the women. You know, like Trey used to talk about your sister got the IT guy. She don't like him, and she left. I think it's the same thing. It's the same like low self-esteem mindset. Like I think when guys think, oh, I can only get a fat girl, I think there's women out there who go, oh, well, that dude, he's too good for me. I can only take the felon, you know what I mean? And I can only deal with this guy over here. So I think it's the same self-esteem drive or program in both of our heads. And I think it manifests in very different ways. And I think that's a big problem because, you know, dads are supposed to give the girls self-esteem. Take the dad out, girls that got no self-esteem, they're not going to choose the IT doctor, engineer, dude, lawyer.
Yeah.
They're going to choose the felon Pookie because, you know, that's what she feels like she deserves.
That's true.
I say that all the time. I say, remember when I talk about women projecting their feelings? They meet a guy that they say they want, and he has all this stuff together, and they're the ones who are intimidated by him because you don't think that you measure up. I say that all the time. They don't. You say you want that guy, but if you happen to come across him, you don't feel comfortable around him because you realize you're not good enough for him. And so, a lot of women, that's a real thing. But
then they sabotage. They sabotage, DeeDee.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Or could we just add? Could we just add to the fact that the guys that they're used to dating is what's ingrained in them, so they don't know how to handle somebody that's successful?
Yeah.
Yes. And got standards and a schedule, budget.
I was making that argument the other day that I think oftentimes men put too much pressure on themselves when they're dealing with women. A lot of times, if you approach a woman or you talking to a woman, her not wanting to deal with you ain't got nothing to do with you. A lot of times they may look at you and say, I am out of my league having this conversation with this man. Or I'm out of my league, like being around this man. I don't know nothing about what's going on. I've been out on dates with women who didn't know what the right silverware was. And you could tell she was like intimidated and insecure. She was like, you could tell she was like, I'm not supposed to be here right now. And so
Trey,
oftentimes,
all of you. That's interesting you brought that up because did you see that video of that girl on Instagram eating out and she was holding her fork backwards? And
the steak.
Yeah, and she was like that. Did you see that?
It drove me
I thought of
insane.
you when I saw that because I'm like, oh, I will if you see this video.
I can't stand people with bad table manners. I guess if people ask me what's a pet peeve of yours, that's my pet peeve. People with bad table manners who don't know how to eat at the table and holding a steak up and not being able to cut your food. You know what I mean? Slurping your soup and like all that. I can't stand none of that, DeeDee. I can't stand none of that. And so, but oftentimes men, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves thinking, dang, what did I do wrong? Or, she didn't like me. And I'm like, nah, it ain't you, buddy.
Probably scared her.
Right. She was terrified of you. She was intimidated because here's a man who has himself together. He's in shape. He's smart. He can hold a conversation. He can talk about a vast amount of different things and different topics. She was out of her league, bro, and she knows it. A lot of times we always look at it from the aspect of like the man is. No, there's a lot of times you go out with these women and they are out of their league.
Yeah, that is true.
Mm-hmm.
I've had women that ask me, well, why did you pick me? Well, I mean, I thought you was cute. Did you want to go out?
So they were.
Yeah, we don't talk about their insecurities enough. Classic.
We don't. I've actually had situations like that before. I took a woman to State 48 out here in Los Angeles, and yes, I do understand going to certain restaurants, the people will judge you right off rip by how the way you hold your fork, your knife, how you place your stuff.
Your clothes.
Yes, your clothes. Yeah, they do that. So she felt very awkward. And so after that, I took her to Tommy's Burger.
That helps me give women a little bit more grace when I realize. That helps me give women a bit more grace when I realize half of them are probably just literally intimidated. And that's why out of maybe ignorance, they keep choosing the felons and the Pookies and the Ray Rays. And they don't go near the doctor, lawyer, engineer guy. But because they never learned nothing different.
That's what they like.
Well, okay. Tell me more.
if that's the case, then why they keep when they go on these dating shows? They describe that's what they describe what they want. The Dr.
Because
Lord.
that's the script, Daryl. You got to understand, some women are hive-minded and they're communitarian, so they're all just following the script. This is what I'm supposed to say. I'm supposed to say that I want the guy who makes $100,000 a year, when in actuality she knows that she would probably have a better fit with the guy who makes $65,000 a year, and she'd be happier. But that's not in the script. That's not what she's supposed to say. The script says 6 foot tall, $100,000 a year, and so that's what they go along with. In actuality, she wants to actually scale it back a little bit. I'm telling you, man, we don't. This is a conversation that's not had enough about the women, that the insecurity. Like they are not. Listen, you got a lot of brothers out here doing very well. Like they're doing well in their life, bro. They're in shape. They're making money. They're saving money, or they're investing their money. They're doing well. And like women look at that and go, damn. Like, and she's looking at her. She got $80,000 of student loan debt. She got another 10,000 credit card debt. You know what I mean? She's looking at these things. She's like, dang, I am not ready to be with this man. And so, well, let me sabotage this. You know what? I don't like the way he stirred his drink. I don't like it. So I'm gonna get rid of him. That's a sabotage. And women do this often. It's like, no, yeah, they absolutely sabotage.
Yeah,
Bro,
that's
I
stuff
see
that's
it.
happening. Yeah.
I see it because I am an engineer. I got my degree, got my pay raise. I've been buying some gold. Let me talk about this on a date. The girl's out the door.
Yeah, you're exactly who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
You better not mention crypto.
I don't mention crypto. I don't mention stock market or nothing that, you know, first of all, because it's just protectionism. Don't leave with your money, I believe.
Indeed. Go ahead, talk it.
But also, if she don't know nothing about money, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, and I've seen that going on dates with women, and you know, it's like there's just nothing to talk about. And you can tell the woman knows there's nothing to talk about because what's she going to tell me about? Kim Kardashian or maybe that's a little sexist. I shouldn't say that.
Baby daddy.
You put your pretty. I mean, that's what a lot of women talk about. You know what I'm saying? A lot of women that interesting, and some of the most prettiest women aren't that interesting. They don't really have a whole lot to say. I think, and y'all tell me. Like, I think if she, I think being nice and being open to learning, because I think that look, I didn't know a lot. Trust me, it's a lot I still don't know. But
just
I think
curious, though,
open,
right?
yeah, and open, because I like to listen to what people have to say. So if you're open to the person, if you're really interested in what he's talking about, and you're like, well, hey, I don't know nothing about that, but look, tell me more. Like, what is this? I think that is intriguing in a sense, like when women are open to listening and hearing what you got to say in your life and what your experiences. Wouldn't y'all say? Y'all let me know.
Yeah. No, DeeDee, you're absolutely right. Men, we like inquisitive women. We don't like nosy women. There's a difference. We like inquisitive women. We like a woman who says, "Well, I didn't know about that. Well, how does that work? And how did you actually do that? And how did you accomplish that? And how we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you all day. But if you start getting nosy, exactly how much money do you make?
Yeah, no.
How much money did you make? That's different.
To me, that's a I don't know where in my mind I'm like, no, I don't. First off, when you're talking to somebody that you're interested in, as from a woman's perspective, I'm not even thinking about your money. That's what I'd be saying. Like, I never thought, well, how much money he makes. That never crossed my mind. When I'm talking to somebody I was dating or what, I never really cared about their money. That wasn't at the top of my list. I was like interested in, if I'm talking to you, then that means I'm interested. So I want to know about you, not about your money and all of that. I want to know something interesting about you, like and things, your background and things, not your money. That's what I'm saying. Money shouldn't be, if you're not a gold digger and you're not intending on using him for that, why that should not be at the top of the forefront of your questioning when you're talking to somebody that you might be interested in.
I would say,
oh, go ahead, Mauricio.
I was going to say even more so, DeeDee, if women leaned into it, because men like being, what would you say, guys? Like men like being teachers. I like feeling like useful to other people. So if a woman comes to me and she's actually inquisitive, she don't care about welding, but she likes that I know about welding, and she's like, oh, well, tell me more about the cathodic, protection systems. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, at least she's willing to learn, even though she don't know about all that. But I can't deal with wrong and strong. Wrong and strong can go kick rocks.
That's a turn off to me, and I don't like women. I'm just saying, I just know that's a turn off. Like that seems too nosy, Trey, for them to say use your word. That's too like why that I mean, like, no, what do you do for a living? Like, what's some things about you I don't know? Like, tell me, talk, because really we boring. I think most women are boring. I think most women don't really have a lot to talk about. And if they do, it's just all about themselves. They're gonna talk about themselves, and I guess you might want to hear that as the man, but I think to me, it's even better when you're asking, you want to know about this person. I want to know about you. You're the man in this situation. I want to know things about you, but money, I just.
My mom, she literally told me don't talk too much on dates because women like to talk about themselves mostly. I was like, dang, mama, but it's true. You just said it.
Yeah, I was taught the same thing. When you go out on a date with a woman, ask her a bunch of questions and let her talk. But as you get older, you realize that a lot of the women don't have the same experiences as you, life experiences as you, especially if they're younger than you. And she doesn't really have much to talk about because she hasn't really done anything. She hasn't gone anywhere. She hasn't done anything.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's why I say. That's
why. And so, DeeDee, I try to give some grace there. I really do. I give a lot of grace there. Like, I don't expect for her to be a blabbermouth and just tell me a bunch of stuff. But if I ask a question that you give me, try to at least give me an answer. You know what I mean? And I'm not asking questions, right? But I ask a lot of questions about mentality, about what do you think about things? What do you think about? And did that rub you a certain way? Did that make your blood boil? Did that anger you? Did that make you happy? I'm trying to get I'm trying to gauge her temperature. I'm trying to find out, okay, is this somebody I could deal with? Somebody I can't deal with? But oftentimes, there's a sort of a closed up mentality. And I hate to say this, DeeDee, the times have just changed.
Yeah.
People need to accept the fact that we are in a monetized dating marketplace. These women care about money. They care about money. They want to talk about money, 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 money. And as much as you try not to talk about it, they somehow always loop it back around to get it. They find a way to get it back to the money somehow. You're like, dang, all you want to do is talk. Even if she actually, and that's why I was saying on our last conversation, even if she likes you, she's still gonna want to know about the money.
That's true. I agree with that.
I don't even know why y'all fretting. Because I'm like this here. I lie my butt off. I ain't got time.
I do too. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I will lie my butt off. I ain't got time for all that. Now listen, if there's a woman that I'm genuinely interested in, then yeah, I'm gonna be straight. I'll be transparent for a time until I get the information I need from her, to go further. But other than that, I'm just waiting my time out. I'm just being patient with you. Yeah. I'm just gonna wait until I can strike, and then I'm gonna strike.
So have y'all had women to ask y'all like how much money y'all made?
Oh yeah.
Like how long did it take for her to ask? I've never asked my husband was my husband, or anybody that I dated like before that, which I didn't date much. I never asked about how much money they made.
Well, they're not so tacky. They're not so tacky to say how much money you make. They ask, "What do you do for work?"
Yeah, what do you do for work? I have one. What is your income? Do you make 6 figures? Do you make 7?
What?
That's tacky.
But they'll get mad at me if I say what that booty do.
Oh, but then that's offensive. Then that's offensive.
See, my problem with today's, and I'm gonna say this right quick, Trey. I'm sorry. I want to say this right quick, Trey. That this is where it's going to lead towards prostitution, because everything is about how much a man makes. And in our mind, if you're going to go that route, I want to see if it's worth it. Go ahead, Trey. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I agree with Mauricio. They're not like outright about it. They ask other questions like, what kind of watch is that? I had one girl ask me, did you valet or did you find a parking spot? See, those are little itty bitty questions. Classy know what I'm talking about because he in LA. Those are micro questions to find out how willing am I to spend money. Did you valet or did you find a parking spot? Where did you park? Little stuff like that is little things they do. Oh, that's a nice watch. I never seen that one before. Which one is that? That's little stuff because they're just trying to find out what you're doing. And here's the thing: the money is what it is. If you're looking for, the real thing, yeah, you probably ain't gonna talk about money. I am of the opposite of Mauricio. I lead with money because I'm probably more than likely not trying to be your man. I don't want to be your husband. So I use the money as leverage and a tool to get what I actually want out of you. I don't really care. Now, the woman that I actually want to be with, yeah, we're not talking money. And if she even brings that up at any point, we're done. Like I'm mentally checked out. But the problem with this is it's hard, DeeDee, to give grace on this. It's very difficult to give grace on this because
what you mean?
She is a woman. Well, because she is a woman. Her wanting to know your stability is a part of the game. So she wants to know what do you do? What are you capable of doing? But there's a way that they go about it. And to me, it always comes off as gold diggerish. It just comes off as gold diggerish. Like they just want to know how much money you make. And they've used this word, and Classy know where I'm about to go with this. They use that word generous. When you hear that word generous.
Oh yeah.
Gosh, man. That's
yeah.
That's straight up
generous or soft life. I had a girl last week talk about this. She's just really ready for the soft life. Yeah, I haven't talked to her since.
I don't blame you. Like I don't know.
She want a man that's generous. Yeah, she won't just spend all the money on it.
Because here's a problem, DeeDee. If she wants a soft life, that means that my life has to be hard. Both of us can't have a soft life. We both can't have a soft life.
You sassy if you want a soft life.
Of course I'm sassy.
For.
That I worked for.
Right.
And sacrificed for. And delayed gratification for. I didn't have the 20s that these guys in their 20s have now. I was in the military. I was traveling. And I wasn't spending any money. I was focused. I was dedicated. I was learning how to read charts and read candlesticks and all types of stuff. I was losing money in the stock market every day, DeeDee. I was sacrificing, DeeDee, to get to where I wanted to be. And I'll be damned if you get to come in here and you get to have the soft life, but the life that I work for, I don't get to have. My life gets harder and your life gets easier. Nah, you tripping.
Yeah, because a man is supposed to make a woman's life easier. He's supposed to come in and make her life easier. They never talk about making his life easier or you guys making each other's life easier together. They never say that because the idea is that, yeah, you're supposed to work hard till you die, pleasing her and giving her everything and her kids, because they got kids that come with it. That's a package deal. So you got to make sure you're prepared for her and her kids to give her a soft life, make her life easier while you just work till you die, and then she take whatever is left. That's the idea.
Guess what, DeeDee? Cooking a meal is slavery, but she doesn't see what she's doing to us is slavery.
Yeah, right. That's
Classy. That's the irony right there. That they don't see us as being, because I say this all the time. I'm like, what you talking about? Y'all women are the slaves. The men are the slaves. The men are the ones who got to get up and go to work every day. And DeeDee, back in the day, the men used to go to work. They would come home and give the money to the wife.
Yep, they sure did.
They would hand the check over to the wife.
I don't see what's so wild about that. I don't see what's so wild about that.
Oh, what's wrong? Why though? Why? Was it?
Hold on. I was married back in the day, and that's what I did. But when I did that, we had we have an exchange of trust and belief in each other. We made an agreement before we got married. That was the agreement. I would do this, and I expect you to do this. And then she said, yes, no problem. But that was the agreement. See, the thing about it is, y'all trying to, nowadays they're trying to marry for love or whatever, but it was about convenience and about duty back in my day. That's what it was. My duty was to provide, protect. Her duty was to take care of the home. And that was it. Now, I did have to do certain things before we even got married that I agreed to do. But she said, and I asked her, if I do this for you, this is what I expect from you. And she said, deal. I don't remember saying I love you at any time except
Daryl.
But after that, it was about the duty. My expectations of her and her expectations of me. So back in the day, that worked out. When we gave the man, as wild as it sounds, that worked out. If the man and the woman agreed to do that, that's how it worked. And it was fine. The problem is y'all changed the game. The women changed the game. And now they're saying the women want the money, but they don't want the man. They want,
or they want
the
us to keep our same
duty.
role, but they don't want to play their role.
They
Right.
have traditional man, and they want to be
They want us
modern.
to keep the same role we had before, but their
Traditional,
role now,
yeah.
they want it to change.
And I mean,
Like, who dropped the ball?
If you brought the check home and gave it to these modern women, she might spend it on bags and shoes. The bills might not even be paid.
Why would I hand her my check? She got
up.
$20,000 in credit card debt.
Right.
Exactly, Mauricio. Exactly.
And your bill is going to be pizza cuts frozen pizza cuts they put in the microwave.
But Daryl, this is what I want to ask you. So when you brought the check home, did she take care of what needs to be taken care, like the bills? She paid the bills and stuff like that?
Yes, she did.
I don't see nothing wrong with that. See,
No.
That's
There's
different.
nothing wrong with that, DD. You can't provide that in today's world.
Not today. Right.
Yeah, she'll take the check and be like, "So what you eating?"
But Chris, at the time, Chris said, I made the agreement that's what I would do. What I did was I gave her the bills that need to be taken care of, and when I gave her the money, she knew where to go and how to do it. And you know, everybody saying I don't want to be trained. I'm sorry, but yes. No man can go in a relationship and not train a woman what they need from her.
Oh,
period.
I agree 1,000%.
I believe that. I believe that. My point, you have to teach her math.
And this is why you ain't married. Because you out here trying to train. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? No. Look, Daryl, you're absolutely right. Here's the thing, though. If you decide to give the women the money today, what you're going to get, I don't know if you guys remember, there was a white girl, her name was Bobby Althoff, and she was talking about how she went and spent the money, and she went up to took her kids to a hotel, and the very viral phrase came out of that, and it was, "Make more money, darling." That's what you're going to get. Remember that? Remember that? That's what you're going to get today. You're going to get, "Make more money, darling." Why don't you just make more money? And it's like, that's not the issue here. Let me explain something to you about I've had a short opportunity to be around wealthy people. What I've learned from wealthy people is it is not about how much money you make. It is about how much money you can keep. And when I tell you, these fools are very serious about keeping their money. When they get it, whether it be taxes, I mean, when I tell you they break all kinds of rules to keep their money in tax havens and all this stuff, it's about what they can keep. When you're dealing with the modern woman today, they're not thinking about keeping it. They're thinking about spending it. And that is an issue. You can't build anything with them off of that. And then when you explain to them, like old boy did his wife with the white girl, and say, "Hey, we can't afford that. Go make more money, darling." That's what you need. You need to be focused on making more money. And you're going to drive this man into a grave because you didn't want to work with him within the budget. That's the difference, DeeDee. You are willing to work within your husband's budget. The women back in Daryl's, they were willing to work within the husband's budget. Today, these women will say, "I don't like your budget. You need to increase your budget."
Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But they will decrease their wage.
Wait, say that again?
They want us to increase our budget, but they will not decrease their wage.
Because they can do whatever they want. Women, we could do whatever we want, but y'all got to do what we say.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's just where it fall off for me. I understand, sex or money. Men want sex, women want money. I tell my sisters, I'm like, because they're so like, "Oh, a man shouldn't want me for sex." I'm like, yo, the godly man, wealthy dude of your dreams. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
I was saying, okay. I was saying to my sisters, like, the wealthy, godly man of your dreams, he still wants some ass every once in a while. I'm just throwing that out there. You know what I'm saying? Even though he'll be
the pastor want that ass.
The pastor, exactly. So if the converse is true, like for men,
do you want
for men, like even the most godly woman is still want your money.
He greedy. He a pastor.
Yeah, he want everybody in the church.
That's different, right? Yeah, I'm saying the godly man of your dreams wants sex still, and you demonize it. And the same thing with guys. Like even the right woman is still going to want you to be financially affluent, and she's still gonna want those things. Your job in the mean. This is why. So Trey, you lead with it. That's why I don't lead with it, because I'm looking for the chameleons, the ones who like are digging for it. And so I go up there and I'm like, oh yeah, still in school. I ain't got no job. I don't even have a car really. I Ubered here, and
My man.
you know what I'm saying? And some girls were like, oh, well, we can build. Those are the right ones. Well, I still need you to make more money. Even if you don't right now, it's okay. I can work with that. But then some girls just disqualify themselves. They're like, oh, well, him ain't got no job. And so I'm like, dude, the good man still wants sex. The good woman still wants your money. And I've had to deal with that. I don't know how I deal with that. I'm like, okay, well, do I lead with money? Do I not lead with money? I've been not leading with money. So I don't know, Dee, what would you say? Even a good woman still wants you to be stable. Well, I guess it's just going wrong.
You gotta be stable, though. You gotta be stable. I don't think you have
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yes, you shouldn't. You shouldn't be expected to be rich. That's just unrealistic. But stable for sure. You could provide a decent life for yourself and potential woman and family, because that's what it's all about. But she still has to bring something to the table. I don't see anything wrong with both of y'all working together to establish that home and that life. That's all I be saying. Like, I don't see if he's working and look, you're working, why don't y'all work together? That's it. I mean, unless you want a woman who's unless you want a woman who's at the house, a housewife at the house cooking and cleaning and handling that business, unless that's what you want and you're prepared to pay all the bills. You know what I'm saying? And but still live a modest life, not this extravagant, because I think that extravagant stuff is unrealistic. And I mean, I know different strokes for different folks, but to me it's unreal. I mean, if you have a nice house or you provide for your family well, I think that's acceptable. But for what this lifestyle that these people are looking for, it's just ridiculous. And most people don't have that. Most people go to work. Most couples work.
You're right, Dee. For the majority of people, there is no lavish lifestyle. For the majority of people, there is no lavish lifestyle. That's why I say all the time, and I agree. There are levels to this world we live in. There are the have and the have-nots. That's just the way it is, and it's always going to be that. You can have socialism. You will still have the have and the have-nots. Some people can be richer than others. That's the way it's always going to be. I do want to say this though, Mauricio. We forget that the men of the past only got married because that was the quickest way to get sex.
That's true.
We leave that part out. And a lot of people don't understand that. Well, why was all these people getting married back in the day? Because he wanted your grandmama's booty. That's why. That's why he did it. He wanted that. And the only way he could get to that is because she told him the only way you're gonna get this is if you marry me. If you make it, remember they call it make an honest woman out of me. That is what they would say, right? You need to make an honest woman out of me, and then I'll give you this. We don't live in that time anymore. Now you can get the booty just with a conversation.
Just looking at it,
yeah. So we don't live in that time anymore.
You get it through your cell phone. I had a woman yesterday. She sent me a picture of her booty.
I just think my point is that it's tone deaf when girls sit down and be like, okay, what's your income? The equal and opposite of that will be me sitting down and be like, all right, I want ass 4 days a week, and I want you to tie yourself up, and then I want you to do it this way. It sounds so tone deaf. Most women will be turned off by that.
Right.
Like you came in talking about like, all right, I want you in I want you in a wig on Tuesdays, and I want you in heels on Thursdays. That's what women sound like when they sit down and they're like, all right, I need a man to take me on a yacht, and I need him to pay for this, pay for that.
I'm gonna think he's a weirdo.
Exactly. So you can imagine how we feel sitting on
I can't act out my Christian Grey fantasies.
Oh hell no. No.
That's your Christian Grey fantasy.
Yeah, my Christian Grey fantasies.
No, not while dating. No, I don't want to hear about none of that.
When she starts talking about money, I can't give that back to her.
Well, I mean, if she's talking about money, go ahead, because that'll be funny to me. If she's talking about the money, I guess. If you don't, if you don't care about throwing her off, because that's throwing you off when she asks how much money you make and all this right up front. So yeah, but just in general, no, just show her when the opportunity permits itself. Show and just shut up and show. I'm just saying, not disrespectful. I'm just saying, like, just show the woman like what you gonna do, because women want you to show them what they gonna do. Women are confused. I say, and often batshit crazy, but at the same time, there's some good things about some women that'll be probably surprising to men. But maybe I'm talking about the older women, maybe from my time, who are already married or something. I don't know, because I don't know what these young women. I don't know what these new women are doing. I can't relate. I don't understand it. Because I come from women who want to be with the man that they say they like and want to be like, and you don't mind experimenting with the man that you're with. You're a man and you're not holding. I don't know what these new women are doing. I don't get it. It doesn't seem to work. Now, if you
let me help you, Dee. Let me help you.
I'm gonna say, like, if you're my man, right? And you know, I'm not going to go too graphic, but you know, because my husband, I don't want him to think, what the hell are you talking about? But if you're you know, like, if you saying, oh, wear that wig on Thursday and I want to handcuff you here or do, okay. But that's because you know this is us. You're not,
that's different.
You know,
you're married.
Yeah. So I just but I don't know why a lot of women don't think like that. Like,
The marital bed is not defiled, so you good to go. Y'all can literally do whatever y'all want to do. Y'all good. You know what I mean?
But even if you were in a committed relationship with somebody for some time, like what they still, these men are still, even whether you're not married but you're in a committed relationship or whatever, they still like using sex as a weapon. They're still withholding. They're still, you know, I don't understand that part.
They've been taught to do that though, Dee.
I am blessed. I am blessed to have.
They've been taught to do that since they were a child, Dee. They've been taught to keep that close and only use it when you need to get something. And I'm serious. We are in the monetized dating marketplace now. They are using it to get money. Listen, all you gotta do is go on TikTok and see how many women are literally selling Gucci right now. On TikTok, I don't care.
That's 304.
Don't care.
304 top. That's
but Trey, come on. That only works if the man is weak enough to fall for it. If he's disciplined enough, he can afford that.
Hold on. Then you've had generations of men that have been weak enough to fall for it because they've been doing this. They've been doing this for centuries. This ain't nothing.
Trey has been the minority. That's the minority. That's the minority, not the majority.
I like to believe it.
How do you know? How do you know? You can't quantify.
You know how I know? You know how I know, Trey? Because over 51% of the men even hadn't had sex in a year.
What?
That's how I know.
Where'd you get that stat from?
Where'd you get the 51 from? Yeah.
Black demographic.
Are you talking about the 54% of black men being single without kids? Or
single,
something
like 18 to 36-year-old men.
Over a year.
That really says that on black demographics? I gotta look that up.
It's not all men. It's like something like 18 to 36-year-old men haven't gotten laid in a year or something.
Yeah,
I know that, but I know that large.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, but it's over 50%. So that means that there's less than the minority is falling for that, for those particular women. The
minority is the wealthy. The wealthy are always the minority, right? So I mean,
right.
I'm sorry, but nice try, sir. Nice try.
I'm just saying, who do you think can afford the 304s? It ain't the brokies.
Which is the majority.
That's what you're missing right there. That's what you're missing right there. Because it's like this here. Women are like this here. They want money, of course. But women, if they love someone, they desire someone, it doesn't matter. Broke, rich, in between. It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. I have to cut you off. That is an outdated theory. This is where I think I
don't know if it's that
I struggle with y'all on this. I think that's the way it was.
No,
Gen Z and younger millennials, we are in the monetized dating marketplace, bro. They are talking about money, bro. I agree. If we're talking about the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, I would agree with you. We're talking about 2025. We're talking about inflation through the roof. We're talking about people ain't getting laid off from work left and right. These women out here selling coochie, bro. I don't know how else to tell you this. They out here selling coochie, bro. And it's the women that you don't expect. It's every time I look up, I'm like, dang, she's selling it. Like I'm just like, really her? Like
Was
you
that-
wouldn't even think it would be her.
Was
There are
that-
people, they have family members right now, don't even know they got family. Some of y'all got female family members selling Gucci around here right now to survive.
Was that you that did that video of the two women that got into a fight over a homeless man?
No, but I know which video you're talking about.
I
Yeah.
thought Dee did that video.
I did something about a lady who was sleeping with a homeless man.
There were two women fighting over a homeless man. That's how bad it's gotten now.
Oh my God. And this woman was sleeping with the homeless man and he was running from her.
Oh God.
He said she was upset. She became obsessed with him. She wanted to clean him up and take him home, but he said, hell no, I won't go.
Wow.
And he was running from her.
You ever seen the show I Did It For My Man? You know.
And my goal here isn't to tell men to pay for it. I want you to be aware of what you're dealing with now.
You're saying just don't buy it.
Wait, that's what I'm saying. I'm not telling men to go buy it. I'm just saying you have to understand that a lot of women that you're going to approach or that you're going to deal with today, they're for sale.
I just wanted to say something really quickly. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for allowing me up, Ms. D.
Yeah,
How
no
you
problem.
been doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Working as usual.
Wow.
Shout out to Trey. Shout out to Classy and the rest of the fellas on the panel. It's crazy. It's crazy out here right now because the funny thing is the projection that's done to on men, right? When you got some of these women out here that's doing a little bit of everything, which you didn't cover, Ms. Dee. You got women out here, like what Trey was saying, they selling it on TikTok. You got women out here involved in same-sex relationships. They even dipping and dabbling with rainbow men. They doing everything that you can think of under the sun. But the projection is always pointed into the direction
I see where it's going. I try to keep it open. Try to keep my mind open.
Classy, your mic on.
Classy, mute yourself.
I muted him because he was. Go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, they doing.
Sorry.
Yeah, they doing a little bit of everything, and I think you even covered. I think you even covered a video one time, Dee, about the man that went on Kendra G's show. He was rainbow, and the women was sending him DMs talking about how they can make him straight, and
I think
it was I was like, wow, man, wow. So I'm like, y'all, and they wonder why the STD rate is out of control. Like y'all doing.
They're desperate.
And the crazy thing about a lot of the women is that this propaganda then the propaganda is so bad that a lot of women really think that they're smarter than men. A lot of them think that they're smarter than us. They think that they're better than us. And they be doing all of this stuff thinking they sneaking and creeping like we don't know or we don't understand. We can just tell by your personality that you think you about to do something and get away with it and don't nobody know. We know you doing all of this. We ain't slow. We know you doing all of this. And it's like, and the thing that gets me with a lot of these women, they lie to each other and they lie to themselves. And then those lies, when you start believing those lies, that's when it becomes delusion. Because and the fact they've been told that they don't need no man, that men ain't this, men ain't that. You can talk, and what be getting me is the dudes that be going along with it. Because there be some dudes out here that be going along with it. Like I done seen dudes up there. Oh man, you gotta speak to the women like this, and if they talking crazy, I'm like, look, bro, I got more self-respect for myself than that. I don't know about you. I don't know how you was brought up, but I was taught to have a little bit more self-respect than that. So, hey,
I know exactly how they were brought up.
Yeah, and it be dudes like they be craving. It's so reverse now. You got some dudes out here they craving for the validation of these women. These type of women where they can just say whatever they want to say. You can't respond. You can't say anything. They say, I'm like, bro, I don't know what to tell you, but you ain't a real man. If you allow yourself to be ran by a woman, you're not a real man. You're not. There's nothing that you can do to compete against other men when you allow like your respect to be dictated by what this woman, a broken woman, what this woman is saying to you. It's crazy.
Yeah, when I hear certain men saying, "You need to be ready to pay her bills on day one," and I just look at him like, what, where did you come from? Like, are you serious? That's what you doing? And then the one who's saying that, he's typically single. He don't have a woman in sight, but he's saying, "Oh, you should be ready to pay her bills on day one," and if these women you and accept her kids and all of that. Now, my thing is this: if that's what you want to do personally, I have no problem. That's your choice. But why are you trying to convince other men that this what they should be doing when they know this is not a good thing? That this does not benefit him. That you work hard to build yourself up and establish something for yourself, and you know that these women are out to trying to get to the bag and they're using y'all for it. Why would you just automatically tell somebody to just automatically accept that without getting to know her? Don't you just this is what you should be doing? Like, that's not what as a woman who knows, that's why I say I know these women look at men like that and be like, girl, I don't even like it. I know women say this stuff, especially if it's a man that's I'm talking about, like, if it's a man that's really like her, he really likes her, really thinks that he could have a relationship with her, a real relationship. These women don't be wanting that. A lot of times, I'm not talking about the ones y'all playing the game and you just like, okay, well, I just want sex. No, men who really thinks that he could have a real some relationship with those women. No, and she knows that, so she plays on that. And then she's like, that's why they feel so comfortable asking, can you do this? Can you do that? Because she knows that he probably will do it because he's a little too desperate. Because she's probably a type of woman that he's never ever dealt with before. She's probably somebody that he's dreaming like, oh my God, she's so fine and so cute and this and that. And he's never dated a woman like her. So, oh my God, he's willing to do whatever. Women know when the man is like that. So if she's gonna take advantage, she's gonna take advantage. She probably don't give him none of the booty. She just like, buy me this. Can you do this? And say it in such a sweet, nice way. In his mind, he thinking, ooh, she might be submissive. She might be this. Some of these dudes don't be knowing, and they just ready to dive head first in, and then realize, she don't really want you, and she's talking mad ish about you behind your back. Don't even like you at all. But she's willing to get you to buy and do all this stuff for her. That's why I say don't fall for. I would never tell a man to do that for any woman. Not. No.
I think it's a level of consciousness. You kind of said it. Why would a man give another man that advice if he knows it doesn't work? Mm-hmm. And then you also just said these women take full advantage and the men doesn't know, and he keeps doing all these nice things for this woman and he puts his cape on. Mm-hmm. I think that's the level of consciousness, because men are all told from like 8 years old, like, put your cape on, help a woman, save her. That's like de facto male mentality, is the nice guy who's willing to throw his wallet at everything. And then you meet a few women and you date a few women, maybe you get married, and then you're able to rise above that level of consciousness. And you're like, oh, okay, stop. I've seen the pattern here. Yeah. And you become men like Trey or Classy or Daryl, and we're all like, all right, here's what's really going on. Here's the game. Here's why we don't do that junk anymore like we did in high school. But then you got some guys, like he was talking about, some dudes are like 40 years old still thinking this way. And I'm like, yo, what have you learned? What do you actually think about in a day, for real?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Like, these aren't like young, I don't see like 19-year-old. I'm seeing they look like they could be 30, 40 years old saying this. And it's not a lot of them that's saying it, but the ones that are, I'm cringing. Like, that is not, you should not be saying it, because I know a lot of these women, if for some unsuspecting guy who has some money, who's still thinking that that's the way to get the woman that you really want to be with, and solely off of just doing that, that ain't really happening.
Because I tell my sisters, like, don't even go for that. The dude who's too nice and has no self-respect, you don't want that guy. You want the dude who will probably treat you more like Kevin Samuels, for real.
But then it don't really go well, because sometimes if they playing with the wrong simp or they playing with somebody's feelings, it can go real left. And go real left depending on that type of person, because they can be concealing a lot of how they really feel, you know, being the passive type. And then once they find out that they being played with, sometimes that person can
They go
turn into a
OJ.
real, that person can turn into a real, you know, demented type of person. Like
Look,
who was that one girl, Miss Dee? The one girl that was dealing with the simp and he followed her all the way home in Houston. I think he deleted her or something like that. Mercedes Moore or something like
I
that.
think I heard of it, but I don't.
Yeah, she was a OnlyFans chick.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's why I said don't play with people feeling. You don't know who you're dealing with. You don't know. They might seem nice, and they probably are, but you could trigger something, and people don't want to be taken advantage of. And I think that's you shouldn't play those games. I'm just saying, be honest about your intent. That's why I say be honest and just take it as it come. Like whatever it is. If you can't get it, you can't get it. At least look, this is what I want from you. How much you charging? Because they selling it anyway.
But that goes back to your communication, right? Communication isn't just for relationships. You could have communication for what you want from them. Look, this is what I want from you. What do you want from me? And then you can come to an agreement. It happens all the time. It's called marriage. They do the same thing in marriage. They literally do the same exact thing. They just add a little bit of emotional flavor on top of it, but it's essentially the same thing. It's all the same.
I'm about to get out of here, man. I appreciate Miss DeeDee. I appreciate y'all letting me come up and speak, and I appreciate speaking to the rest of the guys on the panel up here. It was a pretty good conversation. I enjoyed it.
Oh, no problem. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Take care.
All right, no problem.
All right, DeeDee, that makes for two of us. Thank you for having me on the show. I gotta get up out of here myself.
All right, and I'm about to end this too, y'all, because I gotta go eat.
I'm out too, DeeDee. Good topic though. This is a good conversation.
Thanks.
Shout out to you.
Trey. Be safe, Trace. Trey.
Shout out to you all, fellas. Oh, Miss DeeDee, I was meaning to tell you before you left that video that you actually reviewed of the women talking about, you know, deleting black men and everything that. That video is actually about 3 years old. It's been a while. Yeah, it was off a Clubhouse in the height of the divestment movement and all of that, when they was regurgitating all of this neo-Nazi speech, which is neo-Nazi, which is how they feel. And then you literally had them having Patreons where they calling black men monkeys and using the hard ER and all type it was
crazy.
And you know what's funny? Don't nobody want to address that. Nobody really wants to talk about that.
Mm-hmm. Because it's horrible. It's horrible. And once again, whether it was 3 years ago, 10 years, like it's just sad, to watch, for me to hear and see. I just was like, but these are the women who always have try to point out the negatives when it comes to men. And all I ever say is, hey, there's some horrible men on this side, but there's horrible women over here. They just keep trying to say, oh, the horrible men, the men are so bad. And I know we could go both ways with it, but I'm like, to hear that literally come from, this was black women. I could tell that was black women saying we would be so much better without them. If we could just, and you talking to a white man basically saying, if y'all could assist us in getting rid of them. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's essentially what they were saying. Assist us. If we could get y'all help to help get them out the way. That is, I really was boggled by that. I'm like, are you like, damn, this is worse than I thought. This is taking a whole, like something else. Like, why you're talking to this man, say we can get your help because y'all are in control of this, so we need your help to get them in line or get rid of them. That's what they were saying.
And they had been talking like that because I wanted to see what they were saying, so I had been observing a lot of the channels.
Yeah,
and they had been talking like that. You literally had one woman who had a black man hanging from a noose as her avatar, with the woman swinging on the other end of the tree. So yeah, they definitely been doing. And the funny thing is, nobody ever wants to speak about that. It's like it's taboo in the black community. But if you flip the script and it was some black men speaking to a white woman about trying to get black women out the way, oh, it'll be all over it'll be everywhere. It'll be everywhere. I don't think a lot of people within our community want to deal with the idea that you do have women in our community that are self-hating and they aspire to be with white men. They aspire to be with other groups of men to that extreme that they willing to. Then this is how they thinking. This is just the quiet part loud.
I'm sorry, sir, but the problem is the reason why we don't speak on it as black men is because we've had white men do that for 400 years, and we still survive. Now, a group of women doing that will make no difference to us because guess what? We're still going to keep doing what we want to do. We're still going to keep going. We just decided we're not going to address you. It's not even worth it. You like stale bread. You can't be molded. So we're going to keep it moving. There's no need to try to convince you otherwise. There's no need to try to address it or stop it. You're going to talk. But guess what? We've seen it before. And it didn't stop us then. It's not going to stop us now. And it's not going to stop us in the future. See, the thing about black men are so resourceful and so resilient and so intelligent. You know, a lot of people underestimate the black man. And it does not go well for anybody that does. I'm sorry, it never did. It has not yet done. We are still here. Several other races tried to eliminate the black men before the black women these women say anything, and it didn't work. And what makes you think a black women are going to be able to do it now? When other men from other nationalities, other cultures, other ethnic backgrounds couldn't do it. What makes you think black women?
No, it's not about thinking anything. It's just about calling out what's the obvious that people refuse to address, not convincing anything. And to be honest, I don't think that's the case at all because we have been doing everything that we need to do as a group of men. I think that with so much role reversal and the black community being a matriarchy, I just think a lot of black women are scared of black women. I mean, a lot of black men are scared of black women at this point. They scared to address. Right. They scared to address any issues with the women. They're scared to stand their ground. You even got black men that'll attack you behind what these women are doing because they pit bulls. So
well, you got a few traders. You got a few traders, but that never stopped the black man.
You got quite a few. But yeah, that's all. It's just addressing it. Me, I don't even want to try to convince anybody or anything. Everybody got the right to think how they want to think, but just addressing the hypocrisy as far as the way that a lot of these women think and how evil-minded a lot of them are, but they try to pretend to be a victim all the time. That's it. Yep. That's it.
Yep. The one thing I see with this going on is like the black women that said that they had learned from history. They have not learned from history.
A lot of black folks don't even read their own history, brother. A lot of us don't know. A lot of us don't know. They don't even. You ask the average person when the last time they cracked open a book, they can't even tell you. They ain't read a history book outside of social studies in freshman year. They can't tell you.
I got no idea.
That would be me.
What's up, Scan?
That would be me.
So, but when you do study history, you see a repetitive in patterns as time goes on.
That's because
and you able to observe, how things going to play out, but people is people, man. But yeah, it's just that a lot of them are sick and demented, and for the women that created these channels telling all of these women to divest, you see that they don't really care about black women either, because it seems like every other month or so, or at least 2 to 3 months, you got a black woman that's coming up missing dealing with somebody of another group that don't nobody address on their channels after they encourage this type of way of thinking. So
I think you're right as far as the elimination of black women, and I'm in the way of birth control, abortion, child support, welfare. These are the negatives to eliminate the black women. But the black women don't realize they're the target. They don't realize they're the target. But look at these things that they think they think they enjoy as freedom or being free. But these are things that really condemning them, that they're enjoying. But they think it's a freedom, but it's a condemnation. And they don't realize it. They don't see it. And so And we black men, what we do, we see the black women fall. We saw it back in the 60s. They fell for the same thing. And what we did was did our part and do what we were supposed to do, protect our families, and kept it going. We said, we're not gonna wait on you to catch on. You're gonna realize that you can't do without us, and you're gonna come up and catch up with us. Until what? Now, until then, now
No, I get you, brother, but it ain't no catching up. Once you show that
I
you're,
disagree with that.
yeah, once you show that, ain't no these. I ain't willing to take you back. You told these folks you wanted me deleted. You over here calling me hard ERs. You talking about how you don't need us and we ain't nothing. We ain't never built nothing. We ain't never. What's the difference between you and and some of these other folks? I wouldn't. These men don't. Man, please.
You saying they burned the bridge?
They ain't just burned the bridge, they disintegrated it. It ain't no bridge. It can't even be a bridge that's built.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Shout out to you, Scam. My bad. I didn't mean to keep talking, brother. I know you got to get your word in because Miss DeeDee about to go.
Yeah, I missed a lot of the dust because I was gonna come blow up the panel as usual. Now, in the last 60 to 90 days, these are the conversations y'all are having with women.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm not having
child support and all this other. So, how about the last 2 years? These are the regular conversations going on that y'all are having.
Relationship.
No, I'm saying y'all are having it in the middle of at the dinner table. She's jumping up and saying, "I want to start deleting kids," or "Hey, I want all my bills paid on the first day." This is what's really happening.
Yes,
like,
yes.
Y'all are having these conversations, and this is really happening.
You talking about it in our everyday lives?
Yeah, this is what they're really saying.
I have family members saying they don't need men.
They don't.
No, they don't need men.
They don't. It's first world country. They don't need them.
It sure is a lot of crying and complaining for somebody that don't need nobody.
I hear more complaining coming from the men, to be honest.
Nah, I don't. I hear the men responding to our images being dragged through the mud for decades on decades. Because I don't hear a man saying where all the good women at. I hear reverse women saying where all the good men at, or they can't find the men, or the men that did them something, and the men are just so horrible. I hear it coming from the women day in and day out.
No, the whole drag the image through the mud. I was on a panel, and there was a chick that went through every one of Oprah, Ricky Lake, and scrolled through. Guess what she didn't find? Any of these talking points. The black man ain't nothing. These men ain't. It wasn't there.
Oh,
that's just some talking point somebody threw out there, and because Kevin Samuel said it, somehow it's true. Black women didn't drag men's image down the gutter.
No, I've actually seen a show in the 90s.
One show.
I can't remember on Ricky. No, I've seen plenty. This is just one for an example of a black woman who was married to a white man who hated black men.
So one show in the 90s ruined all the black men. One show in the 90s.
No, it's multiple shows. Men don't have a reason to lie. It's a channel you can go on called Crayon Scribble, where it had Crayon Scribble. YouTube it right now, Crayon Scribble, where they got multiple shows of the women being mad at interracial dating, the women saying that black men ain't this and black men ain't that. That one particular show I just named, for example, it was all on Ricky Lake, Sally Jesse Raphael, Jenny Jones.
Gave you. Okay, I was around. There were talk shows. The worst image that talk shows was actually white people. I was actually around. This came on. They used to come on between 4 and 6 p.m.
I remember I used to watch them after school.
Black man, that was not true. 80-90% was just crazy. Was all wild stuff, and most of it was white people. But because Kevin Samuel said it, the women drug our image, and then. The very black man who say this grab platforms and all they got to say, hey man, the stock market went down 10%. Black women's. They're doing the very thing, which means they are the very women that they complain about.
I disagree.
Sir, have you ever heard of the women's liberation?
No.
That was back in the 60s where I was
liberation from what?
Answer that question. Liberation from men. They had a big thing called Woodstock.
But then 10 minutes later, you're gonna say these women today don't act like the women of before.
No, the women of the day, the ideas of the women of the day were the same ideas then. It was just there were more women of the day doing it than it was then. But black women were involved at that time in the women liberation movement.
Okay,
And
so this liberation movement, let me ask you a question. This liberation movement was sexual liberation, right? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's all gender, all women.
Okay, because I hear them talk about the sexual liberation movement all the time.
Right.
That doesn't mean they've made these hoes. So a hoe would be one woman who sleeps with a whole bunch of men, correct?
Yeah.
It depends. It could be a.
How you gonna be a hoe? You ain't sleep with nobody. What are we talking
Listen
about?
to what I'm saying. A
You're
hoe
practicing?
sleeps with me. A hoe sleeps with men for money. Now, slut. That's the one that just.
Okay, let's just take these women sleeping with all these dudes. On the left, we have one woman. On the right, we got 416 dudes, meat dangling out the side, waiting in the hallway. Who do you need to talk to?
No, some of them are just as responsible. I agree.
Some. One woman, 467 dudes. Some of them,
But
in the
it ain't
parking
just
lot,
one woman.
now serving number 30. Okay, 6 women. Let's take the strip club, which is owned and ran by men. Security, the owner, 15 women, 12 of them working shifts, dangling vagina from the chandelier. Big 6-7 figure earners, and even the broke dude who got his PPP loan. Multiple men. High percentage of them married. And we're gonna say it's a woman problem?
Yeah.
Who created? Who's funding? Who created the problem? Who's funding the problem? Who's running it? Security guarding it, paying the taxes on it.
So the thing about it is like
6 women.
It's just like
So
any
in
other
layman
business.
terms, you
13
saying
women, 400 dudes in the parking lot.
in layman terms, you saying that men need to practice more discipline, which I don't deny, which a lot of men have already addressed. The difference is that when those men make decisions based off them not practicing discipline, nobody's feeling sorry for them. Us as men don't go around to those men and tell them, oh, it's the woman's fault. No, you was not paying attention to what you was doing. You was out here messing with the wrong person because you was thinking with the other head. We say that to men. But the women, the ones that's out here getting ran through, the ones that you're talking about,
Who's running
seem
through
to
those
have
women?
Is
it other women?
Hold on. I just let me finish.
Some cases.
Yeah, in some cases, right? Let me finish. Yeah, but hold on.
Some cases.
For most of the time, those women are the ones who are out here slanging they VJ around and then want to turn around and play a victim and try to get the whole world on their side against something that they knew well intent on what they was doing and made a choice that they decided to make. Ain't nobody feeling sorry for men that go out here and make the wrong decision based off of lack of discipline.
Okay.
But on the other end of that spectrum, those women want to play victim. And we all grown here. We all adults. We know right from wrong.
Right.
We know we know what decisions we make. Now, if we want to say what influenced our decision, then that's a different story. But for the most part, we know what decision that we make.
Well, let me ask you something. Because allegedly there's all these men looking for the best women out there. And they can't stand 304s and these women doing this wild stuff. Mm-hmm. Why is 97.8% of everything they talk about, 304s, child support, baby mamas, out of control women, if that's not what they're looking for?
Let me say this real quick. Hey, DD, hey, everybody. I want to ask you this, Scam. But why is a video just going viral right now saying men should marry men? Hold on. Men should marry hoes. And women, hold on, black women are siding saying, yeah, men should marry hoes. Men never came out and said nothing like that. Men have never come out and said nothing like that.
Well, I give you multiple answers.
I've talked to my grandparents. I've talked to my grandparents. I've talked to all the people that are 70, 80 years old. And I tell them about today's dating market, and they can't believe it. They can't believe some of the stuff Because it
They
wasn't like
created
that
it.
back then.
That's a damn lie.
It was not like that back in the day.
They lied to you.
No, they didn't lie.
They lied to you.
I was back in that day.
They lied.
The women back in that day valued their virginity.
Shit.
They valued their virtue back then. What happened was the women made a choice.
Hold up. Didn't you just bring up sexual liberation? Wasn't that you that brought that up?
The women's liberation was smaller.
Which one is it? They valued it or sexual liberation? Which one?
No, the women that I'm familiar with valued their virginity. They did. The women liberation said, listen, you have the option. You can value virginity or you can join us and give it up. But either way, you're talking about those 400 men, those 400 men would have got nothing if the women didn't let them have it. All the women got to do is say no. That's it. All
there
they got
you go.
to do is say, keep their legs closed until marriage, and then everything is fine. But the women choose not to. And a man, I can't blame a man for being a man. I can't blame a man for being a man. Women.
1 minute is sexual liberation. The next minute they was all virgins. Which one?
Yes. The thing
or
about
the virgins went and participated in sexual liberation. This is why the women's are out of control.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that the women control the sex. If they keep their legs closed, the sex stops. That's just it.
How women control sex? Control it. So I can put a 450-pound woman and you gotta have sex.
They close their legs till marriage, sir. They show some discipline.
No, I want to know where the 500-pound women controlling all the sex. They want it too. How come they ain't controlling it? 500 pounds, vagina ain't been washed in 4 days.
They can
Actually, they are.
They can be
150 too. Right.
They can lose the weight. They can show some discipline. Lose the weight. Be 150. Close their legs.
How you gonna say the word discipline talking about women control sex? That means the men ain't got no discipline, right?
The men
How come they ain't controlling? How come they ain't saying, "Look, we ain't getting down"?
A man's gonna do what he wants to do. That's what man does.
Gonna do what he's gonna do, and you said the word discipline.
But the thing about it is,
that's the discipline.
He can't do that if the woman says no.
Right. So women run things. The woman says the dude's dangling her. Oh, yo. Can't control it. And you use the word discipline.
Sex. They control sex. They control sex.
Since they're in control, why not go ahead and start submitting to which they're already doing anyway? Since they in control, y'all talk about leadership. But then you said the women are in control. These are your words, not mine.
I said sex.
They're controlling the sex.
Right. The women control the sex.
So a man can't say no. He can't opt out. He can't just go home. He can't.
I'm not going to. No. The man don't have to say no. The women say no.
So the women are dragging dudes into the strip club and making them go.
The responsibility is on the woman to say no. The men already got responsibility. See, the thing about it, what you missing is
responsible people make right decisions and they control themselves, correct?
No, the man is already controlling himself. Because guess what? If
the men are controlling themselves. If the men are controlling themselves, all the women would be virgins, right?
No,
there would be no 304s. They'd all be sleeping with each other.
No, sir, you're missing the point.
But man, it's happening now.
Man is showing all the discipline in the world.
How they getting pregnant? Sleeping with each other.
The man can take it if he wants to, but he doesn't. You know why? Because it's a crime and it's disrespectful. So the man's not going to take it. He's not going to overpower the woman to get it.
That's what he does. This is what we're talking about. He's got control because he won't hijack and take her off in the bush. And that's what you call control versus opting out and saying no.
That is the pure definition of
control. So the bar is way down here.
Let me add to this real quick.
This is what we're doing.
That's what most people are doing. This is why the women are complaining. See, the complaints that a lot of the guys got, Scam, is that you deal with the irresponsible men. Because we don't deny that it's irresponsible men out here. You deal with the irresponsible men as an irresponsible woman, but then you want to bring the complaints back to more responsible.
You're missing what this is what I'm saying. No. Responsible men aren't having these conversations.
No,
because you're not dealing with these women.
These conversations. Like,
okay, the ones who want to make money,
eyes, we can see.
If you're not over on,
remember these conversations was going on before YouTube was even able to be monetized. These conversations has been going on.
Right, and they show all the They show every contradiction.
They
Just
show
like
it, but
the points
scam.
that
The
y'all are
women
bringing up now.
scam. I can go.
People
on
are either
TikTok.
disciplined or they're not.
Okay, I can go on TikTok right now, and it's an
I'm
encyclopedia.
telling you, both sides have a problem.
Now you're saying both sides, but a minute you were just dictating the men. So which one is it?
Yeah, because y'all covered the women. Yeah, both sides.
We always
But
talk
if
about
we lived in a
we talk
patriarchy
about
and the
the
man
men
is
for
supposed to
wherever.
be the leading
We don't live in
and
a
all this stuff,
patriarchy. We don't live
there
in a
are
patriarchy.
there
There's
are no
more
super
patriarchy.
focused men dealing with out of control women. It doesn't make sense.
And we see
All the dudes are wearing suit and ties, virgins waiting until marriage, come home at 5 o'clock in the evening, and somehow the strip clubs are dragging them out and making them get the chicks pregnant and pay child support.
If you would know, if you have noticed, have they been talking about the strip clubs are dry these days? They're not making that much money. First and foremost, you got women that's having wine mixes.
Hold up. What city you live in?
I live in Chicago.
The bars and the clubs.
Okay, so what
Maybe
happens
in
when
Atlanta
business
it's a
doesn't
different
make
story. Maybe in
what
Atlanta,
happens when businesses don't make any money?
They shut down.
They shut down.
Are there strip clubs open in Chicago?
It's been 2 of them that shut down.
There's a lot of them shutting down across America.
This is what we're talking about. Two shut down, and we're saying they ain't making no money.
It's more than 2.
What about the other 400?
I don't even know any other 400s. The only 2 that I'm familiar with, they 2 of them shut down. The factory shut down. Glacier shut down, and it's another one named Arnie's, and they're barely making it.
I might have to join the Simps. This is bad. This is what we're doing. 2 clubs shut down, and we're like, man, the strip clubs ain't making. Go to the parking lot tonight.
For the most part, listen. Here's the thing.
Just ride past.
You got the women. The women can give you. They have an encyclopedia of content on TikTok where they're confessing about their problems. These are women that's supposed to be feminists that don't need men, and they're still complaining about men left and right because the men are not doing what they want them to do. So I would think that would be. I would think that would be some form of discipline, right?
No, I'm gonna answer his question and yours. Yes, why are people coming on the internet and why saying whatever? Because you're willing to click on it, giving it the views. Because you're willing to get outraged and do a reaction video, giving it more views. And then there's even other suckers that actually believe it. That's why.
But scam, that's the world we live in. That's just
hey, DeeDee, get your money.
That's the world that we live in. Listen, if the women who say all men are trash and dogs and make up stories about relationships that don't exist, they make money out. That's what they're doing it for.
No, you're right.
Because they know everybody gonna click on salacious, anything that's salacious and gonna get people talking. That's what they gonna talk about.
No, we're supposed to hear this stuff, throw the garbage away, and then go back to reality. But when people start making it a reality, all the women are doing this. All the women. I'm like, dude, is this really happening to you? When you sat down at Chili's with the chick you just met, the first thing she said, "You gonna pay my bills?" Did she pull out a child support document? If it's really happening? My God.
Damn, I'm gonna be honest with you. You be shocked. I don't record the conversations I have.
If it's 1 out of 10, cool. But don't act like 8 out of 10. That's what they talk. No.
Yeah,
come on.
it's 8 out of 10, sir. It's 8 out of 10.
You need to move.
It's 8 out of 10.
It's a lot of them, bro. It's a lot of them.
That's why I asked the question. I'm like, is this like you're meeting women? Because I asked them earlier, are y'all meeting women who literally ask you how much you make to your
No.
I've had it happen to me multiple times.
That's
They like him. That's why they didn't do that. See, they didn't like me.
I'm almost ugly. They
didn't like me. That's why they asked me. Matter of fact, I had a woman. She brought her children on the date. First date.
God,
I haven't had that happen.
Oh my God.
That's crazy. That's what I'm saying.
I haven't had that happen.
This is examples of them telling us it's really happening.
She brought her 2 children on the date. And you know the reason why she said? Because you wouldn't pay for a babysitter.
What?
Hell no.
She said that?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Because
Okay.
before the call, she said she had to get a babysitter. And I said, well, okay. She said, and then she kind of paused. I'm like, well, do what you can about getting baby. I told her, let me know if you can't make it.
Went to the bathroom, just like.
What? No, okay. I'm not saying I can't tell you what is happening or not. I'm just saying foul, wild stuff once a year, once every 6 months. Something wild where I just hang up and don't talk no more. Something weirdly off be maybe once a month, once every. But as a normal thing, I'm not hearing this wild stuff.
You know, Scam. You know what's so crazy? Before I even got into
And I'm
social
almost
media,
ugly.
you know, before I got into social media, I've had the lesbian women approach me saying they didn't want to be lesbians anymore. I've had that happen to me, and they wanted a baby with me. I've had that happen to me before.
Oh my God!
So that's a real thing going on. That's not just on social media. That's really it's crazy.
So scam, you're not probably on the dating scene. That's probably why you don't see it.
Oh, they like him, Mrs. DeeDee. That's why. They don't like me.
DeeDee, I'm not on that date. I'm not on that dating scene.
You're not on the black. Okay, so what's
No, not just black. No, it ain't black. That's another thing. They always throw everything negative to be black, then complain talking about they destroyed our image. Another contradict. White people out of control, Hispanic, it's all racist.
Yeah.
But when I was in the military, I saw some of the worst, and it was all racist. But as far as the scene, those type of women, thank God, they don't like me. Maybe I don't know. I'm not in those places.
I've had women bring,
but it don't mean it doesn't exist, though, Scam. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
I've had
Never said it didn't exist, but if 8 out of 10 are pulling all this wild stuff, something wrong.
Man, come on now.
8 out of 10, no.
But you acting like it just don't exist, Scam. That's the whole point. That's the point they trying to make you understand up here. You know, because it just seems like you think that, you know, they
Crack exists. Fruits and vegetables exist. I don't have much to tell you about crack. I'm not really that interested. I don't smoke it.
we see now you're going into other collateral matters not pertaining to the subject to get off the subject.
You'll have something to talk about.
You're getting off the subject, Scam. You're getting off the subject.
No, it's the subject. Okay. Women who are bringing kids to the date, talking about pay my bills and whatever, all that. I ain't interested in that. I don't have those conversations.
But you're saying it doesn't exist.
And I'm almost ugly. I didn't say it doesn't exist.
This man is crazy, man. He's nutty as a fruitcake.
Even the goofy friend, some of my friends who can't get the women, some who can. This is not regular conversation. Man, she told me I had to pay all the bills. She told me the child support, sir. That's the norm. It's not regular conversation.
That's the norm, sir.
No.
Don't mean it doesn't exist.
That's the norm.
It exists, but it's not the norm.
No, it's the norm.
I think pre-COVID, a lot of it was hidden. And then when COVID came on the scene, I think a lot of people started exposing themselves on what they really wanted and what their true intentions were.
It's not even their true intentions because their actions don't back it up.
I'm just telling you, when I went on dates after COVID hit, it seemed like women were being more just brash and upfront. They were just saying, "Oh, are you gonna pay for the date?" Because the last guy, he didn't pay for the date, and I'm just like, I got the money in my hand right here. I'm about to pay for the date. Like, what's the problem?
There is some. Hold on, I'll meet you where you are. There is some of that. That sounds like something that can be reasonable. 1 out of 4.
Nah,
1 out of 3.
It's happening more than that.
But bringing kids to the date and
I ain't had that yet.
That's wild.
No, I get you. I've got some once a years or heard some wild stuff on the phone or whatever. I don't even make it to the date when I hear this wild stuff.
Yeah.
But I can't tell you that 8 out of 10 sound like these conversations on TikTok and the internet. No,
they're not fake.
It could be at least 10. It could be at least 10, but not 50.
10%.
This man.
So in the 6 years I dated, I've had it happen to me twice where a woman brought a child to the date. First time.
But let me ask you something though, Pops. Let me ask you a question. Now, I'm glad that you took DeeDee's advice to get your hair cut and just spice it up because you're looking good up here, brother. You are. You can get a woman right now just by the way you look. So can we work on more of what you want versus what you don't want? See, because it's not a good look right now, because right now the women that were in the chat say you look good.
Well, Mrs. Dee, I'm gonna have to give you a thank you because ever since I changed his appearance, my DMs have blown up.
What did I say? I don't even remember what did I say?
This was a few shows ago.
What did I say? What did I tell him? I don't even remember.
You said, Daryl, you probably need to work on yourself.
Oh,
you said, I need to work on yourself.
Oh,
and you said, like, you know, we the women are there, but there's something about you need to change, and you probably need to listen to them because they're telling you what they want, and if you can change it, you need to work on it and change it. So exactly,
that's legit info. I'm working on myself.
Ms. Dee, that was
yes,
you.
Cam, you need to work on yourself.
I need to figure out how to not be ugly. Right? I'm telling you, almost there. And once I hit ugly, it's a wrap.
Scam.
If you just don't go home and if you don't cook her dinner after work and go wash her clothes,
Scam,
you'll be good.
Scam, you gotta grow some hair. You gotta grow some hair. Scam.
I tried. I planted seeds. I didn't try bleach, it ain't working. I tried.
You'll be all right.
My hair been gone since I was 22. Luckily, I got a decent shaped head, so I'm all right. I had a friend,
but Scam though, seriously, if you don't buy her, if you don't pay her rent, you don't wash her clothes and cook her dinner too after work. Soon as you get home from work, I think you'll be good.
Now my question is,
I love that song.
go meet them chicks and hey, let me see your cell phone. Show me your ex who did all this. And the ex is Marquavion. He ain't done none of that. I'm telling you, these conversations, like who's saying this?
So you don't.
Media.
So you don't believe that these guys, when they even quote the R&B songs, that they're accurate?
With what?
I think you don't like them talking about it, Scam, because you know that's you.
Sure. You got it, man. You figured it out. Yep. I'm cooking right now. You got it. Cooking some barbecue Pop-Tarts. And I'll put Kool-Aids in the microwave. Yep.
Scam is crazy, man. He don't like statistics.
I appreciate.
He don't like y'all talking about the baby face songs. He don't like y'all. He blame y'all for the women bad behavior.
I'll just be real. DeeDee can attest to this. She has a husband.
DeeDee ain't gonna attest to that. She quiet.
DeeDee being who she is a representation of who he is. Am I incorrect?
There's only one person can answer that one.
You're correct.
Is he Marquavion Smith? Felon, 6 teeth in his mouth.
But wait a minute, though, Scam.
But if she was up here out of control, yakking and quacking, that would tell you what she got in the back. Some clown. But she presents herself decent.
No, you got some men that are still married to women like that, and they are perfectly okay with it. I don't agree with it.
It don't.
But what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you is, it's just.
Oh, you went out.
Yeah, it basically tells you the type of man. Because why would you know what I mean? It is a representation of who you're with. Because coming on these social media platforms, I'm not just gonna come on here and just be you know what I'm saying, be all crazy, be something that I'm not. Is what I'm not, and I don't want to represent my husband in that way, because there were some things that we talked about when I started doing this that is not gonna happen. Like, I'm not gonna get on here and argue back and forth with grown men. I'm not gonna do that, because my husband watched these things, and he's like, he can't defend me if I'm on here acting a fool with grown men. What could he do back? And why he don't? That's not something I'm going to do. And that was the agreement that I'm never gonna. Now, we have healthy debates and go back and forth, but not hard down arguing about. No, hell no. I'm not doing that with nobody.
That's my job. I'll take care of that.
Yeah,
but you know what, DeeDee? You're following your husband's leadership.
Yeah, I mean, and it is a representation of him. I'm not gonna be as his, he is my protector. Oh yes, so he's looking to protect me. So why would I put myself in a position that he can't do what he can't protect me? Because he can't protect me on social media. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's certain things, I'm prohibited from doing. I'm not gonna argue. I don't even take it that serious anyway. But I mean, if it was to the point where somebody came on the panel or did something disrespectful or what, I remove them. That way I'm not gonna go back and engage, because that's just that's not how I am anyway. And I'm not, it's not my place to do that. I'll just remove you from it and that's it and keep it moving. Yeah. So that's how we deal with that.
No, I'm saying for the most part. And there is that 10% that be off.
Yeah.
When you see dudes who handling business, not just wearing a shirt and tie, but really have like attitude, confidence, whatever. The women that are around them are usually on point, or at least they act that way when the people are around.
But are you doing it for a woman, or are you just doing it for yourself, though, Scam? That's the whole point. It gotta be within, not on you, but within.
No, I'm just keeping it simple, just as an example. If I were looking for tricks, dudes throwing money in the garbage can, simping after the strip club parking lot might be a good place to find them. Meaning, these people who do this are usually around women who do that. These women who do that are with men who do this.
Or you could be a pretty decent man like yourself and just simp out.
Yeah, I'll simp on Tuesdays and only Tuesdays and Thursdays. Today's
when
Friday.
He get his paycheck, he simp.
Yeah, I didn't get paid. I didn't get paid, so I can't simp.
The fifth is coming. VA. You're simp then.
I'm a part-time simp. They cut my hours back. Just being real.
I can't say nothing because I'm gonna be sipping on Black Friday, so I ain't gonna say nothing.
No, there's not this narrative.
No lies detected.
No, this narrative that all these dudes got it together, or back in the 50s, they were all together, and the women just clicked the button and went out of control. It's not true. Or the men now, all high value and doing all this, and it's just they somehow keep getting the bad women. No, there's more.
I don't know now, Scam. Some dudes are high value, but they just leave with their pocket. Even though you have a whole bunch of money, it doesn't mean that you're gonna get the woman that you want.
Right.
It does. You can get her, but guess what? She still could be just that same old 304, but just a little bit more submissive.
He's not going to be high value. 304. He's not going to be high value that long.
Now tell me something. I know some of these men are not great looking men, but the only way they get these women because they got the money.
They're not getting the women. The women are dating the money and not dating them.
Okay.
I don't know now, because you got some dudes that don't have the looks, but it's just something about him that she liked, and it could be that he is that protector. He may not be the provider as much, and she's taking him for the $50,000 a year type man. You get what I'm saying? And ain't nothing wrong with that. A lot of people wonder why. A lot of people wonder why Beyonce went with Jay-Z. Oh, he's not a good looking man. You hear the women say that to her. You have a lot of other dudes clown on Jay-Z too. So it sometimes it's not even about that. Once you become a person of age, you just don't get all off into what the person look completely like.
Now explain Stephen Curry then on that theory. Explain Stephen Curry then, because he's a good looking dude.
Well, I don't know about him. I know I'm out here by him, but he just picked the wrong woman. He picked the wrong woman.
How you picked the wrong woman? He aside from what social media says, he go home to his wife and his 4 kids.
Yeah.
We can play house all day. We can play house all day, and then it look different in public.
She's still popping out them kids, and their family still rocking.
Money
for now.
Huh?
For now.
What's wrong with Aisha Curry? She said something that the manosphere don't like. So get rid of her. Throw the whole family away and go chase after the bimbos. Let's be real. 98% of the conversations men complain about or whatever, they want a bimbo to go and act right. That's what they want because that's all they talk about.
Well, look, let me get DeeDee's opinion on Aisha Curry. What do you think about her?
Where the virgins at? The alleged virgins, these fresh and fit, and the other manosphere, where they at?
I want to hear from a
400
woman point of view about Aisha Curry. Then, okay, since you won't take it from us, we want to hear what she think about her.
I'm just going based off of what I've heard her say. Not the manosphere, red pill, nothing. What she says. I personally don't think he was her first choice. I don't think that she's really, really deeply into him. I think she married him because of his, where he was headed and his career, and because she speaks as if she's not happy with him. And I mean, why would you publicly listen? Me and my husband could be fighting like cats and dogs. Y'all would never know.
Right.
Because that's private. Maybe we're going to work through it. Why would I expose our bad times and then we get past it and it's back good? That's not something you expose to the public when you're working on it and you care for each other. Because just because you have bad moments don't mean that you don't love each other. So I just think when women expose their personal business, like, too much and talk about and speak a certain way about their husbands, it's a red flag to me. It's almost like you don't really like him and you didn't really want what the outcome that you have with him. And that's a little suspect to me. It just seems weird the way she speaks about, and you can speak, because I even give a little tidbits about my relationship and stuff, a little bit, just to make a point, but there's nothing, she seems like she don't really want, like he wasn't her first choice. Like she really don't want him, and she married him because she felt pressured, or she knew she got the money and that would be a good life, but now it's not what she wants, and eventually she might be leaving or something. That's how
Aisha got one of them Oakland niggas out here. Trust me, behind the scenes, she paying for him.
Oof. I don't know. Not all I can say is if a woman,
I don't know what they said in their conversation. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say real quick, Scam. If a woman spoke like that about me, saying that I don't want kids, I didn't want to be married, that means I need to walk away.
And then she talks as if, she wanted a career. She didn't really get it.
She said she never wanted a husband. She never wanted kids. She wanted her own career.
Yeah. And
that's what she said, like out of her own mouth.
It's just a little cringy the way and maybe it's just it could be the way she communicated it. It just threw us off. I don't know, something about that, but I guess the only time will tell. I'm not looking for them to I'm never looking to see people break families apart.
Right.
But she does speak like he was not her first choice and she wanted something else.
Yeah, I never heard their conversations. Like, I don't marinate with celebrities and these people and whatever be doing. And most of the time I delete all.
Well, then why did you bring it up then? You brought up that you're not in the tabloids, but you brought it up. So that's why we're here right now.
I brought it up because just like with Russell Wilson, like that's my friend's cousin anyway, but they just manosphere just hear something and start throwing it. These people, is something wrong with every woman out here. When a married woman trips slips on an ice cream cone, that's what's wrong with them women's. Then okay, well shoot, what you got? And then you go on their platform, it's 463 bimbos stacked on top of each other. And they sitting arguing back and forth. I'm like, well, dude, where the virgins at? Where did y'all claim it? Where they at?
I don't think that's a manosphere thing. I think it's based off of what Aisha Curry said out of her own mouth. That's what it's based on.
Other than the fakers, because it'd be a lot of them too that's reading the script.
I don't think she was reading a script, bro.
No. Okay, cool. Fine. You know what?
Just saying.
Cool. So I guess just say Aisha Curry ain't nothing. She said she didn't want to be married, but she married. She didn't want to have kids.
What about the former NBA star's wife who joined OF?
Oh, Joe Smith.
Yeah, Joe. What about that? He's a millionaire. He ain't got the money.
All right, now I don't know what point you're on.
Broke.
Yeah, I know Joe. I know.
He went broke.
He's not broke.
Went to school with his cousin.
They were saying he went broke, and he has.
But his wife is on OF.
In your point?
Because he ran out of money. That's why they said she went on there.
So where's it at his fault?
Say it again.
You know what, Joe Smith is his fault. You're right.
Pop's got a good point on that because
You're right.
now
It's not
again,
his fault.
scam.
It's her fault that he ran out of money. You're correct. It's the woman's fault that he ran out of money.
But should she have left? Was she there for the money or what?
And
she said she was.
Oh, well, there you go.
She said that she told him in the beginning that if money ever got funny,
she sure
she was
did.
gonna go back to that lifestyle.
Oh, there
Like she told him.
There you go.
So
I don't know. At this point, Aisha Curry can't get it right. DeeDee's the only person who got it right. Every other man just get on the internet saying about all the women.
Don't say no scam.
No, because they're gonna pull out celebrities to Arizona. They're gonna bring ones from Kentucky and say everything wrong with these. You know what? You're right.
Saying everything wrong.
When are the men gonna start dating each other? Then that's what they really want to do.
No, man,
That's
come on,
coming in
don't say
2029.
that. That's not true, scam. That's not true.
Oh my God.
How long?
That's not true.
How long we need to wait for the black women to decide to act like they used to back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s?
But I thought you said in the 60s, 70s, and 80s there was sexual liberation.
Yeah, but that was just for a small amount of women at the time. I was saying
Now it's a
feminism.
small amount.
I was saying feminism wasn't. Feminism is not a new thing. It was started back in the 60s, but it wasn't a big thing. Now it's a big thing.
It started, but it was a small thing. Now it's a big thing.
Yeah.
That means it was a big thing. And then you go and ask yourself, why did it start?
Because a few women thought they thought their grass was green on the other side.
But they never came back. What does that tell you about the grass on the side they were on?
Sometimes the grass is greener on the other
They
side.
made a bad choice, sir. They made a bad choice.
They never went back. What does that tell you?
They underestimate the men. They underestimate the men. And guess what? Those men that was seeing those women or dating those women at the time, when they decided to be liberal or liberated, they went and found other wives that didn't decide not otherwise. They found the women that wanted to be wives and left them go ahead in their liberation cloud.
That's not true.
That's very true, sir. That's
No.
very true. I was there.
No.
So unless you was there, I'm sorry. I was there. Those men that was dating those women or seeing those women at the time, they left them and went and found women that wanted to be wives. Because there was enough of them then. Back in that day, there was enough women that wanted to be wives then. I don't know about now, but I know then, at the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, there was enough women that wanted to be wives. So they said, we're going to leave your liberated self over there in that liberated grass, and we're going to go find men. They didn't have to leave the country to do it. There was enough women in the U.S. that they could find wives. But now,
So if that's the case, all the men was going and finding the wives. How did it
Back
end up
then,
here?
yeah. Men
It's a
were
lie.
looking for wives then, but now they ain't looking like that, scam.
Bullshit. It's a lie.
They
If
ain't
they were
looking.
all looking for wives,
I
and
mean, if
found
it comes, it
wives-
comes. You know.
No,
this-
hear me out. Answer this question. If they're looking for wives, and there was some women over being sexually liberated, there would be no men sexually liberating a woman, right? Because all these men is over here married doing what they're supposed to do.
Listen, it's a different class of men, man, and you know that. You know, it's always going.
No. You said they went and found wives.
but sir,
And then there's women over here
19
being sexually liberated. Who's liberating those women?
sir, before 1985,
And you said it was
marriage
small and
rate-
it got bigger. Who liberated these women?
Before 1985, the marriage rate was 80%. The marriage rate was 80% before 1985. Now it is less than 49%.
What does that tell you about those marriages?
They create, sir, 85 was how long ago? 40 years ago.
What does that tell you about that 85% marriage rate?
Marriages was strong from 1960 to 1985. That's what it tells you. In
Let me
other
ask
words,
DeeDee a
25
question.
years of a successful marriage for 80% of the people that were married. That's what it says.
DeeDee,
Now,
can I ask you a question? It's petty as normal. You go to see a movie. It's about 2.5 hours long. As you're walking in, 70% of the people are already walking out. What does that tell you about that movie? And they go to the cars. They don't come back in. They drive off and go to the club. What's that tell you about that movie?
You know what I tell you about the movie? 70% of people is still there.
There's no sequel. No, 70% left.
Saw the movie. That's what I tell
Scam, Scam, you sound like you should be narratives and dialogues. You telling stories.
The women left, and they didn't come back.
You want to
and you're
talk
going to tell me something went wrong with the
You
relationship.
want to talk about fable. Don't talk about fable. Let's stick with reality. Reality is...
I'm giving you reality. You're talking about women who couldn't leave almost couldn't leave.
Why they couldn't leave, Scam?
Yeah, why the women couldn't leave? Tell me. Somebody that never been back, that wasn't born until
Why
after 1980. Go ahead, tell me.
Why couldn't they leave?
Laws, the rights, jobs.
Laws prevented them from getting divorces?
Huh?
The laws prevented them from getting a divorce?
I don't mean couldn't leave. I mean couldn't leave.
What year? So you saying that the men were holding them captive or what? In what way?
I'll give you one example. Job discrimination and stuff. Femicide was happening.
Scam, not that.
Well,
not that.
I was gonna give you an answer, but I guess
okay, go ahead.
Okay,
that's the most common.
The whole thing between men and women, it's always been a male-dominated world. It still is. The fairest you can get is something unionized in the U.S. But if you look at how they were treated on them jobs, and if you don't have a man backing you up, that's the ones who are educated to go get a job, how they're treated and how they're paid less, which is still happening today. And you're talking about, go out there and be on your own. The women shaming them, saying, don't ever leave your man. You're getting kicked out at 18.
Scam.
All this stuff. And this is white women, Hispanic, this is all women.
Scam. Women have always been able to do something, even if they weren't in the workforce. Even black women, that were maids, that did work in white homes. Yes, you don't like that either, huh? Back then,
go look up. Let me say it, because I did EEO, employee relations, all that stuff on the HR side. The stuff didn't come out of nowhere, because y'all can definitely argue about how unfair it was for black to white, but somehow it was always fair with man to woman. Knowing that even today it's not.
And that's
the very talking points they use is how much more money men make on the same job as women.
That's where you're wrong. You're so wrong.
Absolutely not. This is EEO.
So you don't think that a woman should know how to keep house? They had home economics degrees back then, so those weren't good enough.
Now they all had degrees.
Hold on a minute, narratives. Hold on a minute. Let me tell you
get them, pops.
Now they all got degrees.
Hold on a minute, Scam. Hold on a minute. Let me tell you something. All the rights that the women have now, guess who fought for them?
You're correct.
The man.
You're
the
correct.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
The man fought for the right for women to vote, for the women on property, for the women that go to work. The men fought for those rights. Mm-hmm. Every right that women have, the man's the one that fought for them.
Who else fought? It was all men, or was it men and women fighting?
No, it was men, because the women had the right. They didn't have them.
Hold on. How are you going to use the word feminism, which is a whole movement of women fighting, and then say it was all men fighting?
I said women liberation.
What was feminism if no women fought? What were they? What is
depending on the wage? Depending on the wage, scam.
This is what we're doing. It wasn't a battle. All the women did was decide that they weren't going to live with a man. They weren't going to listen to no man. They decided they weren't going to do anything with a man. But they couldn't find out. We don't have the same rights a man don't have. We can't vote. We can't own property. We can't go to work. So, okay, we need the man.
So feminists are all men. There's no women over there all of a sudden. It's men.
I'm talking about 1960.
Today it is, yeah.
Sir, I'm not talking about now.
God.
No, I'm telling him. No, I'm telling him that today it is, and he know it, and it keeps up when you have men that think like women that are male feminists.
This dude's I'll support feminism. Sign me up.
Go ahead, raise your hand.
Yeah, give me an
raise it high, scamps.
And Daryl, here's the thing about feminism why I don't push back. Feminism gives you an opportunity that you can incorporate that woman, because now she has more rights. DeeDee's house got 2 voters instead of 1 now, and have 2 incomes. Can have 2, 3, 4 bank accounts. women-owned businesses.
I have a
Her
question.
husband can incorporate that into his household. That's why I support feminism.
I actually have two questions.
The people who use it correctly are to their advantage. Now, the ones who complain about it, come on, these women out here. Honestly,
but the thing is, you complaining too. You're shaming them for talking about feminism, and the thing is, you're not even explaining which wave that you're talking about.
What is it that you're asking?
I'm just saying. I'm not asking. I'm making a statement. You keep saying you support feminism. Which wave? Yeah. Because trust me, the silent generation feminism
I'll give you that.
was nothing like what it is today.
Oh no, I'll say this. Give me a little maybe first and part of second, which I don't know all the detail, but has feminism got to the point where they doing all the control? Yes, that is true. So I'm more talking about the basis, women being able to work, vote, and allegedly make the same amount as a man for doing the same job. I support those things. Now, is there some flippity floppity shady junk just like everything else and get corrupted? Yes, absolutely. Some of these movements of the day, I ain't supporting it like that. No.
Okay, so DeeDee, what do you think about all those waves of feminism? You a woman, you know the history.
Well, and I heard this too. Going back to where women couldn't vote, wasn't there a time where men couldn't vote? They didn't have rights either. Where, it was more of a classist thing. You had to have money in order to. Did y'all hear about that? Where it wasn't just women who couldn't vote at a point. It was also men who couldn't vote as well. And it was more of you had to have money you had to put in to be able to do that. And then, so it wasn't women who just didn't have rights. Certain men didn't have rights as well. The feminist movement, I think it hasn't done any justice for women. I think it set women back even further. They think that it's empowerment, and you have a sense of more control and to be able to do what you want, but I don't think they're using it. I don't think it's set up to actually benefit them in a way that they thought. And I think really now, if you look at it, in my opinion, they're realizing it was a setup. You have more women saying that they were given faulty information, that they don't want to be a feminist anymore because it's not benefiting them, and that they would probably have benefited or fared out better by working with their men and building together, as opposed to, isolating the men or decentering men, as they would put it, and thinking that they could do it all on their own. But they're realizing now you made that choice to do it on your own, and there's no stopping. The thing about men, y'all got to provide for yourselves, and there's no help or resources too much for men. You got to keep doing it. And so as women who want to be equal to men, they got to keep doing it. And if I know women, we don't want to keep doing the same thing for a lot of times. We get bored. Like, you want to switch it up. So after a while, you're going to get tired of having to pay all the bills by yourself and doing all. But so that's what you see. They're complaining about doing it. They want men to step up and come in and take over. But that's not what you fought for. You fought for. And then another thing too is as far as the feminist movement, there was like, these women really didn't do much in fighting for that movement. They said it was a few men who actually created it and did what was necessary in order to fight for the women. They didn't really do a whole lot it was not a real movement where they actually did a whole lot to like something actual that they did to fight for this. It was actually men who actually created that for them. So men still help them in a way.
Yeah, the men had the power. If it's a patriarchy, everything from the bottom to the top is run by a man. Mm-hmm. So for feminism, somebody to check the box and say, hey, yes to feminism, it would have to be a man sitting in that spot.
Exactly.
And these were married men who did this. Most of them were married. The ones who run the courts and stuff now, these are married men.
Maybe they didn't think it would get this far out of hand, though.
No. These men are still married men. Wave 5 and all out of control stuff, chopping off penises and all that. These are still married men who run everything in this world. But it ain't their problem. They make profit, same child support laws, whatever. If DeeDee and her husband decided, you know what, we want to run this world, and they got the access, DeeDee can have DeeDee court. He can sign off on it. They married and they good. But they can tell me and Daryl we got to pay for 8 dates before we can get a piece of buns. They got their situation. That's what's going on. The judges, they rocking with their women. They don't care about no feminism. It's the people coming in the courtroom that got the problem. The judge is making money off of it. And the attorneys, they married.
So my question is, what rights do men have that women don't have?
I don't know. I don't care.
There aren't any.
I don't sit and compare to.
There aren't any.
He can't get pregnant. I don't know.
I
don't compare myself to women all day.
Isn't a form of the foundation of feminism is that women have the same equal rights to men, correct? Is that the foundation of feminism?
No, there's equality and then another equal whatever.
So,
it's not.
But the main
That's
foundation is that the women and the men rights are equal, correct?
No. Okay. Equal doesn't mean that the woman now becomes a man. It means we're doing the same job. We want the same pay. We want to be treated fairly as the man is treated fairly. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So what rights do men have that women don't?
None.
Don't know, don't care.
They have the same rights.
You need to care because you're a feminist.
Absolutely. Sign me up.
So that's the one thing feminists care about.
Yeah.
That women have the same rights as men.
They have the same rights. That's
Cool.
nothing. The only thing
what rights do men have that women don't?
There's none. If you ask women that question, they're gonna say, "Oh, the rights to our bodily autonomy." That is it.
I don't know.
The only thing that means they want to have the rights to go and abort their babies. They want to have that right. That's the only right that they bring up, and they can still do that if they wanted to. So there's not really anything that's stopping them. There's nothing that no man is standing in the way of them going to get a job or education. The pay disparity thing, that's another thing that's been debunked because women they're not doing the same jobs as men. And the jobs that men are doing, a lot of them pay more because the jobs are more riskier. So women are complaining about, oh, there's a pay gap. They've been debunked the pay gap that, hey, it's not that y'all are getting paid less. It's different jobs and men are getting paid more because women don't want to do those jobs. So that's
facts. Can I say something about that? Hold on, Scam.
That's actually not accurate.
No, she's right because I'm gonna tell you, DeeDee out here. I live in San Francisco. And I do ride share part-time, and I would pick up, this person every morning, and I didn't know that she was I didn't know that he was a she.
Okay. And
come to find out, just the same talking points that the men are talking now. This person was like, I got a degree in all this, but and engineering and construction engineering, but I'm tired of getting up every morning and being on the construction site. She wants to go and lay down, after, clocking in. But the real men out there, they didn't have to get up. I mean, they can't leave and go home at free will while she still get paid the same amount. So even FTMs and studs are having those same issues as men. They don't want to take those jobs either because they're biologically a woman.
That's not my argument. Okay. The argument was, and this is all EEO, all employee and labor relations. If you go somewhere unionized, you'll find it to be more accurate and more to men and women being as fair as possible. Discrimination-wise, men get hired over women. That's just what it is. It always is.
A lie. That's a lie. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you 2 words why.
Well, I can't give. I was going to give you the truth.
Affirmative action.
I guess
affirmative action. That means that
he doesn't even know what affirmative action is.
A woman that's up for the same job, they're going to hire the woman first because guess what?
That's not true.
That is very true.
That's not true.
That's
not even close. Look it up.
And they're going to hire her to be your boss so she can fire you.
That is not true.
Thank you.
Absolute not true. HR department, go ask you a man or ask a woman. Women favor men when they do. HR is more female dominated. Women favor men over hiring other women. That is a fact. Men favor men over hiring women. That is a fact. All that And it's not every job, because at the job you hire who you want. It's certain contracts and certain things where you have to have certain representation, certain things with small businesses. And they created that because the gap is like this. And all it did is bring it up a little bit right here. But still, white male is the white male or foreign male, number one target for hiring. That's who they see first. That's not going to change.
Where you get the information from?
I used to work this, bro.
So I can look it up.
You look
no,
it up.
Pops, you right about that now, because I mean, even us, we too busy with the gender wars and fighting back and forth. Even out here, I know that Indians are the most desired, and Asian, and then the white man, then the black woman, and then possibly the black man, depending on what he looked like.
Yep. And you're right. Foreign is even more favored. So why do you think they hating on the H-1B1 visas? Who do you think is hating? Why they hating on the illegals? And a lot of them are mad who voted Donald Trump because he's talking so much about the illegals and silently bringing on H-1B1 visas. You can't do nothing with them. They got the skills, 15 degrees, and they can outwork the white men at the top and the black man put together.
I get that part.
And pay them half the price.
And they use it to their advantage.
But they didn't say nothing about it. Now it's people like, hey man, hold up.
And you know what's scam?
White men making 70, 80, 175K.
That's true. But look, they use it to their advantage as well. You know,
right now.
I think, let me say this. I think both Democrats and Republicans participate in illegal immigrants.
You're correct.
And the reason why I say that, and I've been a Republican, you know, for a while, you know, and the thing is, I tell most of the brothers, you don't have this. Being MAGA is totally different from being a conservative man or a Republican man. See, and that's the problem, is a lot of them don't understand what being conservative is. You know, you still don't reach the highest score as a black man in that department. And it's mainly these guys that say, oh, forget the community, the community. So those are the issues. And they really were surrounded all around a woman. And that's the problem.
Yeah. And me and Kwafi disagree on a whole bunch of, we didn't bust each other's skulls, but he's at least fair. But no, when it comes to labor, I don't know why black men keep pushing this narrative in the manosphere that they're favoring all these women and they're taking all these jobs, because that is not even close to true. Even black men, black women favor black men over black women. And they will tell you that. They don't want to work around other women, and they treat each other worse than anybody. Go ask.
Well, I think that. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Pop.
I'm going to stick my 2 words, affirmative action. Because the women want to work where the men work. They want the same jobs because they want the same pay.
But who do you think it benefited the most, Pops? It benefited white women the most, not black women.
And that's true, because the white women and the Asian women are the ones that took advantage of it. The black
women followed behind them in order to. They rather take that job than, you know, to have a husband and children. You know, and then there's the mother who's educated herself that says, you know, go get your education first, you know, and make sure that you have something put up. And I mean, I get it. It depends, you know, but don't deter the woman from having a husband and kids. And that's the problem.
Something else that's true. There are more scholarships. I don't know about now. There are more scholarships favoring women to go into technology because there's a shortage.
That's true. That's very true. Mm-hmm. That is very true.
Right. And here's the deal. Because most women, when you were saying women want the jobs, man, that's not true. Women don't want to be electricians, climbing poles and doing. They don't.
They don't want
them. Most of the men don't even want them jobs. I don't want them.
They backed out.
Huh?
They backed out. They backed out when they said, okay, we're going to get you, we're going to make it so easy for you to get these jobs. And then they said, okay, no, that's all right. I'll take the administrative job.
But no, the narrative is that
man, don't say narrative. Don't say narrative.
Or the talking point. Now I'll say this: women who keep saying we make more than men, that's not true. It's not. But men who say they're giving all the women the jobs, that's not true.
The average woman is not making more than a man, but the ones that are in high places like New York, like out here in LA, San Francisco, you know, they are getting it. I'm not gonna lie, and it's to the point to where they don't need a man. You know, but I think that this is what's been in their heads for so long, to where now, even now, if they making 100K, they looking for the man to make at least 150K.
That's partially that. There is some truth to that, and I've seen that fall apart. I've seen the women mortgage their soul, meaning what it takes for a man to make the 100, 120, 160. Men are more built for it. I've seen women mortgage their souls to become some kind of CEO not CEO, but I've seen what it takes for a woman to make a lot of that money, and they're not built for it. They're 35 to 38 and they're burnt all the way out.
Not bad.
I've seen that crash and burn.
I'd be on the phone with them now, crying, listening to them cry with me on the phone about, you know, hey, I'm not married, I'm 45.
Or they're asking for that dude. That part is true. Or they're looking
interview a couple of them
who ain't doing all that. But the truth is, you sold so much they sold all of their relationship skills and stuff that they need for a man and put it into that career. And now that became who they are, and they're undateable. I've seen that.
But you know what, Scam, I got to push back on you on some things you said, you know, last week when you were saying that women have to become the man. They don't have to become but what God made them. So my thing is,
what context? What was the argument or why I said that?
Because you're saying that the men are not taking control, and not it's something you say all the time. The men are not taking control, and they're not taking care of their children, so they have to kind of. You must be thinking about a different class of men, because a lot of men are taking care of their children.
Oh, if it's men that are taking care of the children, the women don't have to do that. But if the man ain't handling his business, the kids got to eat. The bills got to get paid, or she dies. They need health insurance. So if the dude is off in the club or off wherever or at some other woman's house, then the woman has to, if it's a 5 and 3-year-old, what's she going to do? But just in relationship dynamic, this is something you can understand. And DeeDee also is married. When the head or either one of the spouses is off, it throws the other person off. It's going to have an effect, and it's going to be negative. And it's going to destroy the kids. They're going to be off. So it can be from protection. It could be provision. It could be communication. Something off. These people, now one of the spouse can't perform at 100%. Now they mad. Now they showing up late for work.
Okay, but what if he's doing what he need to do and she mishandling the money?
Oh, he needs
and he leave. You know.
Yeah, that's not something I'm gonna just say beat up all men on. I'm more talking about the clowns that's doing the clown stuff. He doing what he's supposed to do, and she's not. I'm always gonna say fight to try to make it to work it out. But if it's to where she's undealable, put her in an Uber and get her up out of there and pick up the pieces.
Uber Black. With a bags.
Where do the kids go?
You got to do it. If it's to the point, this woman is so out of control and it's not going to work, you got to do what you got to do. And fight for the kids however possible. But if it ain't going to work, then it's either she's already screwed the hell up. Screw up the kids.
Okay. But look here. But haven't you even thought? I'm glad that you're bringing this up, because there are men in this space that have been through that, and they have a right to gripe about it. Mm-hmm. You know, so when we hear men say, "Hey, man, you shouldn't," now we know the difference in between dudes that are just talking up here, just for content, versus the men who are really going through things. You know, you had one up here earlier today, and he just, it was just sickening. I wanted to come through this screen.
You mean, was he the one talking the bullshit, or was it?
Yes. No, not Pops. No, not Pops. Pops just want a woman. But he was up here running the show, talking DD off about nothing.
Oh, those are the ones that come and troll. But no, Coffee, there are bad things that happen to good people. I understand. We weren't taught how to date, how to do all this stuff. Stuff's always been just up, down, trickery, shanking and ganking. That's what it is. Somebody gonna get got. I can get doinked in the back of the head walking to work tomorrow. I mean, it's the world we live in.
But everybody can't recover from that though, Scam. I mean, I'm
that
interviewing a man right now who has had 3 heart attacks because he came home. He's a military man. Came
I
home,
understand that.
wife had taken everything and just told him, hey, look, you don't do it for me. And she said that she was just wanted to be by herself for a while. And when he looked up, she was married to a millionaire.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
No, I understand that. That bad thing that happened to a good
left him with the son. And they have been suffering ever since.
The more people I be trolling is the ones that just be yakking and quacking. And you know, this dude ain't handling no business. He just came up here to blame everything on women. Those are the ones I be trolling. Or the manosphere throwing any kind of narrative. Look at what these black women's, and then like, hold up. That's not, come on, bro.
We know the ones that I will be covering that in a documentary on which ones that are doing that and which ones that are not. You know, because I think that we need to be able to graduate from that. I am starting a thing called the Black Manosphere Graduates. Because we need to hear the success stories, not the same old dudes that's been up on the panels for 5 and 6 years and 10 years and they still talking about the same old crap.
I want to see that. That'd be
I'm
very
working on it.
Well, I wouldn't mind being your first guest because I know the women are complaining about me, about my looks, my weight, my everything else. And even Mrs. D threw her 2 cents in and said, listen, if all
get it together,
that, you might need to change yourself. You might need to make some changes. So I did. I made the changes.
Well, at least DeeDee is somebody that you can listen to. A lot of the women here that we have run into in the spaces, a lot of men are doing things according to, even they reward them even in bad behavior. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Scam is one of them. And they some serious hyenas. They could get up there, talk to men any kind of way, disrespect and everything. He just be sniffling and giggling up there. I'm like, you know, come on, man. Come on, Scam.
Hey, narrative. I'll tell you what.
Scam was saying is like, I didn't want him to think I was one of those guys that complained about the women. I was saying I was one of those guys that responded to what the women were saying.
Pops just want to date. He want to get married. Pops, you look good. I think you're gonna find her.
No, I think he's gonna be all right because
he wearing black too, and he ain't wearing a plaid shirt. Man, you're doing it.
No, I know the difference of a dude who's just complaining and a dude who actually wants the answer. Yeah, he actually wants the answer.
Yeah. I do.
Believe it or not, I want more answers. And I got a whole bunch of mouth and talk crazy, but I got people I call who's married or whatever, and they beat me the hell up too.
But you know what, you know what, Scam. The thing is, like, just because I have not had those problems myself, I've been married, I'm divorced, still don't have any children, and that's medically, you know, recorded. Why? You know, everything worked. You know, could have had children, still can probably, but I never had those issues that most of the men have had. You know, with women or finding a date. I can walk outside my front door and meet a woman just like that with no issue. I don't have those problems. I just think that sometimes we got to get out our own way and go out there and find her and stop going to the women, stop begging for more pain. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. You put yourself in those situations when you continue to go and date somebody who was just like your last, the last person you dated. You know, we're looking for something in somebody else. You know, looking for somebody to be somebody else. And sometimes when that happens, you make the person pay for what somebody else has done to you. And you can't move on.
That's on both sides.
That's a good point. All right, y'all. I got to get out of here. I'm tired. I got to go eat.
You got a headache yet?
I do.
All right, I did my job.
No, hell no.
Shit, he gave me a headache.
Not because of you. I'm tired and I'm hungry. I gotta go eat.
Well, thank you, Mrs. DeeDee, for letting me.
Y'all, I appreciate y'all.
It's been a privilege.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all here. Definitely.
I appreciate this. I'm gonna get down myself. I appreciate you letting me up. You know, I'd be trolling the chat sometime. I know you see the comments and you don't really look at them. I can see your eyes the way you be looking when I type. But I will be covering some things that you spoken. It's going to be good, and I'm gonna promote this channel even more because I look forward to what you have to say and the things you do. I saw you last off of this channel over at Fatty's, and since then some more stuff has happened over there. So I'll be covering some stuff from there, and I'll also be covering a topic called "Who's to Blame for the Black Family Divide in 2025," and it's a reenactment of the movie Claudine. So look out for it. You're going to be in it.
What your channel is called Narratives and
It's in
Dialogue?
dialogues. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I ain't like you. I'm 81K, but you know, hey, it works.
That's pretty good. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna look out for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's with two women that were debating on a channel. One was a social worker and the other one grew up similar to you and to the way you grew up and talking about having a husband in the home. Where the other one, she was promoting, saying, okay, here's the services, Black women, come and get them before Donald Trump take them. You know, that's enabling us, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
And yeah, so look out for it. I'll email you.
Okay, please email. Because listen, I hate to say, I'm gonna look out. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll forget. I have so much stuff on my mind. But if you email it to me, I'll get it. Yes,
Yeah, definitely.
email it to
Yeah.
me. Yes.
I'll let you know when it air live. It's a mini documentary that I'm working on. I call them bonus exclusives. If you look on my channel right now, I even did one on Pearly Things 2 years ago. Now I got to go and do a part 2 on her for what she done recently.
I did watch your Pearly when you sent it to me that month. It was funny. It was cool.
Yeah, check it out, Dee.
Okay, I will.
All right, y'all take it easy.
Take care. Be
All
safe.
right.
Scam. Take care. Be safe.
Have a good night. Yeah, all the trolling and yeah, I'm gonna be me. It's a show. Yeah. But aside from all that, women's, all feminism, all what happened in 83. That's cool and all. But we gotta look ourselves in the mirror and say, do we want something better and are we gonna make ourselves better? That's pretty much all I got. I made a decision before I get ugly that I'm gonna get it together. But
that means you're gonna be married soon.
It's gonna happen.
All right.
Well, if not, I'm gonna put up the best fight I can and say, hey, I did what I was supposed to do. Yeah. But I fumbled my potential spouses in my younger years.
Yeah, I remember you saying that before. I think you said that before.
But the truth was I partially wasn't who I was supposed to be and didn't know what I needed to know at the time. I didn't disrespect, I didn't treat them bad or do something crazy, but I didn't know what I needed to know. Now I'm older. I want to make sure that I do know so I don't make that mistake again. And a lot of the blaming feminism and the men, that is people focused on all the junk to where if there is a good person, they're so stuck in so much junk, they ain't gonna know who they are and what to do with them.
Yeah. I think, y'all, everybody should pretty much know. I say the same old thing over and over. Work is a work in progress. You gotta be willing to work with people. People aren't perfect, so you got to be willing to find somebody, or you're looking at a person for who they are and not what you think they should be. Like, meet a person and see if you're okay with that. Because everybody is flawed in some way, shape, or form. Everybody gonna have something. So you have to determine that whatever that person has, if it's okay with you, if this is a person you could be with who they are, not try to change them into something else. Because I think a lot of, I try to do that a little bit too with my husband. I was young, so it's like you don't know, especially, and you know what I hear men say they want young women. These young women don't be knowing what they want all the time. They don't fully be to that. The person I am now is I was young and just dumb. I didn't know a whole lot. And so, you learn as you go. And so there's some things that you change along the way because you just don't know. So that's why I say if you have a person who's open and willing to change and really want what they say they want, that's a plus. You know what I mean? That at least, hey, you want the person that you're with and you want to make it work. That's half the battle, in my opinion. Because there are a lot of people who say they want something, but really they don't. And so they do everything opposite of what they say they want, and that's why it fails. Is that making sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I get, be honest, when you first got married, did you know what to expect out of marriage? Like what the next 5 years is going to look like?
Hell no. No, I did not.
Did somebody tell you, hey, this is how you're supposed to treat your man, and you're supposed to do this?
That's what I'm saying. And then on top of that, we don't get that information. I was not raised to be a wife. I was raised by a single mother who, and to this day, she's never been married. So no, nobody taught, neither one of us. My husband, he came from a 2-parent household, so he had more of a insight on it than I did, which was helpful because I was just like, I don't know, I wanted, but I was not taught or raised or any of that. Communication, we learned that's important. We didn't get it right all at the beginning either. We had to work on it. That's why I say marriage is work. You got to work on it. But the main thing that to me that makes it work is if you have two people who actually want it to work. Y'all not fighting each other against, you're not at odds or competing or against. You actually want it to work. You have to want it to work, because to me, when both of you want it to work, that's why it works. In spite of any issues or whatever y'all might have, you still care about each other, love each other enough to say, you know what, yeah, this looks a little rocky, but you know what, like, we're gonna still push through. So and I don't know, people don't want to do that anymore today. Everybody's like, I don't need you, you don't need me, I'm just gonna do what I want and I don't care. So that's why I think partly why a lot of relationships don't work, because nobody's willing to put in the work. Everybody is entitled and they feel, hey, I work hard, I do what I want, I don't need you, so I'm not gonna bend over backwards. If you don't do what I want, then I'm out. So that's the mentality that both men and women have. It's not just the women. There are men who think, hey, I'm successful, I don't need no chick. I could cook for myself. I could clean my own crib. I could do whatever I need to do. I don't need a woman. So why would I go out of my way for her? And women are thinking the same. So yeah, if any, and most people and most women I hear, they say, well, look, if he don't do what I need him to do, well, or if he just rubbed me the wrong way, whatever, I'm not talking to him anymore. On to the next. So it's a different type of time that people are on. And they just don't want to, nobody wants to be inconvenienced. Nobody wants to go through, argument and try to figure out and say, well, hold on, let's try to understand each other. Let's see. Come on. Most people, I ain't gonna say most, because there are people who are doing it, but I think a lot of the people who are doing it are already married. Like they're already married or in long-term relationships. I think the people who are single are the ones who are saying, I have options. I don't have to do anything,
There's gonna be a lot of married people coming to join the single.
For sure. That too.
50% of these married. I'll put it this way. I ain't gonna try to hold you up. I bet you could put 10 people on the panel. You've been married for a whole bunch of years, right?
Yeah.
You and your husband could probably put 10 people, and they all could be married. Listen to them talk for 30 minutes. I bet y'all can say, you know what? Number 3, 6, and 8, and they ain't gonna make it. Y'all will know which ones it is.
If they're like early in the marriage?
Or just by how they start talking. If they started to talk about marriage, dating, life, I bet y'all would be able to pick them out. This one, he ain't gonna make it. Her, she ain't gonna make it. And I think Tony. But Sam, maybe. Y'all be able to pick them out by how they talk.
Well, I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, there could be some key things that we would hear to be like, oh, it's rocky, or either we could tell if you put couples and ask us just by listening to them which ones are married or which ones are just dating. I probably can tell that difference because the way they talk. Because there's something in common that most married couples that's been married over 20 years or more. It's certain things that oh, that's why they're together that long. Every couple that I've ever talked to or heard or heard speak about marriage, who's been married 20 years or more, we all say the same thing. Everybody say, hey, it's communication, it's working together, it's understanding that they're not perfect. It's the same talking points. So I could tell a couple that's been married for 20 plus years because we've been married 20. It's the same things in common for the most part. It's different people, but the same common goals are the same. People who are not married is a certain narrative that they have, or people who are in short-term relationships or short-term marriages is a certain. There's some things there that I can recognize too, because we went through it too at earlier in the marriage, and I could tell you that where because people think that the honeymoon and the first 3 to 5, 6 years of the marriage is supposed to be the greatest. That's some of the hardest parts in the beginning of the marriage, in my opinion. The first 5 years of marriage is the toughest. If you can get through the first 6, people don't even last that long, but if you can get through the first, like, I would say 3 to 5 years, then you probably could make it work, because that's where y'all are coming together and y'all figuring things out, and y'all, and it's not always, that's not the easiest part of a marriage. And then marriage goes through phases. And so people just like, oh, hold on, wait a minute. What you mean? I'm not doing any of that. I ain't going through nothing. I'm just gonna get my way and that's it. And I think if you want your way and if you are, into yourself, just stay single, because marriage is not for everybody. It's not. And I hate saying that too, because I think
it's true though.
It's true. It's true. It is true, but I think it insinuates that marriage, and then how I'm talking now, it insinuates that marriage is just super hard. It's hard if you are a selfish person. If you are a selfish person and you want things completely your way, it's going to be hard for you. If you are a person who goes into an understanding that it's a give and take, that we talk about communicate, we have to, make compromises, we have to work with each other. Then if you go into it with that mentality, it'll be easy for you. The person that is most hard for is the person who don't want to compromise, and the person who is very selfish and into themselves and want only to take from the relationship and not give anything. That's the person that's going to be harder for. But, and I think in most marriages or relationships, you have both. You have one who's kind of selfish and you have one who's the giver. You have one who's more giving and you have one who's more of the taker. I think that's true for every relationship. And depending on who that is, that's the person who's going to have the harder time, and y'all going to have to work on that or not. It's up to you. You agree?
Yeah. I learned about no, I agree. Because even just in relationships, learn who you are and you learn who you're not.
Yep.
Or sometimes you cannot be selfish, but because you appear selfish, they're going to treat you like you're selfish. So it's like that comes under communication. Like, they're going to treat you as what they see in you or what you present to them.
Right.
And it might not be exactly who you are. So you still got to present it in a way that they actually believe in you.
Well, who you are is what you present, right? Shouldn't who you are be what you present, unless you're faking something?
Well, here's an example. Dating a woman, she had trust issues. Mm-hmm. My impatience messed up the trust. I'm a person you can trust. Okay. But we together, she's saying her ex-boyfriend did this and he was like this. So I showed my thought, I need to show her that I'm not that. So I showed her, this ain't me, this ain't me, this ain't me. Mm-hmm. It's a patience issue. She's developed that over time, but I wanted it right now. So my patience interfered and got into the point where now she can't trust me either. Okay, why he being so pushy? My ex was just like that.
Oh, okay.
And after the fact, I knew what the problem was. But now we got a whole nother problem after that, because problem 1 turned into 2 and turned into number 3. Mm-hmm. But did I know? No.
Right.
I tried.
You do.
Didn't do anything wrong or disrespectful, nothing foul, but it wasn't delivered the way it was supposed to. Therefore, it wasn't received the way it was supposed to. Mm-hmm. And now I'm frustrated. Hey, I delivered it. How come you don't get it? Because it wasn't delivered in the way that she understands. It wasn't what she believes and how she can feel comfortable. And it's still going to fall on me. I'm the one who delivered the message. I'm the one still responsible and leading the relationship. Lesson learned. Mm-hmm. Girlfriend out to the universe. It is what it is.
But then that happened over time. That wasn't just one time thing, huh?
I was so gone. I didn't even understand why it didn't work right afterwards.
Okay. And she
'Cause
was just done.
impatience.
She was just ready to go.
My impatience is pushing her way faster.
Oh, okay.
So if she comes back to me, she's coming back to the same impatient guy because I didn't know what the problem was. So I'm gonna fix it.
Okay. You didn't think your impatience was the problem.
Didn't get it. I didn't see that whole picture. I
Okay.
see it now.
Yeah.
But that's ain't nobody teach us this stuff.
No.
I thought be good, work a job, treat her nice.
Right. And everything gonna fall
I'm
into
like,
place.
I did the stuff. I didn't do what the ex did. What's the problem? She tried to explain the problem. That ain't true. End up single.
Look, every relationship go through that. I mean, or something similar, not, it doesn't have to be the exact same thing. Cause I'm impatient. I'm an impatient person to this day, to be honest. People think, oh, you're so patient. I had to work on it. Oh Lord, I'm still impatient with certain things, but yeah, I'm working on that still. My husband is very patient. He's the opposite. Yeah, he's the opposite with that. And it works, but I'm working on it. I just don't like to wait for stuff. I'm just very impatient. I want stuff to happen fast. I'm not impatient with him. I'm more impatient with just like certain things, like, but I had to work on that, so I get that. But I guess the what I'm trying to say is you learn. You don't know, nobody taught us. Like, you're right. We go into this blind. There's no rule book of how to make a relationship work. To this day, nobody, so you don't know how it's going to turn out. You just don't know. All you can do is just put your best foot forward, learn. At least if you learn from your mistakes. If you recognize the mistake, you learn from it, and then you try, go from there. That's it. That's all you can do. There's no guarantee to any of this. There's no guarantee you'll follow this way or that way and it's going to work out. We all taking chances in all of this. We have one life to live. You live it, you try. If it work, it work. If it doesn't, okay, move on. Don't hold on to it, because there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. There's certain things I would say, certain core things I would say try, that seems to work, but it still depends on the two people. It depends on the two people that are there. If you want it, because you could try the best things out there, but if the person is not willing to do what's necessary, then it's still not going to work.
Do you have possibly like younger women? You got the people who just don't listen. We got those.
Yeah.
The women who just saying they're gonna do what they're gonna do. The dudes saying that. Do you actually have like and maybe some just got married or some people that you talk to that you help push over the edge and get it together?
Not really. I mean, not that I'm aware of. I talk to my family members and stuff, but they do what they want to do. They don't, most people don't want to hear what I have to say. They do what they want to do. I'll tell them till they blue in the face. I tell them because I can, but they don't want to listen. They want to do what they want to do. That's why I say people are in their own way. You're in your own way. If I say, but then always complaining. That's the part that I don't understand. Why are you constantly complaining about men and relationships, but you're not doing any? And I know you, these are people I know, and I know you're not willing to do what's necessary. When I tell you, oh, well, you should be doing this or X, Y, Z, you don't want to do it. So, but then you complain about men are a trip and men are this, but you are too. You don't want to do what's necessary. So after a while, I just get tired of talking, because if you're going to do what you want to do, don't come complain to me. Don't come calling me, telling me, oh, this and that. I don't want to hear it, because you don't want to listen. So that's why I say, people gonna do what they want to do. They don't want to listen. And if you don't want to listen, well, the outcomes that you get is what you get. Stop complaining, because you're not trying to do anything to change the outcome, But I do agree with a lot of what other guys are saying. Like, the dating world now is bad. It's different, like, because of the expectations of everybody and what people are, what they're listening to and what's feeding their mentality is caused people to think that a relationship should be this one way, and then that's not how it goes. It's not. The relationship depends on the person that what you and that person agree upon. Like what are your expectations for a relationship? What are you expecting from a woman? What the woman is expecting from you? Can you provide her what she's expecting, and can she give you what you're looking for? And can y'all make that work? And that has nothing to do with the manosphere, red pill, everybody else. That only has to do with the two of you. What it is that it's acceptable for the two of you and what you can make work. It ain't got nothing to do with what nobody else is saying. So at the end, at the end of the day, it's about what works for you, whether that looks like my relationship, somebody else's, or it doesn't look like somebody. It shouldn't look like somebody else's. It should look like what works for you. So can you find somebody who's willing to work with you and y'all build something together based off of what the both of you want? That's it. It's not, I would say it's not rocket science, but it's difficult in a sense because people now they can't get it. And they have single people out here, some, because there are still people getting married. I see big fat dudes and chicks getting married left and right. So what are they doing? Like what are they doing? And that's what's mind-boggling to me when I talk to men on these panels, when they're saying the women are, like you say, the women are acting so crazy, but there are still people getting married, young couples too. There are young couples getting married. And it's not about being rich, because they're not rich. They some of them just getting out of college, figuring their lives out, and they got a woman and they get married. And they live in their lives. And I think the superficial stuff is in social media is messing things up really for people when it doesn't have to be that hard. You know what I mean? It really doesn't. But then once again, like you said, you were impatient. You got to look at yourself too. What is it about you that's holding you back from getting what you might want? Because we can always push the blame on the next person, but what is it about you? What are you doing or not doing that's causing your outcome? So that's something you got to look at within yourself. Are you approaching the right women? What are you looking for in a woman? Some men are looking for big booty, women that look like the strippers. They want a stripper type woman who's gonna freak them all night or whatever. But she ain't gonna be loyal to you. I say that too. What do you want? Like, you gotta go after what it is that you want. And are your expectations too unrealistic? Like, can you find and get the type of person that you want? And is it realistic? Same thing I say for women. Women, they're looking for something I think is unrealistic. We don't have the world is not full of, everybody's not a millionaire. The majority of the people in this country are like average. So how do you think you're going to get these rich men to marry you, be just with, be monogamous to you and nobody else, and be faithful and all this stuff that they're looking for and spend all their money on? That's just not realistic. And the bus driver might like you, but you can't be with a bus driver because that don't look good for your friends. Like, what? Like, I just don't. So it's different. It really is. So
I think it was always like this.
Probably the social media though.
Just that they're showing it now and making it a lot of extra. And then they're highlighting the extra. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and say the dating market is fine.
Right.
It's a problem. 20 years ago, when I was in college, it was a problem. When I was in the Army, it was a problem. Then I'm going to talk to my parents. It was a problem. Grandparents, it was a problem back then. And then you go to Adam and Eve, it was a problem. It's like, oh, okay. It's always been a problem. But I don't focus on the wild stuff that these women are doing and throwing babies out the window and fighting back with police officers.
Oh Lord.
And say that, look at what these women are like. Come on, that's 2%. Or what women saying stuff on TikTok. I don't have TikTok. But I just don't make that the whole point of this is what the world is. And this is what no. There's a regular woman at your job or a regular woman you saw. You try to talk to her, she said no. Like, let's talk about those, the actual decent, nice, friendly women. But some other dude got her. He did something. I just want to know what he did.
Well, I mean, I guess, and this is where I think people need to start talking more to people who have that. Hey, what did you do? The
ones who tell the truth. Only the ones who tell the truth, because
you got.
There's a lot of married people lying too.
But what do you think they're lying about? Because that, it's one thing to, like, if you're married, you're married. You was able to get somebody to agree with you, marry you. They took you seriously. Now, what goes on in that marriage, that's a different story. But how do you even get a woman to take you, or a man, vice either side, to take you serious enough to want to do that? What a man has to be the one to propose, to say, hey, I want to marry. How do you even get that? So, and how does a man get a woman that he's interested in to say yes? So that's first, you got to get to that step one. How do you even get to that point where she says yes and she wants to do it? Once you're married, that's a whole nother story. That's like, okay, now what are y'all doing inside the marriage? You're married. You got to that point. What about the ones who can't even get that? You can't even get to the marriage part because either the woman don't want you or the man don't want the woman. So how do you get there first? Because that's why I asked, what are they lying about after the fact once you're married? What?
No, I just mean like the ones on the internet. One lie they keep saying, it wasn't like that back 30 years ago.
Oh, okay.
That's a lie. Another one is they get a woman, internet, if they're a content creator, the woman is going, yep, I was traditional. I'll do everything he says because he black. And reading this, like, come on, man. You hit him with a frying pan 2 weeks ago. You tried to get at your sister 6 months ago. Like, come on.
I don't watch everything. What the hell are you talking?
Anything. Traditional. I'm 50-50. I don't do 50-50. He pays all the bills. Go. I cooked. I clean. I cook. I clean. Why? Because he black. Like, come on. That's not reality.
Okay, I see what you said. So so they're making this cookie cutter idea of what it is. Like, oh,
right. Because men want to be pandered to. They want to hear you. Oh, she's traditional. Then it's in the super chat. Like, come on. Like, one of my mentors, he told me his first year in marriage. He told her, look, this ain't working. And if it stays like that, I got no problem mailing you a check every month. And there's kids too. I mean, I'll blow this whole thing up.
Oh.
I'll just send you a child support check in the mail if you don't get this right.
What happened?
They got it together. But in his time, I mean, I know him. He's an actual leader, mentor, other type of stuff. And he always says he got problems on his side too.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't play when there's certain things need to be in order. And he's doing everything that he needs to do when this person is not. He's not going to play them games.
Mm-hmm.
It's like in the beginning, it was not like that. It was a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to say, man, I just showed up and said I was masculine. She did everything. No. Like, no, we had some work to do.
Mm-hmm.
There's a dude, he had a channel. He quit. Well, no, he passed away. He was married 33 years. He told on the story. He said his first year of marriage, his wife was chasing him around the kitchen with a fork. Something he done did. He's like, no, marriage ain't just easy and we just perfect. No, we had some problems we had to work through.
Mm-hmm. So you think that in these spaces they make it seem like, oh, she's gonna be submissive and she gotta be, and it's gonna be perfect and she's gonna listen to everything that he say. You think a lot of them portray it to be like that, or that's the way it should be?
They make it extremes. Like all the we're married, we're perfect. We don't know what you single people are doing. Mm-hmm. And they throw it to, traditional and protect and provide versus, hey, we had to work through something.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. You ain't gonna say what happened last week and everything that's going on, but it's some work. It's a whole thing, and two people got to commit to actually doing the work.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend who's married. She said when she got married, she didn't know that you have to work at the marriage. She didn't know. She thought once you get married, you reach the finish line, and then it just coasts. Wrong.
Mm-mm. No, I mean, that's why I say it's not for everybody, because some people have that idea that, oh, once you get married, we just made in the shade. It's just going to be, gravy from here. Like, no, y'all are just starting together. See, you have your individual life. Both of y'all have your individual lives, and you might have mastered that. You single, you go to college, whatever you do and get your apartment, house, whatever you do, whatever you choose to do in your life. And you got that together because you're solely in control of that. But once you start incorporating somebody else and children and all of that stuff, then now that's an added dynamic. So, you got, it's not just you, it's that person too. Y'all, they say as a couple, y'all join together, you become one. But I mean, that person still has a brain. They still have certain things that they were taught or things they weren't taught. So you still got to deal with another person and their mentality. So it's not, that's just not always just cut and dry. It's mostly never just so cut and dry. Like, oh, I'm just the leader and she gonna follow everything I say. It's gonna be that easy. And I'm just gonna lay down the law and she's gonna follow every little thing. And that's it. And if not, is whatever. No, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Now, I think you can, even in a situation where you have a woman who is cooperative, a woman who is willing to and open, it's still not going to be that simple. Because she's still a human being. She got issues she got to deal with too. Nobody's going into this all perfect and, oh, I've dealt with all my demons, all my issues. You don't know that person's upbringing, their childhood, what type of lessons they were taught or what they went through or whatever. Like, it's just a human thing. Like it's crazy. That's why I tell people, look, marriage is not, the picket fence that you've depicted from these movies and stories and stuff. No, it's actual work. And I think people go into it. If you go into it thinking that way, it's going to fail. It's going to fail because you have these expectations of what you think it's supposed to be. And it only supposed to be what you make it, what y'all created to be, not based off of somebody else's standards or some standards somebody told you or something you read or from a movie. It's what you create it to be. So that's why, I don't judge people's marriages. I don't judge people's relationships because I know your relationship is based off of what y'all create and what works for you. That may not look like what me and my husband does, but it's not supposed to. So that's why, the whole time I've been doing this, I try not to really talk about married people because I understand it. And even when Kevin Samuel said it, I got it. Cause I'm like, yeah, if they might, hell, people who have open relationships, I don't agree with that. But if that's what y'all agree upon and y'all want that, and if it's working for you, that's y'all business. I really don't have too much to say on that. I personally wouldn't do it, and that's not something we would do. But there are people who are in that, and if it's working for you and y'all both in agreement with it, that's your choice. So, you got to find what works for you. Because sometimes, people are in those relationships. I don't see a whole lot of them, but a lot of those people be married long. First off, they get married, however they work that out. And a lot of times they're married longer than others who've done it the so-called right way. That's and then true. They end up getting divorced and those people still be together. So, it just depends.
Yeah, that is true.
Mm-hmm.
People say, and I'm a Christian, but if you don't have God, you can't. It ain't going. There's people who don't have God or don't believe in Jesus, Allah, and they're like relate. Of course, I'm gonna say God and relationship is a superpower, but there are people who got the relationship together, and them two are rocking.
Yeah, they figured it out. They figured out whether you agree with, their religion or whatever. They find some way they're able to get together, how, whether you agree with how they're doing it, and they be together. And then I've seen a lot of Christians, that I went to church with, divorced.
Yeah.
Lots of them divorced, get married. They do it the right. I've seen some of the young women that I went to church with, were virgins, got married, did it the right way for some of them, not all of them, but some of them got married, did it the right way, married for a few years. Next thing you know, they're getting a divorce. What happened? And then one thing about a lot of them, though, from what I've seen, they end up getting married again. Like they could get married. A few of these women that I know personally were they who, church women, they're able to get married again. There's some women that can't get married at all, but these women tend to get husbands again, like 3, 4, 5 years, I think, married and then divorced for a year. And then she was getting married again. So I don't know. That's why I'm wondering what's going on with some of these women, because some of these women will have never been married and will never get married. And then there's some women who've been married several times. They've been able to find husbands several times. And I've seen that most commonly for me, for women who are in the church, the Christian, they usually, they're able to get another husband, but they're divorced. And a lot of them get divorced. And a lot of them be cheating on each other too. So there's a whole lot of stuff going on. I'm just saying, like they be doing all kinds of stuff. So
And successful MD, I sent the Cash App. How about that? Like he's talking trash in the chat.
oh, right now? Okay, I gotta get off here because this is going too long. Success, what do you say?
No, I said I owe DeeDee a session fee.
Oh, okay. Well,
No, shout out to DeeDee. We need, aside from I get it, there's entertainment. There's because I'm a whole troll myself.
well, I know.
It's a show. We get it.
Mm-hmm.
But no, some of these real conversations,
Mm-hmm.
they're needed more than they're wanted.
Right.
Let's see what it is. They're needed.
I think so. But
Even if it's you talking to somebody in a gas station, your voice, especially on some of this type of stuff,
mm-hmm.
is actually needed. Because it might be keeping two people together that might be on the verge of breaking up, or two 27-year-olds or something.
Right.
That don't see and don't understand what you and your husband know.
Right. Yeah, and I've talked to a few women, younger, who are actually married, and they get it, and they talk about the issues that they're having, and I gave them a little information, like don't give up. Like the marriage, you don't get married to just walk away when it's rough, because when it's good, everybody's good, nobody has any complaints. But then you got to understand, like my husband called it ebbs and flows. Like there's ups and downs, ebbs and flows. Things go up, they sometimes they're not as good, but you got like I said before, can you stand the rain? Like can you work through the issues when it's raining, when it's hard? Because that's what it's about. That's why the vows are there for a reason. Better or worse, sickness and in health. Why? Because life tells you that these things are going to occur. You don't just go through life with no bumps in the road like that. We would love that we could just go through and sail through and nothing ever happens, but that's just not realistic. You're going to go through some things. They don't always have to be the most detrimental things, but that's what the point is. Hey, you might make a lot of money, you might lose some money. There might be some times where y'all don't see eye to eye. You're going to argue over some disagreements. That's normal. Like, I mean, and you're not going to always like each other either. I'm just telling you the truth. Like sometimes you can look at each other like, well, I know on my end, my husband, he don't really do that, but who knows what he's thinking? You know what I'm saying? I might get on his nerves. He might not tell me, but he might be thinking it. And that's okay. Cause I get it. I mean, I'm not perfect. Trust me. And I have issues. You know what I mean?
So do I.
Huh? What'd you say?
So do I. And I'm aware.
Issues. We all have issues. And my thing is be aware of yourself. That's another key thing too. At least be knowledgeable of your issues. Because at first I was not aware, I was very self-centered, kind of selfish in a sense. You know what I mean? And I didn't know it though. I didn't know it. It was all about me. I didn't know it was all. Who else is supposed to be about when there was nobody else? I was all about me. Like I was like that, young. And so I had to realize like everything is not about me. Everything I make it about myself. I've been there. That's why I could talk about it, because I've been there. And I made that known that, hey, I've had some of these same issues. I'm just not combative. There's certain things I can agree with that I am, and relate to a lot of women, but there's certain things I don't relate to. Like I'm not loud. I've never been ghetto, and I'm very quiet, actually. Very, very was a very shy person. This kind of brought me out of it a little bit. Very shy, wouldn't say a word to people. I used to be super quiet. So this is just amazing, astounding to myself that I'm talking, because I wouldn't say anything to anybody. I was so quiet. I wouldn't say anything until you said something to me. And I'm still kind of that way if I'm in an environment with people I don't know. But I've definitely come out of my shell a whole lot by doing this social media stuff. Because baby, I could not do it. I was terrified of talking to people. So I've come a long way. So, people don't realize that, but I say it all the time. So, and then at the same time, I was, it's some issues. I was a little selfish and stuff too. So, it's just like, we all got some stuff that we got to work on. But I don't think, just because you have issues, we all do. It doesn't exclude you from being able to have healthy relationships. You just have to be aware of yourself. And if you're not, I think that's the problem. That's what the accountability thing is about for me anyway. Just being accountable by realizing, hey, what your issues are. Hey, you got some issues and working on them. Because, I'd always equate this to the alcoholics thing. You know how people, I've never been an alcoholic.
ANA meetings. Yeah, I don't drink. I don't smoke.
Yeah, me either. I don't drink, smoke. My husband don't drink us. We don't smoke or drink or none of that. But I know that if you, what the first thing that you have to acknowledge, hey, I'm
yeah.
Well,
You have a problem.
Yeah. And I think that's very key, because you'll be surprised how people do things and they're very oblivious to their nature, what they're doing. They don't even know. They just, because it's so normal to them. But then when somebody else is somebody else witnesses that, and they say, and they make you tell you about it, the first step is denial. Just like a alcoholic or somebody who's addicted, they deny that they have a problem first when they're being addressed about it. So that's the same thing in a relationship. A person, and my husband did that for me. Like, hey, well, he called it out. He wasn't afraid to say, hold on, well, you because I'm calling him out for something, and then he tell me, wait a minute, you do the same thing, and I'm like, no, I don't, and that's how it's so. And then I'm like, wait a minute, I had to see myself. And I think this is why I tell people, listen, be aware of your issues. Don't be in denial about them, because you're gonna constantly try to blame the other person for things that they do, but you don't see yourself. And I think you have to see yourself. You have to see and know your issues so that you can work on them. And y'all can help each other with that, because everybody got something. So if y'all are aware of it, and then also making each other aware of the issues, it makes the relationship easier. You can understand the other person better, as opposed to not really understanding what's going on or where they're coming from. When you understand the person and maybe their background, why they do things a certain way or why they do a certain way, it helps you to better understand them. And when you better understand the person that you're with, you can communicate better, and you won't, if you won't be triggered. Because that's another thing. We all have triggers. There's certain triggers that we all have, I believe anyway. And if you know what that person's triggers are, you know how not to trigger them. And that makes for a better relationship too. Because who wants to trigger a person all the time, and maybe certain things might be a sensitive topic to them? Or why would you want to mess with that if y'all want to have a peaceful relationship? Nobody wants to be arguing all the time. You know what I'm saying? So you have to learn the person you're with, their triggers, what they're offended by, and all of that stuff. Because I just think it makes the relationship better, and you know how to work with each other better. But if you don't care about none of that, and you ain't really trying to hear all of that, then there's no relationship to be had. If you don't want to, learn a person, you got to learn the person that you're trying to be with. If you don't want to do that, and you don't want to go through nothing, you just want money, well, what kind of, that ain't no relationship.
Yeah, I didn't know I was selfish. Well, I was something like you, selfish as a default. But if somebody shows me where I'm selfish, I'll be willing to make the adjustments. Not just fully selfish.
Okay. Yeah.
Where they tell you you're selfish and you deflect or say, no, it's your problem, or yeah, I am, what you gonna do? I've never been like that.
Okay.
But I'm used to, I ain't started dating until I was 20 something, 21, 22. I was late. So I was more fixated in how I saw the world versus 15, 16, starting to date and understanding women then. So I was always behind.
I personally think that's too young. Anyway, I don't think according to the way they going, yeah, but 15,
Well, they was getting pregnant. My parents 17 and 15 when they started dating. 19 and 17, here comes my brother.
Oh, wow.
Then is married to them. Let me see. They were 24 and 21 when I was born. I'm the youngest. So 3 kids by then. So they was always getting it in or doing whatever.
Right.
They always were.
But that's a different generation too.
But it's dangerous. I was 18. I was in the Army.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah.
Then I was in college when I was came home. I was 20. If a person doesn't date, let's say it's a female, they don't date at all.
Mm-hmm.
In their 18, they go to college out of state, and that's their first experience.
Oh yeah.
That's a little overwhelming.
I bet. I've heard.
19, 20, 22, first person, and now they got a whole job, make 45 a year, and versus at least went through rejection, some kind of crying on the phone, listening to the Brian McKnight CD, whatever.
Okay,
right. Get some of that stuff, the no's, the embarrassment, the letters. Get some of it out so where everything isn't so overwhelming.
Mm.
But I was 22, 23, and there's 14-year-olds that know more than I do. Like just not know, like, yeah, I can get one. I can go get to the club, go to the party, get 3-4 good, decent looking chicks. But then get on the phone, don't know nothing because I'm 5, 6, 10 years behind. I was 22, had a cousin 18. He's in the Navy. I'm in college. He teaching me he's 4 years younger. He telling me everything.
Wow.
That's how bad it was. Yeah.
That's interesting. But that's coming from a male's perspective, because women for us is a little different, I guess.
Well, it's unsafe.
For sure.
For a woman to not know something is physically and mentally unsafe.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you don't know has a different level of a price that you can pay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Slick Dick Jimmy get a hold of one of these innocent chicks, it's a wrap.
Mm-hmm.
You can do some real damage to a very delicate soul.
Yeah.
Then she gonna be on TikTok with 400,000 subscribers, ruining the whole universe.
I gotta go.
Oh, cool. Thank you for doing what you do. Shout out to the trolls in the chat that've been ragdolling me. I love trolls. Keep it coming.
Well, thank you, Scam. I appreciate you though. I appreciate the conversation, seriously. But I gotta get off here. I gotta go eat. I'm fasting, so I gotta eat within a window.
I lost.
Lose some weight.
I went from 220 to 193 in 3 months off of intermittent fasting.
Oh, intermittent fasting?
It was doing 12 to 8, and I ain't been over. I was all the way down to 166 pounds.
Oh wow! So when you would eat, what would you eat?
Drink water, number one.
Yeah.
Best thing to be if you don't have any sugar problems, fruit. Fruit fills you up. No dried fruit, no fake fruit. Fruit will fill you up to where you're not so hungry. But real food fills your body up. Fruit and vegetables, cucumbers, all that stuff, because of the high water content.
Mm-hmm.
Fake food, burgers and fries from whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You'll eat 6 meals of that and it'll never be hungry. And all it'll do is just sit in your system all day. Won't come out.
Right.
Fruit will fill you up and it'll come out.
Fruit and vegetables. Broccoli is good. Broccoli, I love
broccoli. Is only 20 calories. That's a good one.
I love
strawberries.
I love strawberries. I had some yesterday. Yes.
Eat as many strawberries as you can. Well, buy organic because they're poison and mutated. Watermelon's a good one. I eat the whole thing. I put it in the blender and I even eat the green part.
Okay. Yeah.
Kiwi. Eat the skin off. Buy organic so you can eat the skin.
Okay.
There's a bunch of nutrients in the skin.
Mm-hmm.
Blueberries is a good one. What else?
What else you eat besides fruit? That's all you eat?
I'm neutral on eggs. Eggs is a good one. Quinoa.
You don't eat meat?
I'm trying to reduce my meat because American meat, instead of actual real animals, pigs got 6 eyeballs and 5 legs. The cows got, oil and antibiotics pumped into them. I try to limit my meat. Put it this way. I went to Colombia for 10 days. I had a back pain, got VA military injury. 10 days in Colombia, my body felt better any time of the whole year because they're actually real animals.
Yeah.
All animals are fake. But all the chemicals they put in our food keep you inflamed and have your body just holding unrealistic weight. But I also suggest prior to fasting or starting a diet, do a detox of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Get some pumpkin seeds that kills parasites. But a lot of this stuff, you keep your body from craving all the garbage that you normally used to eat.
Yeah, that's my
Eventually,
issue.
when you eat enough fruit, your body will start to actually want fruit.
Yeah. Yeah. Sugar is my issue, to be honest with you.
If you have to do sugar, like if you're baking, cookies, whatever,
Yeah.
pay for cane sugar. At least eat the real one instead of the fake stuff.
Okay. So that's fake cane sugar?
The person, you know Mandrell?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a nutritionist. You know everything.
Okay.
If you ever see him around, he's a pro. But high fruit, if you read the backs of the labels on candy is a devil, especially the popular brands.
Mm-hmm.
Anything made with high fructose corn syrup, avoid it. Is addictive, it's dehydrating, and it stays in your system. It doesn't process properly.
All right, I gotta get off here because now I'm gonna be even more hungrier.
Last thing, if it's a struggle, drink water first. Or if you got to eat something bad, drink water first.
Yeah, I drink a lot of water.
Try to eat some fruit first, then go eat the garbage that you're gonna eat. It'll at least
If I
reduce
just
it.
have to.
Yeah, if you gotta go get some butterbean pies, eat some fruit
Yeah.
first.
I mean, if I eat the fruit, if I eat the fruit, I probably wouldn't want anything else. I'm not that bad.
That's a trick.
So yeah, it's just if I don't eat the fruit first, I'm a probably eat a cookie or something too. Then I make
turns into
stuff,
six.
so I make the stuff so it's easier to eat it because I'm all right. I gotta work on it. I feel depressed now.
No, you got it. You can always hit the reset button.
Okay.
I just put on 8 pounds that I got to get right back off. Bad eating.
I think men could get it off easier than us.
Not at
Y'all
45.
drop weight easier than women. From what I've seen?
At 45 with injuries, yeah. Can't do this. I can't do that no more. This hurt, that hurt.
But you don't look fat. Like even my husband, he lost weight, a lot of weight, quicker than me. Y'all, I think y'all lose it quicker.
You also had children too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's gonna be harder.
Yeah.
But it can be done.
Yeah, I know that too. It's just I don't have it. Yeah. All right. I'm always talking about it because it's a struggle.
No,
and
you
I don't
got
need to lose that much. I just really want to lose about maybe 15 pounds, maybe 10, 15 pounds.
You can drop 5 just off of detox.
Just a detox. Okay. All right, Scam. Let me get off here.
All right. Yeah, I'm going out tonight. So yeah.
Okay. Well, take care, Scam. Be safe out in these streets, though. And I'll probably see you soon.
All right. I'm only looking for ugly women, so I'm gonna be all right.
All right.
60 and under tonight.
You play too much.
Yeah. Ladies.
You want a woman that look like that lady Leslie Jones?
Yeah, any ladies out there that work at Waffle House and only got 6 teeth and a bad dental plan, come on to South Florida tonight. I love you, right? Oh yeah. But we're raising the standards tomorrow. But tonight, Waffle House 6 teeth can get by.
Okay. All right.
But you have a good night.
Yeah.
You got this. 15 pounds down.
I hope so. Thank you, though. I appreciate the info. Take care, Scam.
All right. Have a good one.
Later. You too. All right. Oh, how did this come? Oh, okay. Successful MD, I'm just going to read your super chat because I forgot to read it. It says, send the Bonnie Brigade to DeeDee's school. Shout out to you. Successful MD. Also, I wanted to shout out Red Talk Anna. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, hey, beauty, they do need to lose some weight now. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know if she's going to see this, but shout out to you. I appreciate you. And also, who was else in the chat I wanted to shout out? I forgot. Oh my God. What's the channel name? I forgot. But shout out to y'all for coming through. I appreciate y'all. Also, thank you for the super chat. Says DeeDee, you're right. A lot of women are boring. Shaking my head. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you as well. But shout out to y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here once again. Make sure you guys continue to support the channel. Watch the videos already posted. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out and turn on your notification bell to be notified when I upload new content. Y'all go over, support the channel, watch the videos that are already on the channels, like, leave a comment just to let me know it's real. And I will see y'all in the next one. So stay tuned for more, you guys. I appreciate everybody who joined the panel, everybody who gave a super chat or a cash app. I appreciate you for that. I appreciate the support in any way possible. So thank y'all once again. You guys be safe out here till next time. I'll catch you in the next one. Mwah. I'll see y'all later. Bye.